Weaponsmith, a crafting litRPG. By Razmataz. Synopsis. I accidentally got engaged to the evil owl goddess who is obsessed with the number 3, and now I have to make weapons for our new adventuring guild. In an era in which ancient gods live in the world's cities together with their mortal followers, forming tight-knit guilds and powerful temples, the disfigured ashcaster and blacksmith Hineni has lived his entire life as a reclusive outcast. Hidden away behind layers of clothing and just as many walls and doors, he only ever leaves the house in the dead of night, so that neither the gods or anyone else can ever see him. However, on one of these nighttide outings, he find. Chapter 1, All Good Things. Living in the big city is really very lonely. Sure, there might be people everywhere. People to the left, people to the right. You can't take 5 steps without running into another person, and each and every one of them seems to be living such a rich and fulfilling life, as far as he can tell. It certainly always looks that way, at least, when they're marching past him in groups composed entirely of laughing friends. Some of the adventurers are adorned with ornate, intimidating metal armor, and others are more sparsely prepared for close confrontations, wearing thin robes and carrying staves. But the one thing that they all have in common is that they all pass by his window together, always in groups. That's how it usually goes. People never really go to the dungeon here by themselves. It's too dangerous, too high-leveled. Adventurers, as they are dubbed, are people who earn their living by delving into deep, horrifying pits full of monsters, which are known as dungeons. In this city, there is one such place, nested right in its heart. The man sighs, staring out of the large, dusty window of the dilapidated building, inside of which he sits by himself once again, with a mug in his hand and a book laid out atop the booth table that he sits at. But he doesn't read the book, despite it lying open to some page, the number of which he has long since forgotten. Instead, he simply holds onto his empty mug, which hasn't been filled with liquids in just as long a time, and he stares out through the window with a longing in his eyes. He does this now, much like he has done exactly this, for every single day of this week. Like he has done for every single week before this one, and like he has done for every year before this one, since he arrived back here, in the city. Although, back then, he used to look out of a different window. As of a month ago, he had stopped being just a boy, and now, having left the care of the orphanage where he was staying and having officially been recognized as having a class, a specific profession of his own, recognized by the system that governs the world, he now sits in the house that was deemed his once again, now that he had grown into the requirements of being the legal owner of such a building after many years. Much like himself, however, the house that he inherited has done nothing but sit there, empty, for a long time as well. He sighs, lowering his head down to rest it atop the pages of his book, now averting his gaze away from the window. It hurts him to look through it. His fingers run through his sooty, black hair, which is in desperate need of washing. He loves looking through the window and daydreaming, hoping that one day he can belong to something like one of those adventuring parties. But at the same time, those hopes are what hurt him the most. Because he knows, deep down, that tomorrow he will be sitting here again and feeling the same things as right now. He will see the same things. He will do the same things. And finally, he will be the same thing, forever. Always. His eyes run around the large, empty room. It used to be a restaurant set at the entrance of an old adventurers' guild that his family once ran, but now all of the tables are just as empty as the one he himself is sitting at. Their surfaces are covered in a layer of dust and, in all likelihood, still some bits of ash. The residue has collected up to a considerable height. At least I don't need tablecloths, mutters the man, repeating the same joke that he has made every day since his first arrival back in his family home. It made him crack a tiny smile the first time he did it. Every time after that, it had no effect. But maybe tomorrow it will work again? He closes his eyes, smelling the dust on the paper of the book that he hasn't read. He needs to go to the forest to get some more wood. But that will have to wait for a few more hours, until the sun vanishes and the moon begins to rise. It's easier for him to go outside when it's dark. There are fewer people. There are fewer eyes for him to try to count, eyes that are trying to watch him and judge him for how he looks. He doesn't like people looking at him, and he certainly doesn't feel comfortable around them, and therein lies his dilemma. All day, he stares out of the window, seeing what he wants most in life. But his fingers can never quite manage to touch the thing that he craves. The man falls asleep for a few hours, laying there hunched over the old table, which still smells vaguely like fire and the hair of some odd animal, even after all of these years. Night has fallen. He rises to his feet, rummaging through his bag of things to get ready for his excursion. He stuffs a few pieces of dried meat into his pockets, food to snack on during his trip. Forest work is always tiring. Autumn has set in and yet another winter lies around the bend. It will be a cold one this year. Slinging his bag over his back and checking that his robe and jacket sit tightly around his breast and that his obscuring, pointed wizard's hat is set snugly atop his head so that the brim can hide his face together with his thick, yellow scarf, he steps outside. The axe, which is strapped to his bag, taps against his leg as he moves. The first thing that he always notices when leaving the house is the crispness, the coldness, and the bite of the lonely night air. He shuts the door behind himself, jiggling it once to make sure that he has locked it properly. Somehow, being lonely inside the house felt less sad than being lonely outside of it. Perhaps it's the cold weather, reminding him that his body has no one to share its heat with, even in as little as a hug. Or perhaps it's simply because he has to see all of the warm, orange lights filling the many bright windows that he walks past as he makes his way out of the city. The man lowers his head, tipping the brim of his hat down further, as he makes his way towards the gate, doing his best to not look at a single thing, except the stones down at his feet. Thug. Thug. He swings the axe over and over, breaking down the fallen tree into rough chunks. In all honesty, a saw would be a better tool for this work. But he doesn't have a saw. He has an axe. More importantly, he doesn't want to buy a saw. If he did, he'd have to figure out where to buy a saw, first of all. Then he'd have to actually go there during the day, and then he'd have to buy it. Those are a lot of steps and a lot of people to talk to, and what if there are different kinds of saws? What if there is more than one saw store? What if? No, he shakes his head. He has an axe. It's good enough. Thug. Thug. Hoo. He stops, his body stiffening up with the axe held above his head as he listens, somewhat surprised by the odd noise that had come from the forest. The forest has always been quiet at night. Monsters don't come out here anymore, not since the logging began. Hoo. Lowering his axe, he stares up towards the source of the noise. An owl sits perched up above him, in one of the still-standing trees. Its wide eyes reflect the rusty, orange moonlight that shines down through the thinning crowns of the dying forest. Hoo, it calls again, its voice echoing out into the night. It seems odd, he knows that it does, but the owl's odd call makes him smile. He isn't sure why, exactly. Maybe it's because of its funny voice, maybe because of its wide, saucer eyes, or maybe because of the sharply twisting movements of its neck as it scans the night. He lowers his axe, setting the head of the blade down into the leafy foliage. Lifting his gaze, he pulls his faded yellow scarf up higher to hide his face even from it as he stares at the owl. His eyes are likely as wide as its eyes are. Feeling him staring, it flies away. The man feels a bit sad as he watches it vanish into the darkness, but then he simply returns to his work, the smile managing to stay there beneath his scarf nonetheless, born from having seen something unusual tonight. As a treat, he picks a piece of the dried jerky out of his pocket and nibbles on it while he works. Cured meat strip. Quality: normal, composition. Meat, 98%. Seasonings, 1.1%. O salt. O pepper. O red spice. Water, 0.9%. Quality effects: none. A heavily salted and mostly dried strip of meat of indistinct origin. It has an extremely long shelf life and a mildly spicy flavor. Restores 10 stamina. Weight, 0.01 kilograms. Value, 0.4 obols. Restored. Plus 10 stamina. Thug. Thug. The next day proceeds just like the day before. All day, the man sits there, staring out of the window at the world, feeling bad about doing so but doing it nonetheless. Eventually, night falls, and he is free from his guilt. Because now that night is here once again and it is dark outside, he has nothing to feel bad about, because there's no outside world for him to potentially belong to. Everyone is asleep. He grabs his axe, gets dressed, and leaves, jiggling the door before he goes down the same street in the same fashion as he had done every day before this one. He returns to the forest, as he has done every day before this one. He returns to the fallen tree. There is still a lot of wood left to take from it. He begins his work. Thug. 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 Hoo hoots the owl. The man stops, freezing again, a smile hidden beneath his scarf. It seems silly, but secretly, he had hoped the owl would be here again. If only so that he had some event of substance in his day, some differentiation from the monotone droning of his self-inflicted existence. This time, he looks up towards it, but he doesn't stare at its wide, moonlight-tinged eyes, opting instead to look at its feathery body. He realizes that he himself doesn't like being looked at in the eyes. It makes him uneasy. Maybe the owl is the same? What an odd thought. Who calls the owl? The lonely whistle of its voice moves through the forest. However, it receives no response. Who it calls again a third time, and despite being happy to see it, somehow this calling of its makes him sad at the same time. It makes him feel lonely, or more aptly said, it reminds him that he already is. The man looks away, looking around the dark forest, expectantly waiting for another call to come in return to the owls, but none ever do. His eyes wander back up towards the odd bird sitting up there by itself. I know the feeling, he mutters quietly, his words muffled by his thick scarf. Hearing his words, the owl flies away, leaving him there by himself again. He knows this feeling too. To ease the pain, he nibbles on another piece of jerky and, while it might be odd, he sets a piece down on top of the log. The owl had given him a smile. It's only fair payment. He hopes that some critter doesn't come by and steal it. He returns the next night, faster than usual, as he finds himself hurrying. He realizes that it's probably dumb, getting so excited over some random owl in the forest. But this is all that he has. Tonight, he doesn't even chop wood at first. He simply stands there, looking up at the branch. But the owl isn't there. The man frowns, feeling deeply disappointed. It looks like this chapter of his life has come to an end. Pulling his scarf down as he looks around the treetops in one final vain attempt at seeing his only companion, he places a hand by his mouth and, hoping that he's really alone out here, lets out a small hoot goodbye. Hoo. It's silly. But it makes him smile. These little things, these little secret gestures, they're all that he has to keep him going. He covers his face again and sets to work, quietly hoping that the owl had found a friend and had escaped its lonely life. The thought makes him happy and gives him the strength to keep working for another night. He needs the wood. Thug. 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 Chapter 2, Come In. The constant, rhythmic striking of the hammer landing against the strip of metal shines out through the enclosed, dark, stone-walled room. The forge that he is in is nestled against the side of the building. Each blow of his implement cuts clearly through the post-midnight darkness, like the ringing of a holy bell, and with each toll, sparks fly out in all directions. The reflections of the small glimmers of light are the only shine that fills the man's eyes, as he continues to hammer against his latest creation. It's not an order, rather, this is something that he is making for himself. The sounds of the work bounce off of the high, tall walls and towards the distant ceiling of the square room. He might not be strong of character or in matters of social courage, but beneath the scarf, beneath the wizard's hat, and beneath the many layers of clothing that he hides himself below, his wiry body is toned and in form. Here, alone in the forge, away from any source of outside disturbances, he works with only heat-resistant trousers and an apron covering his bare chest. Here in the half-darkness and the glow of fire, there is no one who can see his scarred face and body. Here in the darkness, there isn't a single reflective surface on which he can see himself. The hammer strikes again, finally smashing the piece of scrap iron flat enough to suit his desires for it. Grabbing the end of the still glowing piece of metal with a pair of old, heavy tongs, he moves to the side of the room and sets the end of the heat-radiating strip into a mounted vise. Leveraging his body against the tongs, he bends the malleable metal into a slight curve, adjusting it until it has the proportions that he needs it to have. While his primary class is that of a caster, the man never uses it and opts instead to spend his days following his subclass, blacksmithing. It's what earned him his keep during his years in the orphanage, and it's what does so now as well. The sight of fire doesn't disturb him anymore when it's there, down in the kiln, or in a hearth. His scarred hands pull the tongs back out, and he drops the bent piece of metal into a barrel of water, which immediately starts hissing and bubbling. A waft of ghostly steam rises up for a brief second. But he doesn't want to see it on himself, on his body fire, that is. So no magic. No casting. Just blacksmithing. He returns to his work, making several more bent pieces of metal as he hammers his way through the night, and then, 2 hours before sunrise, he finishes his personal project. After adjusting the final details of the sculpture, he stands back and admires his work. A night well spent. Owl sculpture. Quality. Normal, composition. Mixed scrap metal, 100%. Quality effects. None. A metal statue of an owl, made out of poor quality metal. Weight, 3.0 kilograms. Dimensions, 13x28 cm. Value, 000 obols. The man nods to himself, very happy with this piece. Often he'll have to make things like hammers or plows, though also often enough swords and such things as well. There's a war effort brewing, after all. Anyways, one of the upsides of living in a city full of adventurers is that there is a huge market for repairs as well. Unfortunately, this also means that there is a lot of competition. Most of his work comes from the crafting board in the very much running and active Adventurers Guild down the street. Those jobs usually offered payment on delivery, no questions asked, no small talk. He wipes his sweaty forehead on his just as sweaty arm and isn't sure if doing so has accomplished anything at all. But that doesn't matter. The morning will be here soon, that means it's time to go to bed. But first, he grabs his engraver's pen, which is essentially just a sharp, metal stick, and he writes his name onto the base of the statue. The menu updates, popping back up a second later with a new field. Owl sculpture. Quality. Normal, composition. Mixed scrap metal 100%. Quality effects. None. A metal statue of an owl, made out of poor quality metal. Plus made by blacksmith Hineni plus. Weight, 2.98 kilograms. Dimensions, 13x28 cm. Value, 000 obols. Feeling a happy feeling, the man sets to his final task for the night, before putting out the kill, which would actually be his final task. Cleaning the forge can wait until next week. Hineni nods, satisfied with that idea. Obviously, doing so every day would be ideal. But, when is anything in life ever ideal? He pulls out a large ladder from its corner, sliding it over to the blank, very high wall with the rectangular, half-open windows at the top, below the roof. This room had been designed like this, in this almost tower-like way, to let the rising heat vent out of the indoor forge. Space is at a premium in the inner city, especially in this neighborhood. Locking the ladder in place, he holds the statue under his arm and climbs up. Reaching the ledge, he sets the statue on top of it, to the left, near the corner wall. Hineni looks at it for a second and then gives it a slight nudge and a twist, turning it so that it always looks down over the room. Satisfied, the man nods to himself and slides down the ladder, packing it away and putting out the forge for tonight. The last thing that he does, before leaving the room, is to look up at the metal owl staring back down at him. Hoo, says Hineni with a smile, before leaving the forge and going to bed. He opens the window of his upstairs bedroom to let in a gust of fresh air before he sleeps and takes a step back, somewhat surprised and revolted not at the sights or the smells of the city, which in his eyes was beautiful in this pre-dawn hour, but rather because of the dead mouse laying outside of his window on the sill. Its neck is cleanly eviscerated, as if a cat had gotten it. This is a second-story window, though. How the hell did this thing even get here? Confused, he looks around and finds no answer, simply attributing it as one of those oddities of life. Grabbing the mouse by the tail, he gets rid of it and shuts his window again. That's enough fresh air for one night. His dreams are restless and he tosses and turns, soaking his sheets in sweat once again. The fabric, unchanged for several months, soaks it up as he twists himself in and around his blanket, which feels like it is constricting him tighter and tighter, the more he tries to escape it. He dreams an odd dream about the owl. It sits on top of his menu window and the two of them stand alone in the dark forest. It excitedly hoots at him for precisely 3 hours, not 4, 4 would be bad, and certainly not 5, which would be a strange, undesirable number indeed. No, there are exactly 3 hours of hooting. Subclass specialization unlocked. You have advanced your subclass blacksmith. Please choose a specialization. The owl bends over forward and taps his menu with its beak. Subclass advanced. Weaponsmith. You have specialized in weaponsmithing. Class title gained, chosen of the owl god. Subclass title gained, chosen of the owl god. New title, Hineni, chosen of the owl god. The next day comes, and Hineni wakes up, having slept but not feeling rested. It's another day like every other, then. What an odd dream. The man gets up, goes about his morning business, and sort of kind of washes up before sort of kind of getting ready for the day. Breakfast is some dried meat from his coat pocket and a few sips of water from a 2-day-old bottle. About an hour later, he makes his way downstairs and into the open hall area with all of the tables and windows. This whole building used to be an adventuring guild, back when he was young. Now it's just a giant, empty shell for him to live alone in. He makes a beeline towards his spot, grabbing the empty mug on the way there. Sitting down, he sets the mug down and adjusts the dusty book that lays there, still open. As before, Hineni's eyes find neither of those two things. His head turns to the right and he stares out of the window at the many people passing by. It looks like a lot of them are going into the dungeon today. Maybe there's some kind of event going on? There are definitely more groups than usual. Typically, this kind of traffic only starts 3 or 4 hours from now. He stares out at them and starts his daydreaming. But something is wrong with his daydreams today. This has never happened before. He doesn't find any peace in them, he doesn't find any solace in the idea of joining one of the many groups that are walking past his sanctuary. This place, this house, used to be so lively and vibrant, but now it's just him and the sensation that causes the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Hineni pulls himself out of his failed daydreams and looks around for the problem. Someone is watching him. This has never happened before. The man jumps up to his feet, running across the room in an instant to throw on his scarf, coat, and hat, quickly adjusting them. Was someone looking in his window? He's sure of it. Now dressed, he cautiously moves back towards the table, sliding with his back against the other booths until he reaches the one before the window. Carefully, he tilts his head, looking around and out of the glass, searching for any passing face that could be looking his way in horror or disgust. But there is nothing there. Everyone who passes by spares not even the slightest inkling of interest at the figure behind the window. So what was that feeling, just now? Nervously, Hineni moves back to his spot on the bench and looks out of the window. Then, just as he sits back down, he sees it. The metal owl. Across the street, on the upstairs windowsill of the neighbor's house, perched there in broad, open daylight, sits his metal owl, and from there, it stares down at him with wide, curious eyes. What the hell? Hineni squints his eyes, making sure. He's positive that that's his owl. Jumping to his feet, he heads down through the side door and into the forge. His eyes rise up towards the very high spot that he had placed the owl on, just the night before. But it is no longer there. He's perplexed. Did the neighbors steal his owl? That doesn't make any sense. He's never spoken to them before in his life, and he knows that they're wealthy people, at least by this neighborhood's standards. Besides, would they really climb on his roof to steal a dinky metal owl? But he doesn't know what else could have happened. The question is, now what? He crosses his arms. Does he talk to them and explain the situation? The man sighs, not knowing what to do. He doesn't want to confront them. What if he's wrong and it was just some prankster? No, he'd wait until the night came, and then he'd take his owl back in secret. It's the only sensible, reasonable thing to do. Nodding to himself, he returns to his spot and spends the rest of the day staring, not at the people, but at the owl, whose gaze he chooses not to escape, and much like in his dream, the two of them simply stare at each other, quietly. Later on, after night falls, he makes his way outside with his bag, his axe, and a long stick from the forge to poke the owl down. But as he steps outside, he notices that the owl is gone from their windowsill. Hineni stares at the empty spot in disappointment for a moment. They must have taken it inside. Maybe they did steal it after all? Frowning beneath his scarf, he drops his stick, realizing what a cruel world this place can be. Shaking his head and muttering to himself quietly on the way, he heads into the forest. There is still a lot of wood to collect before winter. On his way out of the city, he stops by the Adventurers Guild and takes a sheet of paper off of the crafter's board there. Someone has placed an order for a custom short sword, made from iron, with payment on delivery to the guild. At least happy at this good turn of events, he tucks the page into the pocket of his coat and heads into the forest, starting his work for the night. As he finishes taking apart the last of the fallen tree, his eyes wander up to the empty branch, where they had longingly wandered several times already this night, during his chopping. But now, the metal owl is there, high up on the branch above his head. Hineni curses, gripping his axe and looking around himself with wide, paranoid eyes, illuminated by a lantern light glow. He stares at every shadow that dares to creep an inch closer towards him, ebbing out of the dark forest. "Who's there?" shouts Hineni, grabbing the lantern and holding it up into the air, spinning around as the bushes behind him rustle. Just the wind. Nervously, he looks around the dark forest. But he sees nothing. His eyes rise back up to the branch. The owl is gone. Hineni runs. Chapter 3, 3. Hineni hammers away in the forge, finishing up his work on the short sword. It's the next day, and he has spent his entire night not sleeping. His work is the only thing that feels like it will calm him down now, and he focuses all of his efforts on it, doing his best not to lift his head and to look up toward the window. Because he is sure that if he does, the metal owl will be there. As it should be. It's where he left it, after all. After a night of consideration, he doesn't think that someone is messing with him anymore. Hineni hammers away, striking the metal into shape over and over, his wide eyes staring at the sparks that fly out like fay through a midnight wood. His mother had seen things too, though she had only begun to do so when she was older. He remembers the talks that she and his father would have the morning after he had caught her and wrangled her back home, after she had spent the night running away from demons and talking to fairies that didn't really exist. The sickness runs in the blood. His mother had it. Allegedly, his grandmother had it. He had always assumed that it reaching him was a possibility, but he had never thought that it would happen so early in his life. Maybe it's only mild though? Maybe if he keeps his wits about him and lives a healthy life, he can stave it off for a time? He doesn't want to see fairies, he doesn't want to see demons, and right now, he doesn't want to see the owl either. He just wants to make a sword. Something pragmatic, something real, something physical. The strike of the hammer rings out again. Iron is a good metal for making things like this, simple beginner's weapons for adventurers. Copper, bronze, and tin all have their uses for different things, like armor and trinkets. But he likes making weapons, and for that, out of the cheap metals that he has access to, iron is the best suited. Sure, there are more powerful ores, rare ores from the deep depths of the dungeons or from far away, exotic places. But no matter where you go in the world, no matter what city you reside in, iron is the metal that makes the blade of every adventurer's first sword. Except for those kooky elves in the south. Hineni shakes his head. They use wooden weapons. Still, iron is good. It holds its shape well, it takes a lot of punishment, damages are easily repaired, blades are easily resharpened, and it's durable enough, cheap, and abundant, the bread and butter of metals. Usually making a sword like this would take him a little longer, but he has a few short sword blades at the ready. The only custom part of the order is that the anonymous customer wanted a longer and fatter handle without a pommel, for whatever reason. But it isn't his business. Adventurers tend to be odd people. Usually, he does everything by hand. But handles, well, he hates doing them. It's too finicky to get the measurements right. There's always the risk of it being lumpy and uneven, and then the whole sword would feel like garbage. No, for things like this, things he doesn't enjoy doing, he uses his secondary class's blacksmithing abilities. Holding his hand above the rectangular bit of metal that he had hammered into roughly the size he needed it to be, Hineni focuses, feeling the rising heat scorch his calloused and burnt fingertips. Hineni uses blacksmithing hilt, XL. The glowing metal rises up a few inches off of the anvil and then falls back down a second later, having taken on a new shape. Iron hilt XL. Quality. Normal, composition. Iron, 79%. Silicia, 2%. Alumina, 10%. Calcium, 3%. Magnesium, 4%. Impurities, 2%. Quality effects. Chosen of the Owl God. Adds additional attributes to the attached weapon. An extra-large iron hilt meant for a sword. It is perfectly smooth. Magical energies seem to reside inside of the metal. Made by Weaponsmith Hineni, chosen of the Owl God. No pommel attached. Weight, 0.1 kilograms. Value, 0.8 obols. Hineni stops, his blood freezing cold as he stares at the window with wide, tormented eyes and reads the signature on the item. His vision shoots down towards the piece of metal. Without thinking, he grabs it, screaming a second later and dropping it at his feet. He recoils and shakes out his, now deeply burnt, hand. The metal grip rolls across the stones. Hineni takes, burn damage 0.9, fire resistance 0.3. Hineni receives, burn damage 0.6. HP, 33/39. Shit, he curses, holding his wrist with his other hand as he looks at the deep burn. He bites his teeth down, letting out a muffled but clearly pained scream. He won't be able to use this hand for a week at the very least. The man paces, walking in a frantic circle as he continues to shake his hand while swearing his heart out. Tonight is clearly not his night. Hineni comes to a stop, leaning back against the wall, and slides down it in order to just sit and breathe for a second, his wrist still held tightly in his grasp. He stares down at the hilt with damp eyes, and even from here, he can see the engraving on it, rounding the curvature of the metal. Made by Weaponsmith Hineni, chosen of the Owl God. Great. Just great, thinks Hineni. His mother saw demons and fairies, and what does he get? Owls. He lets his head knock back against the wall as he gives up, unable to fight it any longer. He supposes this is his life now. He's going to be the weird, reclusive owl guy forever, apparently, starting today. He lifts his eyes, looking for the inevitable silhouette of the owl statue, staring down at him from a place it doesn't belong. He should have never made that damn thing. He should have never gone back to that part of the forest. 3, says a voice, ringing out of the darkness. Hineni, bewildered, stares at the shadowy silhouette of something person-like, which sits on top of the ledge, high up by the windows. Their barefooted legs dangle downward as they look around the forge. A hand is under their shadowy hood, against their chin, as they look around the room from above. It seems as if they were deeply perplexed by something. Who? 3. Hineni jumps to his feet at the sight of the intruder in his forge. But rather than yelling at them, rather than grabbing a weapon or asking them any questions as to their strange nature, and ignoring their apparent ability to climb, the first thing he does is bolt over towards the door to grab his scarf. Just as his fingers touch the fabric, a head hangs before him, upside down, right in front of his face. 2 wide, yellow eyes stare at him from only a foot away. They shine out of the shadows from beneath the upside-down intruder's tawny, brown hood with an unnatural glow. 3, it asks, tilting its head. Hineni tears the scarf off of the rack as he falls backwards in surprise and lands on his bottom. His burnt hand scrapes along the stones and leaves a bloody smear, sending a new wave of familiar pain up through his body. Who are you? Get out of my home, yells Hineni, covering his face right away. But the person isn't there anymore, and he doesn't even know how they could have been there to begin with. To be there, they would have to have been suspended in mid-air. Frantically, he scrambles and looks around the workshop. Firelight burns in the forge, and the roaring sound of the controlled blaze is the only noise that fills the space, apart from his frantic heartbeat and raspy, fearful breaths. It's just a vision. It's not real. It's not real, he reminds himself, trying to steady his breathing. It's happening far faster than he had anticipated. Like the snap of a finger, his mind had apparently simply shifted. All good things come in threes, says the voice into his ear. Hineni spins around, jumping back to his feet. But there is nobody there. Who? Rings the voice from behind him once more. Who? It asks again, in a tone that is more sing-song now. Every time he turns towards the origin of the word, there is nothing there, save for the flicker of fire glow or a flurry of moving fabric, leaving his vision and vanishing into the dark shadows in the corners of the forge. He needs to calm himself down. He's going to get hurt, realizes Hineni. If he runs around the forge like a raving lunatic, something will go wrong, fast. Breathe. Breathe. It's just a vision. He thinks he understands now. If his mother saw things like this, then he can understand her episodes in a much clearer context. It seems so real. The man closes his eyes, feeling the pulsating ache running up his ruined hand. Apart from the throbbing sensation, the ligaments of his fingers are entirely numb with a tingling buzz. He breathes in and out slowly. 1. Then again. 2. He feels his shoulders losing their tension. But before he can take his next exhalation, his breath stops in his lungs for a second. He forces it out. 3. Hineni opens his eyes and immediately tenses up again, staring at the thing that is carefully holding his burnt hand with its sharp fingers on either side of it, examining the wound. Who visited me 3 times and called for me, it asks. Hi, it says, pronouncing the word like the start of his name. Who did I visit 3 times, it asks, tracing a finger along the outer edge of his palm. Ne, it adds on. Who have I exchanged 3 gifts with, it asks. Ni. Hineni can feel his heart racing in his chest. He's terrified. He's not a fighter, and even if he were, he can't box away a hallucination. Even if he wanted to, even if he had the drive to fight, he couldn't. He's frozen entirely in place not by any spell or enchantment, but rather by his own bewilderment. He just doesn't know what to do or what to think. So instead, he just stares. Hineni. Hineni. Hineni, chants the figment of his clearly breaking mind in an oddly muted, but giddy voice, as it sways from side to side on its bare half-human feet with long talons at the end, standing in the smear of blood that he had left behind on the stones. The fabric of its hood bounces from side to side, revealing the sharp human face beneath the hood with very strong, short, bird-like features. Hoo, it calls out into the night. Its tone never rises to any high pitches, rather, even its chipper voice seems to be restrained and muffled. The finger runs along the bleeding surface of his open palm, tracing a pattern into the open wound, and the man flinches, seeing them trace the number 3 into his wound with their fingernail. Pulling back, his waking mind finally getting some control of his body again, Hineni steps away. "You're not real. Leave me alone," shouts Hineni. Hoots the owl creature, having vanished into the darkness in that single second when he had looked away. "Hineni. Hineni. Hineni," it chants into his ear in its muffled, quiet night voice. He spins around, hearing the ruffle of feathers behind him once more. The thing clutches his wounded hand firmly at the wrist a second time, with both of its smaller hands and presses his bloody, burnt, open palm against the fabric of the robe over its chest. "Who feels me?" it asks. Hineni feels the ache, but not his fingers. He does however see the rising of them, as the creature's chest beats outward from the strong striking of its heart. It feels very real. Once. Twice. 3 times. "Who touches me?" it asks, its wide, haunting, yellow eyes staring up at him as it wraps its taloned human fingers tighter and tighter around his wrist in a manner that he almost feels is curiously threatening. Hineni, breaking free from the fearful spell binding him in place, not knowing what else to do at this point, answers. Hineni. Its hooded head sways from side to side with each syllable. Weaponsmith Hineni, it counts up, in a chipper tone. 1. 2. 3. 1. 2. 3. He doesn't know what to say. His mind is still fighting with his thoughts of delirium and the pain of his wound. "Is he shy?" asks the owl thing. "He visited me 3 times. I visited him 3 times, it explains. 3 visits, it hoots. 3, it says. He gave me meat. I gave him meat. He gave me tribute, it hoots. 3 gifts have been exchanged. 3. The creature lifts his hand off of its chest. Hineni winces and watches in horror as it pulls it into his hood. A moment later, he feels something move against his bleeding wound. A tongue. The courtship is complete. Our covenant is true, Hineni. I accept you as mine. Hoo, hoots the creature, wobbling around as if deeply embarrassed. "The what now?" asks Hineni, blinking as the window appears next to him. "Engagement proposal, accepted." A loud ruffling of feathers explodes from a foot away. But in that instant, as he reopens his eyes and looks back, he sees nothing there, save for his own outstretched arm and his bloody hand grasping only empty air. Chapter 4, F is for 4 and frogs. But we don't talk about them here. Frogs are bad. Hineni sits at his table. His good hand is wrapped around the mug in order to keep it still. However, he can't stop his fingers from tapping from time to time against the thing's dusty surface. His bad hand is bandaged and lays on the table. His eyes, wide and paranoid like an owl's, stare out of the window, searching for any sign of an oddity or disturbance. But today, the morning after what he considers to be his first episode, everything is as it should be. A normal number of people walk by, dressed in the normal amounts of normally odd clothing, equipment, and armor. All of them move normally through the perfectly normal city that is having a very normal day, like any other. The sunshine is normal. The happy, excited voices are normal. The sounds of their lives are normal. The only thing out of place is the half-reflection of his own 2 eyes, which he sees in the dirty window. But that's a fixable problem. Hineni blinks and looks away. Of course, he can't really attribute the events of last night to some attack of his degenerated mind. He'd love to, but the problem is that when he opens his menu, the class and title designations are still there. Weaponsmith Hineni, chosen of the owl god, he mutters under his breath. He's supposed to be a blacksmith, not a weaponsmith. He never specialized because he never had the money for it and it seemed unnecessary. You don't need to be a weaponsmith to make iron swords. His index, middle, and ring fingers tap against the mug, one at a time. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. Hineni quickly slides the mug across the table, letting it out of his grasp. It falls off of the side and lands on the empty bench across from him. So there are only 2 lines of deduction left for him. Although, neither of them are reasonable. The first is that his insanity isn't contained in sporadic episodes and is an ongoing issue. This would be, of course, suboptimal. The other option is that he unwittingly entered into a deal with some ancient forest deity. Is this unheard of? No, actually. There are countless myths and tall tales of heroes and champions and fabled adventurers entering into such bargains with great gods or even just minor ones. There are, of course, darker stories as well, of people who had naively undertaken dealings with entities that were far more malicious. Odd forest gods, water gods, fire gods, war gods, hell, even obscure love gods, all of these entities have been recorded as existing in historical canon. Some of them are even around and running around this very second on the surface of this very mortal world he inhabits, delving into the most horrible dungeons and accomplishing great feats together with their followers. Hell, there are literal temples dedicated to the gods, some of which they physically reside in this very city. He could walk down to the inner city, where there are a few literal gods residing right now with their followers and shake hands. Except for the love god, but that's a story that Hineni isn't interested in thinking about right now. He doesn't go to that neighborhood. But an owl god? Hineni stares around the room, expecting to see the metal owl somewhere. He doesn't. Who has ever heard of such a thing? Who? Hineni looks around the room. WH. The man jumps to his feet, stopping his mind from saying the word again a third time, and his hands instinctively grip the edge of the table. He winces and recoils back immediately from the sting in his palm. What does an owl god even want? Except to marry him, apparently. Although, that might be his own fault. Didn't they used to have books on owls? His eyes rise upward, looking towards the door behind the empty receptionist's counter, near the front door. He hasn't been in there, in the library, since he had arrived back here and looked inside one time. Hineni spares one last look towards his beloved window, before getting up and walking across the empty hall. A long time ago, this structure used to be the main adventurers' guild in this city. But after the incident that left him scarred and killed his folks, nobody was left to run it and the building stood empty, waiting for its owner to come of age. As such, it had everything an adventurers' guild should have, at least by the standards of 10 years ago. One of these things is a small library. Moving behind the receptionist's counter, he grabs the dusty door handle and turns it. The door's hinges creak loudly, as if complaining about being disturbed from their long sleep. The smell is the first thing that hits him as he enters the library. It's the smell of old paper, of books, and of air that has gone stale in an oddly comforting fashion. But the dust does ruin it all, just a little. There is a lot of dust. The library is a small, square room with 2 stories of height. It's accessible from this door down here on the ground floor, and the upper part of the library, which is a square inner balcony that runs a ring around the inside of the room, can be reached via either the door in the upstairs corridor, or by climbing the spiral staircase here on the side of the room. Although, he isn't sure if he trusts the metal construction anymore, in all honesty. It hasn't been maintained since then. Owls, 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 mutters Hineni, puzzling about how things used to be sorted here. He used to spend a lot of time here as a child, but then he stopped reading, having found more enjoyment in the use of his newfound magical abilities. He flicks through the catalogue, remembering the nice elf girl who used to run the library. She was always kind to him. Although she was a real stickler for the rules of the library, she always shushed him or shooed him out if he got noisy, even if there was nobody else here and even if this was his family's home. The books on owls end up being downstairs, right close to the front of the room, under the O section of the obvious category, animals. Hineni spends a while skimming through the pages of the book. There are a lot of different kinds of owls, apparently. But none of these pages refer to anything like an owl god, obviously, perhaps. But what he does find is the hand-drawn depiction of something akin to what he is looking for, a brown, tawny owl. His fingers run down the page as he reads everything he can about them. Flipping pages, he then gets to the next topic, courtship. To his horror, he reads how these owls will select a partner through an intricate process of exchanging gifts and visiting each other. He quickly comes to understand his mistake. He just wanted to give an owl some jerky. The owl apparently thinks that he wants to help it make some eggs. There is an obvious miscommunication here. Hineni looks back down at the page and at the last line. Tawny owls choose only one partner and mate for their entire lives. Shit. It doesn't look like there's an easy way out of this. Should he just tell it about the mix-up and clear the air? He doesn't want to get married to an owl. It's not that he has any prospects at all, let alone any better ones, but it just seems odd. Yet. It seems odd. Hineni tilts his head. Besides, he was just getting into the swing of bachelor life. The man sighs, setting the book back onto the shelf. That joke wasn't true, and it didn't make him laugh. He's so lonely. But, marrying an owl? Let alone an owl god? He doesn't even know it. It seems very rushed. His hand rests on the shelf. But what's going to happen when he tells a literal god that he is taking back his offer? Is it going to take his refusal personally? It seemed really happy and excited last night, if not terrifying. So what happens if it turns that energy into something more malicious? He's just a simple man. He can't compete against an angry god, no matter how obscure it is. This could be dangerous. Besides all of that, he can't have someone around him. He doesn't want to wear his scarf and robe and hat all day, every day. Inside of the house, by himself, he can be free of such trappings, but only if he is alone and if nobody is there to see his disfigurement. He shakes his head and leaves the library. His hand grips the door. Hineni spares one last look inside, up towards the high shelves that span to the ceiling far above him. There, far atop the extremely tall shelves that tower to the next floor, far out of reach, sits the metal owl. It stares down his way. Hineni closes the door. He stops, standing there, his hand still on the handle. Unable to stop himself, he opens it again and peeks inside the library a second time. The owl is gone from its spot. He closes the door. Knowing full well that he's being weird, Hineni opens the door for the third time, looking inside again a third time. No owl. He sighs in relief and shakes his head, ready to head to the forge to finish the special order sword. He needs to get the money today if he wants to afford food this week. He makes his way through the large structure and heads down the stone corridor that leads to the forge, and, despite it being far too early for him to do this kind of work, according to his usual schedule, he sets to it. Most of it he had finished last night anyways. He just needs to attach the hilt and the blade together and wrap it up nicely for the delivery. The hilt still lays on the ground, and he picks it up, looking it over. The engraving is indeed still there, together with a flake of what he assumes is a burnt piece of his skin. He rubs that off. Grabbing a ready-made, threaded blade from his barrel full of them, he sticks the long screw into the hole in the hilt and then, holding the blade between his legs, tightens it with his good hand. Attaching a nut to the protruding screw after that is simple enough. Iron blade short sword. Quality: normal, composition: iron, 89%. Silicia, 2%. Alumina, 5%. Calcium, 2%. Magnesium, 1%. Impurities, 1%. Quality effects: none. O2 physical DMG. A short, sleek iron blade that is meant for a short sword. Its edges are razor sharp. Made by Hineni. Weight, 0.6 kilograms. Durability, 20/20 value, 12 obols. Now there's just the matter of sanding it down, since the customer didn't want a pommel. He sets the combat-ready sword down onto his workbench. Usually, sanding he would do by hand, as he finds the process very soothing. But this time, he'd have to use his abilities again. Sanding with only one hand sounds like an arduous task, and he isn't interested, honestly. Hineni uses blacksmithing sand metal, fine. The edges of the nut come off as soon as the glow of his spell dissipates. It would be troublesome to unscrew later, should the customer need to have the blade exchanged. But this is what they wanted, so that's going to be their future problem, not his, as far as he sees it. Finally, grabbing some thread, some leather, and some soft, black fabric from his pile of such things on the far end of the workbench, he sets to work, slowly wrapping the materials around the grip of the hilt. First, some fabric for padding, sticking it in place with some glue. Then he binds the leather over it, threading it with the thick, strong string. It isn't the ideal way to make a grip, the layering of the materials like this would cause a little bit of slip, especially during strong impacts. But he thinks it's more comfortable, and it causes less of a shake in the bones when metal hits metal. Hineni nods, satisfied. The sword is done. A window appears. Iron short sword, gift of the owl god. Quality: normal. Composition: iron hilt XL, normal. Threaded iron blade short sword, normal. Iron nut, normal. Leather wrap, normal. Black cloth wrap, normal. Black cord, normal. Quality effects: chosen of the owl god. Adds additional attributes to the attached weapon. Title effect: gift of the owl god. +3 obscurantism. +3 wind DMG. +3 luck. 03 physical DMG. A custom-made, iron short sword. Its hilt is unusually fat. Made by Weaponsmith Hineni, chosen of the owl god. No pommel attached. Weight: 1.23 kg. Durability: 30/30ths value: 300 obols. Hineni stares at the window for a while, trying to observe all of the things wrong with it all at the same time. But he doesn't know where to start. He looks back down at the sword, lifting it up with one hand. It feels like a normal iron short sword of his, barring the fat grip. But he swings the blade once through the air, expecting the usual sensation of metal cutting nothing. But instead, an arc forms behind the weapon, a whispering trail of displaced air that is visible, much like it would be in the sweltering heat of a dry summer. A gust of wind pushes back against him, tousling his sooty, black hair. It's only there for a moment, but he can see it and he can feel it. This sword is enchanted, it does wind damage and has a substantial amount of power for such a low-level item. Iron short swords are level 1 adventuring stuff. Enchanted equipment usually didn't even start becoming a focus for adventurers until level 10 at the very minimum. He looks back at the menu. 3 luck is powerful as well. Luck is a very rare stat for equipment to raise. Plus whatever the hell obscurantism is. He's never heard of that value before. Saying the word, his eyes wander down towards the monetary value of the weapon, and Hineni's good hand begins to quake. He carefully sets the sword back down onto the table, stepping back from it as if it were a priceless artifact. 300, he says to himself, reaching over the table for the work order. The order was only for 40 obols. He looks at the sheet and then back at the sword. Clearly it had gotten a boon from what is apparently his new patron god. Hineni rubs his head. Apparently, serving a literal god really has some tangible benefits, even an obscure god like the owl god. He had just made a month's worth of money for himself with one single order. Hoo exhales the man, letting out a deeply held breath as he stares at this new item. Chapter 5, Who are you? It is later. Hineni has traveled down the street to the Adventurers Guild to deliver the sword for the order. The party rages on loudly behind him. This is too much, says the elven woman with deep, purple bags under her eyes who is sitting behind the counter of the Adventurers Guild as she looks at the sword and then at the order. The customer only wanted to pay 40. She tilts her head, looking at the title of the weapon and then at him. Wait, owl god. The receptionist swipes a strand of her dusty blonde hair out of her face, pulling it back to the tail on the back of her head. Owl god, replies Hineni quietly, nodding. The brim of his long hat bobs down once to obscure his eyes. He had expected as much. There's no way that an adventurer who needs an iron short sword could pay 300 obols. Wow, she says in a long, protracted exhalation that he would almost dub as being too suspiciously excited. But he's a paranoid mess, so. Her tired eyes light up as she sizes him up and down. We've never had a new proselyte in our guild before, she says, a tinge of excitement shining through her tired eyes. She turns her head, calling into the other room behind the counter. Hey, Benny. Ah, wait, please don't, starts Hineni, quickly lifting his hands in a slowing gesture. An elven man, Benny, apparently, looks around the open door frame from the other room behind the counter. Hineni lowers his head, pulling the scarf up higher. He wishes that she would just give him the money so that he can go back home. Unfortunately, chopping wood isn't going to happen for a while with his bad hand. But he had expected this scene to happen as well. It's not often that someone is chosen by a god and forced to convert to following them, a proselyte, at least in this neighborhood. There are many others here in this city, but they're all prancing around in some high-end guild or in a temple. It turns out that being divinely chosen has a way of elevating you off of the streets. The receptionist points at the menu. "Check this out," she says excitedly, her voice rising over the loud ambience of the Adventurers Guild. Even if Hineni had opted to come inside during the night, the guild is as full as always. The never-ending party is raging in full steam behind him as dozens of people drink their way through their lives of adventure and chaos. Thankfully, they are always too busy reveling and being too boisterous and drunk to nose around too much. He can always just walk up to the counter, drop his stuff off, and go with the money in his hand. No fuss, no questions asked. "What's up?" asks Benny, squinting his eyes. "We got a prosy," she answers very loudly. Hineni drops his shoulders. She's really making a bigger deal out of this than he was hoping for. Benny's face turns pale, and he rushes over, examining the menu. Hineni lifts a finger, trying to shush them both. "Please be chew." "A proselyte," yells Benny, obnoxiously loud. Hineni flinches together, wondering for a moment if he didn't just do that on purpose. Very slowly, he turns his head to look back over his shoulder. The party has gone silent, and every single face looks his way. Each mug, held frozen in the air by wet hands, each body, sitting at the heavy wooden benches, each set of eyes, all of these things are frozen entirely, as if stuck in time. Oddly enough, he'd swear that he can hear a frog croaking somewhere. Hineni quickly turns back to the counter. "Can I get my money, please?" he asks in a hushed voice. "Just the 40 is fine," he explains, sliding the written order further across the counter, towards the receptionist. Hushed whispers come from behind him. Hineni feels sweat starting to bead on his skin, on the unscarred parts of it that are still capable of forming any. "Hey, isn't he that guy?" The voice trails off as they whisper into their friend's ear. Two hands hit against the table, and they jump up, their chair scooting back. "Wait, really?" asks the other person in surprise. "I always thought he might be a vampire." "Maybe he is. What god chose him? Was it her? Is he one of you?" There is a dull thud. "Ow! Quiet!" hisses a voice next to them, sounding very worried that the wrong person might hear this confusing insinuation. Hineni freezes, not turning around to address the crowd. He stands there, sweat running down his cold, clammy, stiff body. His hands are locked firmly on top of the counter. His eyes are locked on it as well, wide in terror. He wants to leave. He wants to turn around, walk straight to the door, and leave. But he can't. He's frozen in place once again. He wants to lift his feet, but they feel stuck, as if his soles were glued to the floor. He wants to jump over the counter and hide behind it, but he can't, his arms won't move. The only thing he can force himself to do is breathe, and even that is far more troublesome than it ought to be. A hand suddenly grabs his good one, breaking the spell as the man across the counter vigorously shakes it, together with the rest of his entire arm, exclaiming what an honor it is in a manner that makes him deeply uneasy. Hineni isn't sure if it's his own sweaty palms or the man's hands, but there's something damp in his grip. Hineni doesn't really get much of his dialogue, he's too busy feeling the blood rushing through his brain and back into his icy cold fingertips. His heart thrashes in his chest. The inevitable scooting of benches being pushed away and of boots rising up comes to his ears as several people from the crowd make their way towards him. There is an odd, damp smell in the air, one that he can't quite identify. "An owl god? I've never heard of that," says some curious woman. Voices begin to hiss, some of them sounding oddly offended. But others just carry on normally in their excitement. "Do you think they're powerful?" asks another voice. Some groans, sounding unsure. "Maybe it's some offshoot of the forest god." Excited whispers come in response to that proposition. "I bet they're really smart." "Owls are smart, right? I bet for a caster, it'd be a great god to follow." But all of their words and their prodding get drowned out as he stares in unblinking parallelization across the counter. The touching of his body, the people examining the sword, and the window all vanish from his perception as all he feels and hears is the beating of his heart. It's faster now. Stronger. It strikes in his chest. Once. Twice. "Thr. Who are you?" asks a voice at his side, tearing him out of his frozen state. Hineni's eyes go wide and his shaking head turns to look down at the small, blue-robed caster standing next to him, tugging on his sleeve. Her face is young, her swamp water green eyes are curious and excited like all of those of the many other people around him. She's wearing an expensive but dirty robe and has bruises on her neck. All of them, these people, want something from him. Information. Connections. A job. Requests to become fellow worshippers. Banter. It's too much. People are pulling on him, trying to get him to their table to drink with them. Hey? Stranger, she asks again. Who are you? His eyes go even wider as he stares at her, they burn from dryness. He hasn't blinked once. Hey! His body shakes. She's going to say the word. She's going to say it again. She's going to say it again. His eyes open as wide as they can go as they burn from the growing irritation. Who? She asks a third time. Hineni breaks. Excuse me, he yells and rushes away from the crowd, pushing his way out of the guild and sprinting out into the night, ignoring any calls that come after him, leaving both the sword and the money behind as he runs through the city, back to his house as fast as he can, and with every step he takes, the shadows move alongside him. The wind he hears in his ears is not just that born of his own momentum, rather, there is another source, some cold, whispering night breeze. His paranoid eyes dart left and right, looking into every crevice and darkened window that lines the road, which he runs down as fast as he can, gasping and heaving for every breath of air that he can draw into his mouth through the fabric of his scarf. Starlight accompanies him as one of the lone sources of light out this late at night, save for the rare firefly glow of a still illuminated window. But even with this sparse, poor light, he can see it in every shadow. In every dark corner that he runs past, in every open, lightless window, perched on every roof, is the owl. No matter where he turns his head, the owl is there, and it watches him. Hineni tears his keys out of his pocket, jams them into the door, and barges inside, slamming it tightly shut behind himself before falling down with his back against it, his chest heaving, his eyes wet. Clutching the top of his hat and pulling his knees in, Hineni sits there, trying to calm down again. But the faint, lingering smell of fire, which has always been here since the incident, does nothing to alleviate his panic. There is no solace to be found, however, in his moment of silence, nor any resolve for his unease. The quiet that he had expected to find in his home is broken by a quiet, excited clicking. His shaking eyes trace lines over the gaps between the floorboards as they rise upwards, towards the rafters. Hineni! 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 Calls the voice of the owl creature. But Hineni doesn't look up further towards the source, he turns his head back and stares down at the floor beneath himself, his fingers clenching the hat tighter, pressing through the fabric and down into his skull. It's too much! It's too much! The voice calls out around him, and he hears the ruffling of feathers as the entity floats in a half-circle before him, calling his name over and over and over, but he never responds, keeping his eyes locked onto the floorboards. Something slides into his downward locked vision. His vision, focused on the ground beneath himself, has no choice but to fall onto the creature that has slid down on its back, sliding into his sparse field of view head first, resting just between his boots. Hineni stares fearfully at the large, yellow eyes staring his way from just beneath his own face, shining out of the hood up towards him. Their unnatural glow is likely the brightest thing in the room. It stares up at him curiously. He can smell the creature. The smells of its body are overpowered by scents that carry notes of forest wood and soft flowers, the conjoined odor of which is out of place with the overwhelmed, bitter feelings that he is feeling right now. Hineni, asks the owl god. Who are you? Asks Hineni, staring with wide eyes that still haven't blinked once at the thing beneath him. It tilts its head, which is resting on the floor between his two boots, instinctively from side to side, the back of its hood rubbing over the wooden floorboards. He feels it bumping into his left boot. Hotoku's the owl creature softly, tilting its head back the other way. Hineni's eyes shake. Who are you? He yells, trying to grab it. There is a ruffle of feathers, and Hineni instinctively covers his face to shield it. Looking down a moment later, he sees that the creature has vanished, disappearing from between his feet. Hineni finally rises up, looking around the room. He stands there in the darkness, searching for any shadow that moves, for any displaced air that might give a hint to the presence of the entity. But he receives nothing, save for a loud, angry, hissing sound. The man looks upwards towards the rafters above the hall, staring at the darkened silhouette of the creature, sitting there high above him in the shadows and glaring down at him with two, wide, giant, angry eyes. It twists its head around into a full tilt, first one way, then the other. Its body is pulled together tightly, and it sits stiff, tall, and rigid. The two of them stare at each other for a while, both of their sets of eyes wide, unsure, and paranoid. He is scary, hoots the thing, sounding deeply offended and narrowing its eyes. It leans down from the rafters, bending its body forward as it glares at him and reads his body in anticipation of an awaited attack. He is scared, it says, its narrowed eyes going wide again in realization. It vanishes from the rafters in an instant, together with a flurry of feathers. Hineni stares around the room, his hands at his side, as if prepared for an attack. His body is tense. Who? Movement circles all around him. Hineni doesn't know which way to look. It's fast. Even in this indoor space, he can't find it. Hineni, says a voice from beside him. He turns around and looks at the owl person sitting on the edge of the receptionist's counter, its legs dangling off the edge as it swings them. He won't be hurt. He is safe. Hineni, says the entity. We are, it says, pointing at him and then at itself. Safe. Who are you? Asks Hineni, stepping forward towards the thing that just sits there, dangling its legs, seemingly having come to the conclusion that it doesn't need to be afraid of him. What do you want? It tilts its head. Who has Hineni visited? It asks. Obi. Who has Hineni exchanged 3 gifts with? It asks. The creature grabs its hood. SCU. Who has followed Hineni's call? It asks. RA, it proclaims, dropping its hood to reveal its sharp, bony humanish face. It pulls its taloned legs up, squatting on the counter and tilting its head. I want power. Hey. It tilts its head to the side, staring at him with its haunting eyes. Obscura wants power, it explains, vanishing once more with speed that he is unable to follow. A voice comes from just behind him, between him and the door. And Hineni will help, it says. He gets the feeling that this statement isn't a suggestion or a realization from the creature, but rather a command. He feels 2 hands, adorned with thin humanish fingers that have long, sharp talons, touch the sides of his stomach from behind. Why should I? He asks, finding a surprising amount of sudden bravery to even bring up the obvious question. The fingers run around him entirely, locking together on the front of his stomach as the thing clutches him from behind. He looks down at the razor-sharp talons, pressing lightly into the fabric of his coat just above his stomach. They could tear through it in a second, if the creature was so inclined. Because Hineni wants, hoots Obscura, lifting a finger. Hineni's eyes follow its direction, towards the booth and the window where he has sat alone for so many days. And Obscura will give. Chapter 6, Mishaps in Hot Baths. Sparks fly out in all directions as Hineni strikes against the clamped-down blade of the sword again, hammering the red-hot piece of metal flat into shape. It's all he can do to hit the right spot with his non-dominant arm. Left, says Obscura. Hineni, following her words rather than his instincts, tries to hit a small bulge on the left side of the metal. This had been going on for a while. He would hammer his way through his work, and the creature would chime in every few minutes, seeing something that he didn't from her distant perch, high up by the roof windows. Working in the forge is brutal tonight though. Not only because of his throbbing, useless hand or because of him trying to push his way through with his left hand, but also because of the usual heat of the fire, the nervousness of having not only a visitor but a keenly watching one, and because he is fully dressed. Apron, fireproof mantle, his hat, and some rolled up leather instead of his scarf. He's soaking wet, drenched with sweat beneath the odd assemblage of clothes, but he refuses to work in the buff with this pair of observant eyes watching him. There is no way that she couldn't have seen his injuries during their last encounter here, but she hasn't mentioned them. Still, he doesn't want the odd god to see more than she already has. This process goes on for a time as he makes the blade, the hilt, and the pommel. But all of these things are suboptimal. This is a low-quality item, there's no other way to look at it. Hineni sighs, wiping his forehead on his shoulder as he stares at the menu of the very shitty sword. There's only so much he can do with just one hand. Iron longsword gift of the owl god. Quality. Low. Composition. Iron hilt, low. Threaded iron blade longsword, low. Iron nut, normal. Leather wrap, normal. Black cloth wrap, normal. Black cord, normal. Quality effects. -1 DMG. Chosen of the owl god. Adds additional attributes to the attached weapon. Title effect. Gift of the owl god. +3 obscurantism. +3 wind DMG. +3 luck. O2 physical DMG. An iron longsword. The metal is a little bumpy and the blade wobbles a small amount. Made by Weaponsmith Hineni, chosen of the Owl God. Wobbly hilt. Weight, 1.33 kilograms. Durability, 23/23 value, 233 obols. Then again. Even for a bad item, this is strong, notes a voice from above him. Hineni nods, sweat dripping down past his eyes. Usually you couldn't give away a low-quality, low-level weapon in this town to anyone except the freshest of adventurers. But with the enchantment of the Owl God, it's still a devastating weapon for its low status class. 2 physical and 3 elemental damage, plus the other bonuses, for a price of 233 obols? It's still worth a for him fortune. He just has to find a way to sell it. But going outside into public is a new problem that he isn't ready to think about just yet. Anyway, that takes care of work for tonight. He'd love to get some wood, but making a sword was hard enough with just one good hand. Chopping wood is out of the question for the rest of the week. The smell of forest comes over him as something soft touches the visible part of his forehead, wicking away the sweat there. Hineni turns his head, but before he can look, the creature has vanished from her spot right next to him and now sits on his workbench across the room. A piece of damp cloth is held in her sharp fingers. Again, says the Owl God, staring at Hineni from beneath her hood. Hey, asks the man, ready to call it quits for the night. Hineni makes a second one, says the creature, lifting up the sweaty cloth into its hood and smelling it. Obscura wants. Hineni doesn't want, replies the man, eyeing the odd creature warily. Her strange eyes shoot up back towards him. It's late. I need to sleep. Hoo-hoo, complains the Owl God, its long taloned hands digging into the wood of the workbench. Obscura gives power, says the Owl God, pointing at the sword. But Hineni doesn't give back to Obscura. She head tilts from side to side, her eyes widening at this, for it, clearly very upsetting fact of life. Hineni sighs, rubbing his eyes. Give. He looks back up at the workbench. The creature is gone. Give, commands her voice from next to him. He doesn't bother looking. He knows that if he does, she will just fly away and pester him from a different angle. Give to Obscura, she screeches at him, her shrill voice ringing in his right ear as a sharp talon digs into and through his leather apron as he's grabbed. Hineni tenses up, his muscles freezing stiff as his eyes wander down towards the hole in the apron that a trickle of blood is leaking out of, covering the bony fingers that press against himself. Obscura has stabbed Hineni, 403 DMG with her talons. Applied status, bleeding 1. HP, 36/39. His gaze instead rises instinctively towards the sword, still laying on the workbench, a red glow reflecting off of it, born from the firelight, and there is a tense silence in the air as both of them realize what is about to happen now. The creature removes her hand. Hineni swings the back of his bad hand out, making contact with the side of the creature's head and knocking her arm loose from him. Hineni strikes Obscura, 404 DMG with his fist. Self-inflicted damage, bleeding severity increased. HP, 329/333. A sharp pain shoots up his arm and torso, her sharp claw cutting further into his body as her arm pulls away too quickly. Obscura hoots in pain surprise as Hineni jumps forward and grabs the sword with his good hand, swinging it around in an instant, a gust of air blowing back against him from the enchantment as he cuts through the empty space where he just stood a second ago. Obscura is gone. Panting, he holds the sword out in front of himself, looking around the fire-lit glow of the forge. Wet trickles down his body. Hineni suffers 02 DMG bleeding 2. HP, 34/39. Wind rushes around him. Hineni swings the sword out to the side, hitting nothing but darkness. Hineni suffers 02 DMG bleeding 2. HP, 32/39. This was a mistake. He should have known better than to trust some weird, spooky owl god. His greed had gotten the better of him, thinks Hineni. Or maybe it was just hope. His wide, paranoid eyes, reflecting the yellow gleam of the forge, scan the room as he makes his way across it, towards the door. Get out, he tells the darkness, swinging the sword around at every shadow that he sees in the corners of his eyes. Get out, shouts Hineni, his eyes wide, the smell of fire in his nose. Hineni suffers 02 DMG bleeding 2. HP, 30/39. He sees the thing, sitting up in the corner by the roof windows, hunched down and staring at him with wide, glowing eyes. A hand is beneath its hood, clutching the spot that he struck. Get the hell out of here, yells Hineni, now too stressed out to care anymore. Take your 3 gifts and go die in the forest, he shouts at Obscura, pointing the sword at the hissing creature. He throws the weapon down to the ground and then grabs the door, pushing himself through it and closing it tightly behind himself. Hineni suffers 02 DMG bleeding 2 HP, 28/39. Hobbling forward, holding his side with his good hand, he feels blood coming out of it fairly quickly. He doesn't have much health to begin with, he needs to stop the bleeding soon or he's going to run dry in a few minutes. Hineni makes his way through the stone corridor and out towards the hall, leaving a smear behind himself. Hineni suffers 02 DMG bleeding 2 HP, 26/39. What had he gotten himself into? Of course, it was a stupid idea to enter into a pact with some shady fucking owl god. He was just so desperate and stupid that he believed this was a good plan. It's probably just waiting for him to fall over so it can eviscerate him like that mouse that it left on his windowsill. Hineni suffers 02 DMG bleeding 2 HP, 24/39. Hineni stumbles forward, feeling the leaking of his body continue. He's lost too much blood to keep his balance well anymore. The world is starting to spin. He feels deeply nauseous, wanting to vomit but not being able to do so. The prospect of clenching his gut muscles hurts too much. He's not going to get further than this, though. The man flops down onto his favorite bench, falling backwards onto the spot where he usually sits, down below the window, and presses his hand tighter against his wet coat, trying to stop the bleeding. His hat pulls itself off of his head, flopping down halfway over his face as it gets caught in the space between the bench and table. The laceration is deep. He doesn't even need to peel open his coat to feel it. He could use a spell from his primary class to cauterize it and stop the bleeding. But he decides that he'd rather bleed out. Going back into the forge to get a piece of hot metal isn't in the cards now either. Hineni suffers 01 DMG bleeding 1. Status, bleeding severity reduced. HP, 23/39. Hineni smiles, finally some good luck. But having lost the amount of blood he has, his smile falls limp as the vision leaves his eyes, and he falls into darkness, unsure if he is going to wake up come morning. He hopes that nobody looks in through the window and sees him while he lays here. Hineni suffers 02 DMG bleeding 1. HP, 22/39. His peaceful sleep is interrupted by a loud, sharp knocking. Hineni opens his eyes, feeling his entire body aching and burning with a deeply unpleasant sensation that pushes through him like a fever. He groans. It hurts a lot. The knocking of something against glass comes again. His eyes shoot open wide, and he shoots upright straight away, his hat flying down to the ground. Hineni lets out a pained groan as he keels over to the side and holds his front with his good arm. His body is a real mess right now. He's still alive though, that's something, right? Excuse me, asks a muffled voice. His eyes grow wide and he pushes through the pain, grabbing his hat from the ground and pulling up the leather covering his face as he turns around to look at the window, realizing what a sight he must be. Are you all right? Asks the person. Hineni, in his daze, narrows his eyes, trying to identify them. It's the receptionist from the Adventurers Guild. She's standing out in the street with her face pressed against the glass. Eager to get her to go away, Hineni gives her an awkward thumbs up and shuffles off, before she can say or ask anything else. A second later, there's a sharp knocking on the front door. He freezes. Shit. Tunk tunk. She saw him. He interacted with her. He can't just pretend that he isn't home now, realizes Hineni. Maybe he can just lie down and pretend to be dead? That sounds like a good idea. He needs to rest. He feels sick. Tunk tunk tunk. The door is knocked on again and his eyes wander towards it as he searches his thoughts for an escape. But there's no way out of this. Hobbling towards the entrance, he grabs his coat from the rack, double-checks his ratty, crusty attire, and then carefully opens the door an inch, peeking out at the face on the other side. Are you sure that you're okay? She asks. Did you get robbed? Should I call the guards? Asks the elf with deep eye bags. Her eyes wander around the area, looking unusually alert and sharp in comparison to her usual sleepy demeanor. I'm fine, lies Hineni. Work accident, he says, closing the door again. She jams her foot in, stopping him. Wait. Ow, she yelps. He stops, pulling back an inch. Sorry, he apologizes, though, honestly, it's her fault for doing something so rude. What? He asks, lowering his head so that the brim of his hat can hide his eyes. The guild manager just wanted to give you this, she says. Your money for the sword. How did you find me? He asks, this being his first worry. Some of the regulars knew you lived here, she explains. I saw you through the window. Hineni's eyes shift around, staring at the ground. How did people know about him? He supposes it must be some of the neighbors, who had seen him come out at night. He looks up at the satchel she is holding through the door with her fingers. He doesn't need to take it to know that there are more than 40 obols in that bag. It's too much. The guild wants to cover the rest of the price, as a gesture of respect for your patron deity. Hineni narrows his eyes and pushes the bag back out of the door. Thank you. No, he says, quickly closing it now that her foot is gone. He sighs, sliding back down against the door, clenching his body. He really needs to look at his wounds. In an ideal world, he'd receive professional treatment to prevent infection. But that isn't the world he lives in. She knocks on the door again. Please go away, says Hineni. I need to give you this, she says, sounding increasingly annoyed. Hineni sits there for a while, not answering. His stomach growls. With tired eyes, he looks down at his coat and reaches in, grabbing some of the dried meat in it. The last of it is covered in his blood. He sighs, his head flopping back against the door. He really does need the money, though. But Hineni forces himself to stand up again, wishing that he hadn't bothered sitting down to begin with. He opens the door again, seeing that the elf is still standing there, her tired eyes worried about something. He gestures for the bag, looking down away from her eyes at it, and then digs out 40 obols, handing the rest of the bag back to her. Thank you. Goodbye. Hey? But Hineni, got 40 obols. Hineni shuts the door, determined not to open it again this time, no matter how many times she knocks. These 40 obols are his by right. He made a sword. The others? He doesn't want them. The owl god can shove them right up her feathery. The man blinks, realizing that he doesn't know anything about bird biology. He makes a note to stop off in the library again, after he's cleaned himself up. No. No, no. He thinks, shaking his head. He's done with this owl nonsense. If it wants to come and kill him in his sleep for breaking up with it, then it should get it over with. The man hobbles his way across the hall, ignoring the splatters and smears of his own blood all around himself. Nothing that a lot of time and some more dust can't hide. He also does his best to ignore the sensation of eyes watching him as he goes. Probably the elf still, peeping through a window again. He wishes people would just leave him alone. He just wants that right now. The washroom is a large, communal bathing area, made entirely out of massive, white, and very ornate stonework. It had been the most expensive part of the house back in the day. His mother had insisted on it, saying that adventurers were the dirtiest, most disgusting bunch of people in this world, and she wasn't entirely wrong about it. A good guild needs a heavy-duty washroom to keep up with the demand of hundreds of muddy, bloody, gore and urine-soaked people running in and out of it all day. Now, he has the giant thing all to himself. The bath is a massive, steaming pool, heated by an underground aquifer with a few special enchantments in place. The water is always hot. Hineni hangs up his hat, undoes his scarf, and then drops his coat. Although, he isn't looking forward to this next part. Wincing, he slowly undoes the apron and begins peeling it apart from himself. Crusted blood causes the damp leather to stick to his wound and the surrounding skin. He's a real mess, realizes the man. The wound is next to impossible to see. The whole area is just red and caked with more dried out, crusted red. There is a stained piece of fabric covering the area, which he doesn't remember applying to the gash. His hand is still blistered beneath the bandage too. He really can't catch a break this week. He can't go into the bath like this. His wound might end up reopening, because of the hot water, but he can wash it at least. Hineni sits down on the edge of the bath, putting his legs into the hot water with some relief, as he reaches to the side, grabbing some long since unfolded towels. He dips one into the water, dabbing his torso clean. Blood smears off everywhere, the light grey towel becomes ruined as it soaks up the mess of his body. Eventually, 6 minutes and 3 towels later, the area is clean and the wound is clearly visible. It runs along the right side of his body, from the side of his stomach to his second lowest rib. The talon must have gotten in pretty deep to cause that kind of bleeding. Damn owl, curses the man, throwing the next red towel onto the heap on the floor. He takes a moment to gently clean off his hurt hand as well. It looks gross. But that's fine. It will just look as scarred and ruined as the rest of his body now, when it heals. Just something else to hide. He supposes that he's going to have to start wearing a glove now too. Well, gloves. People would look at him oddly if he only wore one glove. Hineni stops, sitting there at the edge of the water and just staring down at the face that stares back up his way as an odd wave of nostalgia washes over him for just a moment, his spine tingling as for only the briefest flash of an instant. He feels like he was a child, staring into this same water. But he isn't that child, and this isn't the same water. The tired, hurt man sighs. Back to life as usual then, he supposes. Hineni takes a moment to wipe the rest of his body clean before simply getting up. He picks up the whole bunch of dirty, bloody clothes and towels, including the leather apron and wrap, and just throws all of them into the hot bath. If he lets it soak long enough, it will get clean on its own, right? Buck naked, the king of his own castle, Hineni hobbles through the back door of the washroom and heads up the staircase to get to his room so that he can get some real rest. He's going to take it easy for a few days. He can buy some food tonight. By the time his wet form gets there, though, it has a noticeable amount of ambient dust sticking to it. Opening his door, he stops in his tracks, staring at the thing in his bedroom, sitting on his bed. The metal owl. Is this a threat? Is Obscura trying to intimidate him? Scowling, he slams the door to his bedroom shut, grabs the metal owl, and tosses it down into the street, fairly confident that he didn't just kill someone, as no scream comes back up in retaliation from outside. Shaking his head, the man gently lowers his mostly clean body down on top of his old, dirty sheets and doesn't even have time to complain about the smell before he falls asleep. It smells like owl. Chapter 7, Weaponsmith Hineni Obscura. Hineni's sleep is filled with nothing but restless dreams. He's running through a burning forest, and every time that he breaches its edge, he finds himself back inside of it again somehow. There is no owl or anything else. There is just him, the forest, and the fire. Together with him in the woodland are frogs and the sound of heavy hooves trampling the ashes. The same dream returns to him over and over, and every time he wakes up, he's panting and heaving and thrashing around in his bed before falling back into a new, uneasy slumber. He doesn't manage to buy food that night after all. His body hurts deeply, now that it has begun to heal. He's noticing a rise in his temperature. He thinks the wound is becoming infected. Hineni forces himself to walk to the washroom to wash it off again, before finding his way back to his dirty bed on weak legs and falling back into it. Although, for hygiene's sake, he does pick up an old, dirty blanket from the floor and tosses it over the dirty sheets, before laying on top of it. Hineni sleeps. The next time he wakes, he does so because there is a tapping on his window. He wakes up, his eyes shooting to the side. Groaning, the man sits upright, listening. Is it raining? He turns his head, looking. But there is nothing to see apart from the night. How long has he been asleep? He doesn't know. He's hungry. He feels feverish. He needs to go and buy some real food and to see a priest to heal himself, but... Looking down, he sees that his wound is sealing itself. But the entire area is red and certainly looks to be infected. Gods know what kind of weird, forest gunk that damn bird had on its talons. He hopes he doesn't die. His stomach growls. Or maybe he does. He could really go for a bite to eat. You are hungry. Healing rate reduced. Max HP reduced -20%. All stats reduced -20%. Hineni sighs, looking to see what the disturbance was about. Staring out of the still closed window, he sees the dead frog laying there on his windowsill. It is cleanly eviscerated and gutted by a razor-sharp implement. He opens the window, looking out into the night. Go to hell, he shouts vaguely into the darkness, grabbing the frog and throwing it off into the street, not impressed by the threat in the least. If Obscura is going to kill him, then it should just come here and do it. Only after he shuts the window again and falls back into his bed does he realize that he didn't have his scarf on. He hopes that nobody saw him. Hineni sleeps. His fever worsens. Your wound is infected. You are very hungry. Healing rate reduced. Max HP reduced -40%. All stats reduced -40%. Damn owl, mutters the man, noticing that he feels oddly dizzy as he tosses and turns in his bed. How many days has he been lying here? He's really hungry. He still has some bloody jerky in his coat, doesn't he? Oh, wait. He threw that into the bath 2 or 3 days ago. Is he going to die, alone in his house, because of a bird? Well, a bird god, but still. It's ridiculous. Why did his life turn into, whatever this is? Then again, he could just go to the Adventurers Guild and get taken care of. He'd be in and out in a night. It's not really a problem. Nah, says Hineni. That's not an option. There are people in the Adventurers Guild. Lots of people who want to talk to him, who want to look at him and touch him, and who want to annoy him. He'd rather take his chances here. Sweaty and weak, Hineni sits upright, his hand holding himself upright against the wall as he rises out of his bed and tries to make his way out of his room and into the dusty corridor. Panting and feeling oddly dewy, he makes his way down the hallway, smacking his dry lips and foul-tasting mouth as he heads down into the washroom, sliding along the wall to save himself the energy of holding his own body upright. Sure, he could just go outside and see a priest and buy some food. It wouldn't be a problem, honestly. But he doesn't want to. Whatever this is, he wants it to happen. Hot steam collides against his body, coating him immediately as he enters the washroom. The fluctuation in temperature hitting him causes a strange sensation inside of him, like all of his blood is now rushing too fast all of a sudden. The feeling brings on a bout of fresh nausea. Afraid of falling, Hineni lowers himself down to the damp tiled floor of the washroom, crawling over to the bath. His clothes are still floating in it, of course. It would be odd if they weren't. At least they're probably clean by now, right? He sticks his head into the water and drinks from it. He drinks and drinks and drinks until he thinks his wound is going to rip open again from the expansion of his stomach, and then he stops, gasping for air, lightheaded as he pulls his head back out of the water. It's nice and warm here in the washroom, at least. Hineni sighs. Is his wound healed closed enough for him to bathe yet? He doesn't know. Better wait another day. The man fishes his soaking wet coat out of the bath, throws it on the large stones next to the basin, and then lays down on top of it, down on the floor of the steamy room. It's as good a place to rest and or die as any, right? At least it's warm. Just to be sure, he digs into the pockets of the coat. Maybe there is still some jerky left? But no, there's nothing there. His arm flops down next to his body. He really should go shopping. But he's just so tired. He really should get help. But he's just so tired. Hineni sleeps. He doesn't feel like he's going to wake up this time. But that was perhaps the plan all along, after all. Infection severity increased. You are starving. Healing rate nullified. Max HP reduced -80%. All stats reduced -80%. He dreams that he's in the forest again, by the log. He's staring up at the branch above his head. It sits empty. But for a moment in that dream, he remembers the feeling of excitement he had while going to see the creature. But it isn't on the branch. Why isn't it on the branch? Hoots the owl. He realizes that it's inside his own throat. He tries to pull on it, but it won't come out. He can't breathe. He can't breathe. Hineni wakes up, his body heaving as he gasps for air, but no air comes to him. The man rolls over, feeling like he's vomiting. Something green and slippery flops out of his mouth, having been lodged in his throat while he slept. Hineni, sure that he is dead, looks at the headless half of a frog laying there in front of his face. His head flops down to the side. He's too weak to show his revulsion. His body won't respond. He does not like frogs, asks the voice of the owl, curiously. Obscura is in the washroom with him. Frogs are ugly and bad. But they taste good. I love eating frogs. Frogs. Hineni stares through the blurry vision of his weak eyes, his head laying on the damp coat, trying to find the creature. He doesn't like Obscura, asks the voice of the entity. Obscura is bad? Who a ruffle of feathers. Get out, says Hineni with the only breath he can find. Hoto complains the owl. Hineni is dying. Get out, says the man, his shaking fingers moving forward an inch to grab the frog so he has something to throw. But his arm doesn't move far enough for that to happen. Who needs food? Hineni, says the owl creature. He can hear her. She's behind him, on the other side of the bath. His fingers clench together. Who needs health? Hineni explains the thing. He can feel his teeth gritting together. Is it necessary for him to die from some stupid infection? No, he could have just gone shopping or to the guild. A priest would have fixed him up in a heartbeat. But he didn't. He didn't do it on purpose. He's laying here on the floor of the bath, on death's doorstep, because this is what he himself had chosen to do, willingly. Who needs obscura? Hineni calls the owl, not knowing in all of its wisdom that Hineni doesn't feel that way. The steamy air, already present around his hands, begins to waver as a deeper heat comes out of his grip. The water around his body sizzles audibly. The tiles beneath his hands crack and turn black from the heat of the magic condensing in his fingers. After 3 days of this, he's just about had enough of everything. He had wanted to go out quieter than this. But his annoyance at the creature that had given him hope, only to then take it away moments later, is too great for him to ignore. This is the spell that he had used to end his first life, so it's only fitting that he used it to end his second as well. Obscura! Obscura! Chants the owl, her prancing behind him evidenced by the clacking of her long talons against the tiles. Obsco! Whatever this existence of his has become, he's had enough of it. With the last of his mortal energy, Hineni rolls over, swinging his arm towards the owl, pointing at her with his middle finger, covered in a black layer of smoldering ash that leaks out of its heavily burn-scarred tip. Hineni uses ash, anti-chrysalis. The wet room explodes into a flurry of darkness, the light of the enchanted lanterns is swallowed entirely, as the entire space of the white bath fills with only 2 colors, the black of ash and the orange of the thousands of smoldering embers flying around through the cloud, as the magical explosion radiates out of his hand, filling and staining the room with a scorching void. In that same motion, Hineni flops over, rolling into the bath water as something screams in the fiery room above him. It's quiet. Is he dead? Hineni sighs in relief. He doesn't know what comes next. But at least whatever that was, it's finally over. He feels himself sinking into nothingness. Why does he not like Obscura? Asks the owl, sitting on the branch of a tree that doesn't exist. We exchanged 3 gifts. He must like me. Hineni opens his eyes, looking around, not entirely sure what this new state of his existence is. He doesn't have a body. He's just kind of present, in a place that isn't real. Not even in death is he able to find peace. He wants to sigh, but he doesn't have it left in himself. The thing that he is lifts its gaze to look at the owl who is sitting there, in the shape of a large normal owl. You hurt me, says the floating entity that is Hineni. He's pretty sure that he's dead, but apparently even here, on the other side, the owl is present and insistently bugging him. Apparently, till death do you part is only a suggestion. Then again, the marriage isn't exactly official yet. The owl tilts her head from side to side, observing him as the shapeless gestalt that he is tries to float away. But no matter how much he tries to float, he never seems to get anywhere. He can feel himself moving, but the owl and the tree stay right behind him, as if he had never budged an inch. Accident. I have sharp, says the owl, tapping its foot against the branch. Hineni then struck Obscura. They are even. You threatened me, he says, thinking about the owl statue on his bed and the headless frog on his windowsill. Obscura watches the odd, nebulous cloud that makes up his body as he speaks, as if trying to decipher his meaning. Apologizing. I was apologizing, hoots the owl. The vision of the metal statue appears next to the creature on the tree. A pair of eyes to show Hineni is not alone, as promised. The owl twists its head. The vision of a frog comes to Hineni. Food for nourishment. Hineni rejected it and became weak like a fool. The owl hoots, ruffling its feathers, presenting the side of its face that he had backhanded. A strike to the face, a gesture of kindness, a frog. Frog. Obscura has given 3 proofs of apology. 3. Hineni realizes that he has gravely misperceived the situation. Although, perhaps he had also done so willingly. Hoo-hoo, protests the owl angrily. Why doesn't Hineni like? 3. 3. Hoo-hoo. Obscura gave 3. The owl parades along the branch, holding her wings wide open and flapping them, as if deeply aggravated. She gave 3. Hoo-hoo. But Hineni hurt. Hineni hurt. Hineni hurt, she screeches, the white void filling with a vague, nebulous, black cloud of smoldering ash all at once. The tree sets alight, burning in a bright inferno. But the owl just returns to standing there on the burning branch, unperturbed by the flames raging around her. She glares at him, the hot ash of his own magic swirling around and around its tightening silhouette, as he and the tree are trapped inside the maelstrom. Hineni stares at the owl's silhouette that then vanishes in the smoldering ash, which begins to fill the world. Why is Hineni afraid of Obscura? Asks the owl, smoldering ash flying past her wide-open eyes that aren't disturbed in the least by the storm. She tilts her head, the cloud of ash thickening. Hineni is afraid of too, she says, realizing. Obscura offers to save. But Hineni does not want this, hoots the owl. The ash obscures everything. The only colors left are black, orange, and the shine of a pair of yellow eyes that stab through the soot. I thought I was saved before, when my first life ended, explains Hineni, the ash swirling around him now, glowing with a fiery intensity as the embers seem to explode all at once, turning into a vision of a fire escape, consuming everything around it. He is referring to his life as a child, before he killed his own parents. I didn't like what came after that, he says, as the fire then burns down, leaving nothing but a solitary pile of ash that sits before himself, entirely undisturbed by the raging storm. My second life was hopeless, and I lied to myself, promising one day, tomorrow, soon, he says. But I knew that those moments would never really come. He speaks, referring to his latest existence as a solitary, lonesome creature. The ash blows away, as if gusting out of an open window, leaving him sitting there alone, like he had done for so many days on that bench by the window. 3, hoots Obscura. 3 will be good, she says, the cloud of ash slowly dissipating, leaving only the tree, the owl, and Hineni. Her feathers billow to the side as a strange wind rushes through the void, blowing away all the soot and tinder and grime from only a second ago as if it never were, as if all of that misery and pain was nothing but dandelion's fluff, held on the palm of a large hand. What if it isn't? Asks Hineni. What if I hate it? He asks, more ash pouring out of himself, but the wind just blows it away too. Hoodoo hoots the owl, leaning down forward. 3 will be good, she reaffirms, flying down from the branch. By the time it lands on the floor of the endless void, it has taken on its half-human form that he has often seen her take in his home. Although, clothes don't seem to exist in the spirit world. He finds an answer, not only to his question of Obscura's gender, but also to his question of owl-human biology. All good things come in threes. Obscura reaches down for the shapeless gestalt that he is, but doesn't touch him. Will he come? Hineni thinks for a while. If I don't? If I just die here? Will you let me? Yes, hoots the owl. But Obscura and Hineni are promised. If Hineni dies, so does Obscura. Die. Die. That's kind of a heavy burden to put on someone you just met, says Hineni. Obscura shakes her head. They gave 3 gifts and from 3 gifts, 2, Obscura and Hineni, became one whole, explains the owl god. One whole cannot exist without the 2, Obscura and Hineni, as it is made from the 2. 3 cannot exist without the 2 and all good things are 3. I have no idea what that hell that's supposed to mean, sighs Hineni. Damn owl. Who? Protests Obscura. Hineni is unrefined. Hineni is crude. Hineni is cowardly. Sorry, he laughs, feeling better all of a sudden as more of the ash continues to blow away from the vague nebulousness of the odd, cloudy gestalt that he is in this plane of existence. In a weird way, it's refreshing to hear someone say it to him openly like that. Will he become one with her? Asks Obscura. With whom will he live his 3 life? Hineni? Hineni? Hineni. Hineni thinks for a moment, feeling the wind continue to blow. Slowly, he is running out of ash, and he can't help but notice that it seems to be taking parts of him with it instead. He's fading away. Why do you want me to make things for you? He asks. Obscura tilts her head. Power. I want. Why do you want power? Asks Hineni, the cloud of his being starting to dissipate. To be powerful, explains the owl god, stating the obvious. He shakes his head. But why? She stares at him, her eyes wide, illuminated by a mystical shine. Obscura wants to hunt the big frog. Big frog. Big. Hineni stares, dumbfounded. He had expected some tragic revenge story or some clearly evil ambition, like taking over the world. Hey! Obscura flaps her arms as if flapping her wings in her owl gestalt, prancing back and forth in some sort of odd, pacing walk. Big frog. Big frog. Big frog. Ah, Hineni sighs. Life 3 is off to a good start. A scarred hand shoots out of the cloud, grabbing the half-owl creature's feathery taloned grip. Surprised, she stares down at him, shocked by his touch out of her war dance. Okay, says Hineni, agreeing to the terms of his resurrection. Let's do it, says Hineni. Obscura. Who? Obscura, he says again, narrowing his eyes. The void starts to fade. But it better be good. You promised. I'm holding you to it. Hoots the owl creature, holding its face with its free hand as if copying something it had seen an embarrassed human do once. Obscura, he shouts, saying the name for the third time. Everything goes black in an instant. The void vanishes. The wind stops. The sensations of his existence stop. Everything just stops, and then there is nothing. Hineni wakes up, gasping for air, lying on the floor of the washroom as something massive pulls him out of the water. He flops over onto his stomach, coughing and spluttering, water and black clumps of ash pour out of his mouth. His body retches and heaves as he gasps for air in the same instant that he undrones himself. 2 large talons, having wrapped themselves fully around his body and having lifted him out of the water, release from his side, but Hineni doesn't look at the gigantic creature behind himself that Obscura has taken the shape of, as his eyes are locked to the floor, to the spot in between his clenched fists, to the black stain that he retches out of his body. His eyes go wide like an owl's as he sees the thing laying before him. Crying, starving, and desperate, Hineni reaches forward and grabs the headless frog, biting down into its squishy, soggy, ash-covered body. Lukewarm wet squirts into his mouth. Something sits down next to him, a sharp hand running over his wet hair and back as he tears the dead frog apart, stuffing it into himself. He's so hungry. The frog tastes like he expected it to. But he's too hungry and too feral to care, his drive for survival having kicked in now. He realizes that, sometimes in life, you just have to eat a frog. As the first step of his new existence, he eats the small frog, so that he'll be able to help Obscura get strong enough to eat the big frog, whatever that is. Is this a path and life goal that one could consider as being reasonable? Probably not. But this is his third life and the first real one with either a direction or goal, so Hineni cuts himself some slack, his teeth sinking back into the rest of the frog. He needs the strength. There's work to do. He has to buy some food, he has to get his body healed and he has to start making weapons. This time, this third life, this one is going to be the one. 3. Hineni's eyes go wide as he bites into the frog again, tearing into its soft meat. 3. Something feathery leans against his wet back from the side, hooting softly as he eats. Raw frog meat. Quality. Normal, composition. Frog meat, 84%. Water, 16%. Quality effects. None. A large piece of raw, wet, soggy frog meat. Restores 4 stamina. Weight, 0.14 kilograms. Value, 00 obols. Restored. Plus 4 stamina. Chapter 8, Workplace Accident. Hineni hobbles into the Adventurers Guild. He isn't sure how he has gotten here, let alone fully dressed, but here he is. The last thing that he remembers is that he was eating a frog on the floor of his bathroom. Also, his scarf smells like owl for some reason. Unfortunately, it is the middle of the day. He would have preferred to come at night, but it just so happens to be daytime right now, and he just so happens to desperately need a priest, right now. Some of the eyes at the tables, recognizing him, immediately shoot his way. The others, only having heard the whispers of the night story, follow their compatriots' gazes, staring at the man who is clutching his side, walking up towards the counter. The tired receptionist looks at him, her eyes widen as she recognizes him. I need a priest, says Hineni, dropping all 40 of his obols down onto the counter and looking over his shoulder at the first few people who are already getting up to rush his way. What for? She asks, taking the money and sliding it down into her till. I think I'm dying, replies Hineni, opening his menu to display his health points and status just before he falls down to the ground, returning to the blackness of sleep once again. Hineni. Chosen of the Owl God. HP, 04/39 Soul, 66/66. Class, Sinistera Subclass, Blacksmith Weaponsmith. Level, 13 experience, 0/125. Race, human obels, 40. Hineni wakes up sometime later. He is very much not dead. Lazy morning sunlight shines in through the large window of the room that is clearly not his. The man instantly sits upright, the blanket covering him falling down as he looks around for the owl. But as his wide, fearfully paranoid eyes settle, seeing no owl, he realizes his next dilemma. Hineni jumps out of the unusually clean and comfortable bed, the linens of which don't even smell, and wraps the blanket around himself. He's undressed, for starters. The man paces over to the window, feeling remarkably strong on his legs. He looks down outside of it, out into the bright morning shine world below, and recognizes the road there. That's the spot outside of the Adventurers Guild. That means he's upstairs inside of it, it looks like the second floor. Hineni rubs his head, looking down under the blanket. The infected wound has been healed and professionally treated. The bandage, however, looks comically out of place compared to the severe burn scars all around it. He covers himself back up, looking for his clothes. He remembers. He came to the guild from his house after the whole incident with the owl god. They must have healed him. His clothes aren't here. Hineni sighs, going to the door and peeking out of it. A face appears right in front of him. It jumps back, yelping in surprise, and Hineni does the same, shutting the door again. "Good morning," says a tired voice from the other side of the door. His brain processes the exhausted face he saw for a second just then. It's the receptionist of the Adventurers Guild, the one with the heavy bags under her eyes. "Let me in," says a voice from the other side of the barrier. "No," says Hineni, leaning against the door. "You shouldn't be up. Give that wound a day or two more to heal." Hineni looks around the room again. "Where are my clothes?" They were rank, so we had them washed," she explains. "But you don't need to worry. I've seen you naked for the last 2 days now." He turns his head, his eyes wide like those of a fearful deer, staring at an approaching predator. "You what? Can I come in?" asks the annoyed receptionist again. "I got some new clothes from your house." "You what?" "No." She leans against the door, from the feeling of it, lowering her voice. "Can I come in if I bring you your clothes?" Hineni thinks for a second. "Fine," he agrees. He hears a sigh on the other side of the door and a set of footsteps walking away. A minute later, someone knocks again. Hineni scoots the door open an inch, and she pushes them inside. He grabs his clothes from her and gets dressed. It's some random assortment of undergarments, shirts, and pants from his own room that she had apparently gone inside of without his permission. For some reason, he has been given 3 socks. "Can I come in now?" "Not yet," calls Hineni, putting on his coat, his scarf, and his hat as well. He looks down at his once blistered hand. He doesn't have a glove yet, but he supposes he'll have to buy some today. "Okay," he says, stepping back to the side and putting his hand as well as his extra sock into his coat's pocket. The elf opens the door, walking in without a care in the world. "It must be nice, having a god who cares about you," sighs the woman without skipping a beat, sitting down on the trunk at the foot of the bed and staring up toward the ceiling in what Hineni would describe as a very unprofessional manner. The rules of customer service generally dictate hiding your dead inside eyes until you are alone. But he has something more pressing on his mind. The man clenches his fist. "Do I owe you anything?" "Hey," she asks. "No, the fee is covered. We just took it out of the rest of the money you didn't take before." She yawns, stretching her arms, and falls back onto the foot of the bed behind herself with her upper body, her eyes closed. Benny was a real slimeball about it, though. Not sure what his problem was. Hineni waits for a moment, waiting for her to continue with her story. But she doesn't. She has fallen asleep on the spot. He supposes that now is as good a time as any to leave. He has the answers that he needs, and his body is whole again. He has work to do. Hineni checks his scarf and leaves the room, shutting the door noisily behind himself so that she wakes up. He doesn't want her to get caught sleeping on the job, after all. Rushing across the upstairs balcony and down the staircase, he tucks his bad hand deeper into his pocket, fumbling around with the extra sock. "Ah, wait," calls the receptionist, having apparently woken up, running after him. Hineni does not wait, making a beeline down the staircase, before she makes another scene that gets him embarrassed in public. Although, this might be too late. Hineni stops on the staircase. He feels all the eyes on the bottom floor suddenly turn his way. Several people at the tables jump up, clearly wanting to make a beeline towards him. Being chosen by a god is unfortunately a big deal, even if it's by an obscure god. Power seekers, people looking for work, the desperate, the hungry, the eager, and the adventurous would all be coming to him now, looking for an introduction, for work, and for positions of note. He was ready to die in his last moments before, and now, feeling the entire room watching him all at once, he is sure that that was the right choice to have made. He just wants to be left alone. Hineni freezes on the stairs, feeling his heart thrash in his chest and a familiar dewy sweat begin to form on his body. A young woman stands by the bar, waving an iron short sword that he recognizes as the one he himself had made the other day. Hineni, she shouts, pointing at the pommel-less sword with his own signature on it. Come sit with us, shouts a large man in the back. You need a healer, asks a woman who is clearly a priestess, and a small, blue-robed figure jumps up into the air, waving their hands, trying to get his attention next to them. For some inexplicable reason, he'd swear that he can hear a frog croaking. The bar erupts into noise as the people begin to either fight amongst themselves or proceed to make a direct beeline towards the staircase. This is it. This time, he's going to die for sure. Hineni feels it. A hand grabs the scruff of his coat from behind, jostling him back a step. This way, says the tired elf. Hineni snaps out of it, quickly following her back up the stairs and into a different door. I tried to tell you. Things have been getting weird here since they heard about the owl god. Tell them to head to the temple or to some other guild, sighs Hineni. There are at least 3 others down the road. The woman shrugs, opening a second door to a stairwell and peeking inside. 5, actually, she replies. They've probably already tried all of them and got turned down, so you're the next best thing. Great, says Hineni, sounding very unenthusiastic. What happened, by the way, she asks, nodding her head towards his stomach. That wound was pretty infected. Workplace accident, says Hineni, always staying a full flight of stairs away from her. She saw too much and knows too much. He can never come back here again. He'll have to find a different way to get new work orders now. The man sniffs the air, looking around the back corridor of the guild. Why does it smell like a barn in here? She stares at him for a second and then shrugs, opening a door to the outside. Forget that. This'll take you out to the back. Thanks, says Hineni, his hat lowered so that he doesn't have to look into her eyes. He makes a rush for the door, walking right past her and out of it, into the daylight awaiting him on the other side. Come back soon, she says, waving after him. He never intends to come back. Hineni, ashamed of having to walk outside in broad daylight, hurries as fast as he can back to his house, checking his pocket for his keys. Did he lock his door? He doesn't remember tugging on it to check. He hopes he locked it. What if somebody steals his? Hineni stops. Dusty books? Ancient bed sheets? His barrel of ready-made sword blades? He doesn't even have anything of value that could be stolen, he realizes. A long sigh escapes him as he makes his way through the busy town. Walking through the many bustling crowds that fill the streets and who jump in and out of stores and shops of all kinds makes him more than nervous. Did you get to that new floor in the dungeon yet? Asks a voice as he passes the group by. Yet. We made it down to 10, but then someone ran out of soul points because they wasted them, insinuates the man in metal armor. The robed figure next to him laughs innocently, as if she had no idea who he was talking about. It takes him a few minutes to push through the street and towards his home. Adventurers are running around him on all sides, making their way to and from the dungeon. For a brief, secret moment, he finds himself smiling as he walks behind a group of 5 people heading straight towards it. It's almost like he's one of them, and for that minute, he allows himself to pretend that he is. But then he reaches his house and has to stop and open the door to his left, while they keep on walking straight ahead, laughing and having fun together, and talking about how the dungeon is going to reset tomorrow. He sighs, jiggling his door handle. Unlocked. It opens with a familiar creak, and he steps inside, closing the door tightly behind himself. Exhaling deeply, he stands there for a second with his back against it and then takes off his hat and begins to lower his scarf. Maybe he'll sit at his table for a few hours. No. No. Hineni shakes his head. He has work to do and swords to make. He's a weaponsmith now, after all. He nods to himself, ready to get to work. As he walks through the room, he notices that something is odd. Something is different. Looking around, Hineni notices that everything is. Hineni narrows his eyes, doing something he has never done before. He touches one of the other tables, pressing his fingers into where the thick mat of dust and ash had lain. It had been collecting there since that distant day in his childhood. It's all gone. Cleaned away. He runs to the next table, then the next one. Clean. Hineni runs over to his table. The mug is wiped off and turned upside down. The book that he never read is closed with a brown feather stuck inside to mark the once open page. The confused man looks around at his home. Every surface has been scrubbed and cleaned. He heads into the washroom. All of the walls that must have been entirely blackened only a few days ago are spotless. There's only a tiny cracked tile by the bath itself, scorched on the edges, to give proof of any happening. He moves through the back stairwell behind the washroom, heading up to the corridor and to his own room. Hineni tears open the door, fearfully expecting to see his room clean and his bed changed. It is. The room has changed, at least. His bed, however, is still covered in his old sheets, and lying in it is the odd owl demigod, Obscura. Hineni stares, bewildered, at the creature that has wrapped itself in his old, somewhat bloody and very crusty blankets. But then, he just quietly closes the door and heads back downstairs towards the forge. It's good to be back home again. Obscura has given. Now it is time for Hineni to give back. Chapter 9, 9 is 3 times. 3. Feathers rustle behind him as sparse rays of moonlight shine in through the cracked windows at the top of the forge. Hineni hammers away, the sparks shining out with the same intensity as the gleam that is present in his eyes as he focuses on his work. Distracted by the noises and by the sensations all around him, he has to remind himself to blink more than once, as he is so engrossed in his craft that he often finds himself forgetting to wet his eyes and forgetting to breathe. Short swords are great and all, but he needs a few hours to make one of those. Same with a long sword, or an axe, or, gods forbid, a mace. He hates making maces. You'd think sticking a big lump of metal to a stick would be an easy task, but it's such a huge pain in the ass that he never takes those jobs, even if they pay well. But a dagger? A knife? With some of his ready-made bits and pieces, he can have a new one done in 2 hours, give or take. In 1.5 hours, if he remembers to breathe and doesn't have to constantly take breaks because of how dizzy he's getting. The daggers are more material-saving to make as well, as the blade and handle are made out of the same single piece of metal, rather than being 2 pieces combined together like his swords are. This is his 3rd one already. He's been at it with this feverish intensity ever since he got back down to the forge. Feathers rustle behind him as the hammer strikes out against the metal once more, landing the final strike on the dagger. Obscura accompanies him in the forge, having eventually greeted him after his return in her not exactly human, but humanish, form, and now she prances around behind him, waltzing through the forge in some kind of odd dance, as if his hammering was some kind of music for her to sway to. He thought it was cute at first, then he said it was dangerous to do here, inside the forge. But the owl seems to just kind of want to do whatever she wants anyway, so he's just been ignoring her and focusing on his task. It sounds like a healthy form of cohabitation to him. Kiwik hoots Obscura, making an unusual noise that he very much chooses to ignore. Apparently, she is moving in with him. Is that weird? In a way, yes. In another way, no, but also yes. It's complicated. Iron dagger, gift of the owl god. Quality: normal. Composition: iron body dagger, normal. Leather wrap, normal. Black cloth wrap, normal. Black cord, normal. Quality effects: chosen of the owl god. Adds additional attributes to the attached weapon. Title effect: gift of the owl god. +3 obscurantism. +3 wind DMG. +3 luck. 01 physical DMG. A custom-made, iron dagger. Made by Weaponsmith Hineni, chosen of the owl god. Weight: 0.93 kg. Durability: 30/30ths value, 123 obols. Hineni rubs his forehead on his sleeve, setting the finished dagger down onto the table with the other 2 that are already there. The leather wrap, covering the lower part of his face, rubs against his wet skin. It looks like the additional values are always the same, as well as the base stats of the weapon. Obscura really likes the number 3, for some reason. It's a whole thing, apparently. He flexes his hand, feeling the sore, scarred skin bend. The guild receptionist had done good work on tending to it. Feathers ruffle behind him. Hineni sighs, turning around to look at the panting owl creature. "Aren't you getting warm?" he asks. "It's brutally hot here in the forge." Obscura stands there on one leg, her arms outstretched, the long, frayed sleeves of her hooded robe draping down like outstretched wings. Her mouth is open. "Yes," replies Obscura. "But Hineni is warm, so Obscura will be warm too." He stares at her, perplexed for a moment. He realizes that she doesn't have a single drop of sweat on her body. Do birds sweat? Or at least do odd 75% human, 25% bird owl god things? Apparently not. Instead, she's standing there and panting. "Why are you doing that?" he asks, pointing at her. It's been a good 3 hours now, at least, and she hasn't stopped her odd ritual once. Obscura's posture tightens. "Who?" hoots Obscura in a deeply offended, complaining tone. There is a flurry of feathers, and Hineni instinctively raises his arm. By the time he looks back, she's gone. Hineni looks around the forge. He shrugs, not seeing her anymore. "I'm gonna go sell these to the guild," he calls out to the darkness, not keen on this proposition. It's going to be a nightmare getting in and out of there unmolested again. He's surprised that people haven't started lining up outside his door already. Maybe his place of residence is still a secret somehow? There isn't an order out for any iron daggers that he knows of, but the guild is always interested in odd magical items to resell to other adventurers at a higher price. As for Obscura, he isn't sure what her issue is this time, so he decides it's best to pretend like everything is fine. Could he just skip the middleman and sell the daggers himself to the adventurers instead of the guild, who will then sell them to the adventurers? Sure. Technically speaking. But that would require a lot more face-to-face interaction than he's comfortable with. He extinguishes the forge and heads out with the daggers, throwing off the sweaty leather shawl and the sweaty apron and the sweaty gloves to the ground where they can lay in a big, damp, sweaty heap, ideally until they've dried out all by themselves. He's going to need them again tomorrow. Getting dressed, he makes his way outside, jiggling the door to check that it's closed, and then he heads to the Adventurers Guild. Arriving at the guild, Hineni takes a moment to breathe in deeply and to adjust his scarf before heading inside. Immediately, he lowers the brim of his hat, stepping in through the door and into the noisy party atmosphere. His hands grip the straps of his bag very tightly, and he begins to feel his heart beating already. Without raising his eyes, as fast as he can, he hustles over to the counter. So far, everyone is too busy with the festivities to have noticed him. "I made these," says Hineni in a quiet voice to the tired receptionist, who looks up his way as he lays the daggers down onto the counter. "Does the guild want these?" Seeing that it's him, the very tired elf smiles. "Welcome back," she manages to say, some enthusiasm managing to sneak out past her clearly visible exhaustion. The deeply purple bags under her eyes are so heavy and noticeable that Hineni is almost sure they're painted on. She looks past him, over to the party going on behind him. A group of adventurers are throwing mugs around and blasting them with spells, seeing who can hit them the lowest to the ground before they land. She quietly nods her head to the side and gets up. Hineni watches as she vanishes to the right behind the wall and then, a second later, gestures for him from a cracked open door next to the reception. Not needing to be asked twice, he hurries inside. "I figured you'd prefer this," she says, closing the door behind him. "It looks like we're in the clear," she says, pressing her ear to the door and listening for a moment. Hineni stands there, waiting for her. The receptionist's body falls half slack, her cheek squishing against the door frame as she begins to slide downward towards the floor. She's fallen asleep again, right then and there. Something explodes outside in the seating area, and she jostles awake, scrambling to her feet and looking at him in deep confusion for a moment, as if she had forgotten why he was here. Hineni lowers his hat, hiding his eyes from her. "Ah," she says, rubbing her face and walking past him to the backside of the counter. Hineni looks after her as she picks up one of the daggers and looks it over. "These are really good for iron daggers," she says, swinging one around and watching the wind enchantment trail behind it. The wind blows back against her, tousling her hair. "What an odd enchantment. I have no idea what this weird stat is," she ponders. "Do you want them?" asks Hineni again. "Hey? Oh, she looks at it. "We don't have any orders right now for daggers, but I can ask my boss," she says. "Hey, Benny," she calls. Hineni flinches, looking around for a place to hide before the odd, excitable man sees him again and makes a new scene. Yeah? Asks the man from last time, Benny, apparently, looking around the corner from his office. The dagger flies through the air, sticking in the doorframe next to his suddenly very pale face. Do we want these? She asks. Hineni, unsuccessfully hiding by pressing his back against the wall next to the counter, wants to ask if throwing the dagger that they still hadn't paid for, like some kind of throwing knife, was a wise move, let alone proper workplace conduct, but maybe it's best to just leave it be? Good throw though, she's clearly a professional. His eyes light up. Ah! You're... A second dagger flies just below the first one, and Benny ducks, covering his head for a second before looking back up at the elf who is shushing him. Hineni feels a great deal of gratitude towards her right now, despite her mistreatment of his, very much unpaid for, daggers. Scowling, the manager straightens himself back upright and grabs a dagger, pulling it free from the doorframe and looking at it. Oh! These are just like that sword, he says excitedly, eyeing the weapon up and down and then the other two. We can move these for sure, says Benny, stabbing the dagger into the air. Workplace safety is really of little concern here, by the looks of things. Then again, maybe he isn't the one who should be judgmental about that. We'll take them, he affirms. Hineni sighs in relief. The receptionist turns around to him and gives him a very tired thumbs up. Are you going to be bringing us things like this regularly? Asks the man, eyeing him up and down. Hineni thinks for a second, lowering his head to hide his face as he approaches. Do you want them? Asks Hineni, feeling his muscles tense up more and more with every step of the boots that come his way. We've never had wares from the owl god moving around here, says the man, eyeing the dagger curiously. You know what kind of neighborhood this is, he insinuates. Hineni nods. This is the upper-lower class area. Everyone isn't doing terribly, but there is room to do better in a lot of ways. That means that strong, magical items like this are far and few between. All of the good stuff goes through the guild in the Tower Quarter, sighs Benny. Hineni sees where this is going. The man is saying that they want the items, but that they can't afford to buy too many of them and that the people here can't afford to buy them even if they could. He's going to tell him to sell them to the other higher class guilds instead of coming here. Will you sell them to us at a discount? Asks Benny. Hineni blinks. Hey! We can't afford them regularly at full price, explains the manager, as expected. And the people here can't afford them, he says, as expected. Cut the price by 50% and we'll take anything you make daily, no questions asked. Payment on delivery. That's a lot less, says Hineni, thinking. 50%? Is it a scam? Sort of, yeah. He could just go to one of the better guilds and get the full amount for his items there. Then again, in those guilds, he would only earn his commission after the item had actually been sold off of a shelf. The other guilds have better craftsmen than him. There are smiths there working under gods creating things that are far out of his league. The guilds there would certainly take his items, if only because they don't reject anything from any gods whatsoever in order to avoid divine retribution. But that doesn't mean that people would actually buy his dinky iron daggers off the shelves if they were sitting next to some exotic blade made by the smith of the literal god of war. He'd be a small fish swimming in a very, very big pond. Here, he could have the whole pond to himself, even if it means getting less. Hineni's eyes dart from left to right across the old cobblestones of the floor as he considers his options. He'd take a big hit on his total sales amount, but here he'd be the only player in the market. Plus, Obscura seems more interested in quantity than quality, judging by her insistence on him making bad weapons even when his arm was still hurt. Hineni nods, lifting his eyes. I want 300 for these 3 daggers, he says, pointing to the daggers that the tired receptionist had pulled out of the wall. Starting tomorrow, 50%, he nods, agreeing, surprised at his own sudden confidence to make such a deal, even if it is the right move. Benny nods excitedly in return, holding out his hand. Hineni stares at it for a second before nervously grasping it, realizing that he still hadn't made any gloves. The elf's hand is oddly damp and clammy. Something smells like frogs. Can I order some food to go? Asks Hineni. The receptionist comes from the side with a small satchel of coins that she hands him. Thanks. The receptionist and Benny exchange a confused look, but then turn back to him and nod. Hineni, got 300 obols. What would you like? Asks the tired receptionist. Hineni lifts his head, looking at her. Do you have anything that an owl would eat? Chapter 10, A Dinner Together. This was a success. Hineni has no other way of looking at it as he steps back inside of his house, the coins jangling loudly in his pocket, the smell of meat emanating out from his bag. It's real meat, not some dried provisions made out of meat, like it literally said on the menu of his cured jerky sticks. He's never really needed a lot of fancy food or even diversity in his diet, but now that he's smelled it this entire time on his way home, he realizes how hungry he is. He's famished. Plus, this is his way of making peace for whatever grievance he's caused. Are you here? Asks Hineni, walking through the rows of tables. No voice comes in response, but there is a scuffling sound to his right. He looks, turning his eyes toward the library door behind the receptionist's counter. Obscura? Asks Hineni, walking around the counter and looking inside the room. There is a flurry of noise, of feathers and paper, the second he opens the door. A moment later, the upstairs door slams shut. Hello? He asks, perplexed. The library has clearly been used. Dozens and dozens of books have been pulled out of their shelves and lie scattered around the room, half open and laying every which way. He isn't really bothered by the mess, though he does get uneasy as the memory of the old librarian returns to him. If she caught him now like this, she'd think that he did it, and he'd get in a lot of trouble. The books are from every section. Stepping inside, he notices that most of them are from the H section, however. I got some food, he says, calling up to the door upstairs on the second tier of the library. No response. He sighs, his stomach grumbling. His head turns to the right, towards the rickety metal spiral staircase. Well. Steeling himself, he steps onto it and starts climbing up it. Sure, he could just take the long way around, through the bathhouse, but he's starting to notice that he can't put stuff like this off forever. Plus, if it falls and he dies, at least he died adventuring, right? Hineni doesn't laugh at his newest joke. He's never going to be an adventurer if he lives his life afraid of something as simple as a staircase. He finds himself halfway up. The thing certainly makes a lot of unsettling noises as he moves up it, but nothing gives way, and he finds himself on the second tier of the library, feeling an odd pride at having ascended it. Walking around the inner balcony, he grabs the door and opens it, looking beyond into the long hallway. A shadow vanishes down the end of the upstairs corridor, not towards the door to the bathhouse stairwell but towards the door at the back, the free rooms. Curiously, he walks down the hallway, opening up the first door to the many rooms that were once for rent. Each one is exactly the same on the inside as the next. There is in each of them a bed, a wardrobe, a small nightstand, and a tiny desk and chair. There are 9 cozy rooms on this floor, including his own. Upstairs, below the roof, is a large attic space. It's where he and his family used to live. But he doesn't want to go up there. Too many spiders. Plus, it gets brutally hot in the summer beneath the roof. He opens the second room, looking inside. Nothing. Hineni makes his way to the third door of the corridor and his fifth door since entering the house, pretty confident that this is going to be the one. He opens it and looks inside, staring at Obscura, who sits perched on the back of the chair by the desk in the form of a giant owl, tilting her head to glare at him and doing a fantastic job at keeping her balance on the old thing. Who? Protests the owl god. Hineni looks around, nervously rubbing his head. I sold the daggers and got some food. Do you want to eat together? He asks. She glares at him. It's not a frog, but it's pretty good too, he says, setting his bag down. But it is big. Big food? Asks Obscura, apparently able to be reasoned with after all. Big? She asks, her head spinning sideways. Hineni pulls the parchment-wrapped, roasted rabbit out of his bag. Sure is, he replies, lifting up some of the paper to show her. The owl studies him for a moment before hopping off of her chair, hissing a bit. Do you want to go downstairs? He asks. We can eat at a table, he suggests. Obscura accepts Hineni's apology, says the owl, clicking with her mouth. She jumps down from the chair, her body twisting and changing into her more humanish form. Sure, he says. I'm not even sure what you were mad about, though, replies Hineni, watching the somewhat grotesque side of her transformation. She glares at him. I was motivating Hineni by suffering with him, she explains, spreading out her arms. Alluring dance. Very precious. A rare sight for humans, she hoots. Who? Seduction. Hineni rejected Obscura. Kiwik. Hineni steps to the side, letting her walk out of the room. How about we just have dinner before we talk about anything like that, he asks, wanting to change the topic. His mind is already going to places and asking questions that he really doesn't want to think about right now. Maybe he'll have to double-check the owl book in the library later. Your dance was great, thank you, he lies, in the interest of keeping the peace. The two of them head downstairs, going through the bathhouse stairwell. Obscura hops down each flight of steps, flapping her arms like wings as she jumps down. He can't say for certain how effective it is, but the deity can clearly fly anyway. So maybe she's just doing it to be playful. He tilts his head, looking at her as he comes down the stairs. So, you can change shapes, he asks, remembering the small owl from the forest or the giant version of it that she was just a moment ago when he found her. Obscura has many forms. Who hoots Obscura? All are elegant. Mystique, she hoots, flailing with her arms like a drowning person fighting to reach the surface of the ocean as she jumps down the last stairwell. Powerful. Hineni shrugs, watching as she struggles to open the door with her taloned hands, managing only briefly before he gets there. Once they reach the hall, he gestures to the spot across from his usual haunt, at his favorite table. There are still a few bloodstains on his bench from a few days ago. Grabbing some plates from the kitchen, he wipes them off with a dish towel that likely hadn't been moved in years, bringing them and some silverware back. Some gnawing voice in the back of his head tells him that by the time he returns, the rabbit and the owl are both going to be gone, but sure enough, she is still sitting there and so is the rabbit. Somewhat uneasily, Hineni sits down across from her, setting down the dinky plate and cheap tin silverware. She looks at it curiously while he unwraps the paper from the roasted rabbit. It smells amazing, and his hunger is really starting to get to him now that he's been smelling it this entire time. He thinks for a moment, wondering how to portion it. Just cut off what you like, he suggests, shrugging. He's never had a guest before, let alone someone to eat with since he's become an adult. In all honesty, he's sort of forgotten the decorum. However, Obscura seems to be just as indifferent to any such formalities and pushes her plate to the side, sinks her talons into the rabbit, and, rather grotesquely, tears it in half. Somewhat unnerved but also not that surprised, Hineni watches as she then tears off a full quarter of the rabbit in her talons and simply tilts her head back, lodging the whole thing in her throat, bones and all. Mystified and disgusted, he sits there, leaning back, and watches as she essentially struggles to swallow the entire thing at once, yanking her head up and down as she forces it down her gullet like a snake. With a small, bony leg sticking out of her mouth, she turns her eye sideways towards him. Feeling watched, Hineni clears his throat and simply takes his fork and knife, cutting off a small piece of the unmolested left side of the rabbit's hind. Enjoy, he says, putting some onto his plate and stopping for a second as he realizes that he has to remove his scarf now. His hands hover above the fabric for a while. The thought of removing it in someone's company weighs overpoweringly heavy in his mind. But she's already seen him without it, right? Several times. Feeling his skin growing cold and clammy from fresh sweat, Hineni begins unraveling the yellow scarf and sets it down to the side. If Obscura has anything to say, she doesn't seem to mention it, perhaps still being busy trying to eat her part of the rabbit. Maybe a smaller piece, next time, jokes Hineni, poking a small sliver of rabbit with his fork and eating it. It's easier. He stops, looking down for a second as he chews. It's delicious. He's forgotten what real food tastes like. Roasted rabbit. Quality normal, composition. Meat, 96.4%. O salt. O pepper. O basil. Water, 3.6%. Quality effects none. A single slice of roasted rabbit meat. It has a very high protein content, but contains very little fat. Restores 30 stamina. Weight, 0.23 kilograms. Value, 12 obols. Restored. Plus 30 stamina. Obscura finally manages to swallow the entire chunk of rabbit. I wanted to impress Hineni, she admits, hitting her chest for a second. Hineni raises an eyebrow. I'm very impressed, he says in a half-lie. Does being disgusted and fascinated at the same time count as being impressed? It's close enough, right? He points at her with his other hand. But you're gonna have to do better than that if you want to eat the big frog, he jokes, trying to force a conversation to start. Obscura slams her fists onto the table. Their plates rattle. Without saying anything, she grabs an even larger piece of the rabbit, apparently having accepted a challenge that he wasn't even really making. All in all, dinner is still fairly pleasant. Hineni, not used to company, doesn't feel so awkward and out of place sitting next to the owl goddess, who is apparently much the same. Their dialogue is always brief, but not tense. He doesn't feel any need to impress the creature with any boisterous talk to help polish his image, and he doesn't feel the need to hide his flaws to protect said image. They're just talking on a one-to-one level, as workable as that is given their slight communication barrier. What Hineni does manage to decipher, though, is that his crafting is an essential part of her plan to gain power. She explains this using some rabbit bones that she's pushing around. Unfortunately, these are bones that she regurgitated after they were cleaned of any meat. So they're all a little waxy looking. Hoots Obscura. I give power to many, she explains, pointing at the big bone lying in the center of the table. It is surrounded by many smaller bones, all facing every which way. Through Hineni's work, she says. Hineni nods, understanding. That's where that one odd value on his crafted items comes into play. Obscurantism is literally a unique stat value, directly related to her, Obscura, as a god. She goes on. The people get power. Power, she hoots. And then they give back to Obscura, she explains, her voice hissing greedily as she turns all of the small bones in the circle around the big one so that they all face towards it. Items enchanted by proselytes are particularly strong because of their god's blessing. The price for that is that people who use and wield magical equipment made by the gods or their chosen passively give a portion of their magic back to those gods when holding the items. That means that the more adventurers use items with her unique blessing, the stronger she will become as a deity. That's why she needs him to make things for her. Although, she seems to have a particular liking for weapons. Hineni nods, understanding. So what's the 3 thing about, he asks. 3, asks Obscura, her eyes going wide. 3, confirms Hineni. All good things are, she explains, not adding the number at the end because then they would have said it 4 times. That would be bad. Hineni leans back, thinking. They've finished eating and have just been sitting here for a few hours. It's nice, actually. He's really enjoying himself. But why, he ponders, looking up towards the very distant ceiling. Obscura makes an odd, throaty noise. He blinks, looking back down toward her. Her body is convulsing in a sort of slow, pulsating motion. He'd be sure that she's about to vomit, if she didn't have such an assured, confident look on her face. She leans her head over forward, and a large heap of now meatless, undigested rabbit bones, congealed together in some gooey mass, comes out of her mouth and lands on her plate. Well, it looks like dinner is over. Clearing his throat, Hineni gets up. This was nice. But I think I should get to bed, he says. Good night. You can sleep in one of the rooms if you want. With that, he leaves her downstairs and goes to get ready for bed. But actually sleeping is an awkward proposition. Hineni lays there, holding the blanket and staring at the creature, who is perched on his dresser in his bedroom. Obscura, rather than having gone to one of the other rooms, now just sits there in the dark, staring at him in the form of a great, large owl. No talk. Hineni sleeps, says the owl, widening her haunting, yellow eyes as she tilts her head, staring at him from across the dark room. Tomorrow is busy. Big work. Big hunt. So, sleep, she hoots. He sighs. It would be easier for me to sleep if you. Big sleep, hoots Obscura, her talons tapping angrily against the dresser in anger. Big. Hineni rolls over onto his side, fairly certain that he isn't going to get a wink. He lays there for a time, about 10 to 15 minutes, perhaps. Then, quietly, he lifts his head, turning to see if Obscura is still there. Big, she screeches at him, flapping her arms, apparently now having transformed into her half-human form that now stands at the foot of his bed. He hadn't even heard her move. Not sure if he should be terrified or not, Hineni closes his eyes and pretends to sleep, until eventually he somehow manages to sleep for real. Chapter 11, Water. Today is going to be a wood day. He collected a lot before, but he's been neglecting it for the last week because of everything. Hineni sits downstairs at his favorite booth, watching Obscura, who is apparently now taking her turn to sleep, sitting up high on the rafters of the downstairs hall in the form of a small owl. Looking down at the mug in his hands, he stares at the oddity. It's full. Turning his head, Hineni stares out of his favorite window, the steam of his tea rising up past his face as he looks out at the crowd walking past him and his world. He notices that everyone looks so excited today. Maybe there's an event in the dungeon again? He sees some of his favorite adventurers walk past, on their way to the dungeon. But today he notices that the sting of seeing them pass by his window doesn't really hit as deeply as it used to. He's not jealous of them today, not really. He doesn't secretly wish that he was in their group. He's not exactly content, but he's soothed. Hineni sighs, finally taking a sip of his tea, feeling his shoulders droop down and release about 10 years worth of tension, give or take. Today is going to be a good day. Tunk tunk tunk. An explosion of feathers comes from above his head, and he scrambles, spilling tea on the dusty book in his hands. Cursing, he shakes the wet book out, as well as his arms. Was that the door? Oh no. Hineni leans over sideways, looking from his bench towards the door. It's taken a long time, but people have finally managed to work up the courage to not only find his house, but to knock on his door. Tunk tunk tunk. Hineni nervously gets up, looking up towards the rafters. Obscura is gone, apparently having been scared off by the loud knocking. Although, he's sure that she's just watching from some dark corner. He can feel her eyes drilling into him. Pulling his yellow scarf tighter around his face, Hineni puts on his wizard's hat and pulls it down low. Opening the door a split, he bars it from opening further with his boot and looks outside. Yes, asks Hineni warily, letting his eyes adjust to the sunlight that seems to be right in his face. Hineni, chosen of the owl god, asks an objectively attractive man in daring, red dragon scale armor. A lavish carriage with open doors stands behind him. Hineni looks around, gesturing for the man to lower his voice. Yes. Our master, the god of the forge, requests your presence for a meeting, says the man, standing upright and tall, speaking very loudly, as if this were some great, knightly honor he was bestowing. This is a great, rare opportunity and... Hineni turns his head around, looking at the dingy building behind him. A loose feather falls down from above, floating through the dusty air. No, thank you, interrupts Hineni, shutting the door in the man's face and walking away, shaking his head. An audience with a god? That sounds like a lot of stress. A popular god like that would not only have a huge number of people around him, but would probably live in a very inconvenient place, like in a nice neighborhood in the middle of the city. He'd have to go out, in broad daylight, to a populated part of the city, to a nice place that he's never been to meet a literal god he doesn't want to interact with, who is surrounded by hundreds of likely very talented, gifted, and incredibly beautiful people. Pass. This sounds like a terrible afternoon. The door is knocked on again behind him, but he just ignores it and picks up the lost feather, returning to his window and setting it down on the table. Listening to the man knock on the door a couple more times, Hineni calmly sips his tea and watches the crowd go by, on their way to the dungeon. He decides that he's going to get some wood again tonight. Maybe Obscura will come with him? They could take a walk to and through the forest together? That'd be nice. Now he just has to work up the courage to ask her. Hineni sips his tea, lifting the feather to smell it for a moment. Is that a weird thing to do? Smelling the feather of an owl god you just started dating? He doesn't know, he's never dated anyone before. It smells like owl, obviously. Night falls. Hineni goes out to the forest, not able to find Obscura. So he just goes by himself and collects wood, feeling a little lonely in an oddly nostalgic way. Then, when he returns home with a load of new wood, he gets ready to make some more weapons. There were a lot of interesting orders at the guild tonight. But he can't help but feel like he gets some really froggy looks from the people there now and then. Opening his front door, he finds Obscura waiting for him downstairs. She makes a big deal out of his earlier interaction with the stranger at the door, prancing around him in a circle like a proud hen and flapping her arms, lavishing him with praise for his unwavering loyalty to her. Obscura is touched, she hoots. Brave Hineni! Loyal Hineni, she hoots, continuing to dance a circle around him. Hineni doesn't have the heart to tell her that the biggest reason he ignored the invitation was because he just didn't want to leave the house. Obscura brings gifts, she says, holding out her hands. 3, she hoots. Hineni stares down at her hands. Obscura brings 3 frogs. 3, she says, extending the headless, eviscerated frogs out towards him. Hineni rubs his head while taking the frogs. Thank you. He stares down at them, wondering how he's going to get out of this. He's certainly going to have to eat at least one. Want to eat them together? Huhu Obscura, apparently embarrassed by his offer, vanishes in an explosion of feathers. Hineni shrugs, bringing the frogs to the kitchen. It has an ice cellar, but there hasn't been any actual ice down there in years. So in his own self-interest, he decides to just gut and cook the frogs right away to get it over with. At least this way, they'll be palatable to him. He only needs to eat one. He's sure he can get her to eat one too. The third one, he'll say he's saving for later. Hineni nods. This is a good plan. He goes about it, finding it working out exactly as he had envisioned, and then, one frog's worth of meat fuller, he begins his forging work. Frog meat. Quality. Normal, composition. Frog meat, 84%. O salt. O pepper. O red spice. Water, 16%. Quality effects. None. A large piece of pan-fried, seasoned frog meat. Restores 8 stamina. Weight, 0.14 kilograms. Value, 00 obols. Restored. Plus 8 stamina. He's always liked working with metal. There's something simple about it. Something easy. Metal is a lot easier to work with than people are. It doesn't ask any questions, it doesn't stare and point or make any snide remarks, it doesn't offer any cruelty that isn't forced through it by another hand. A piece of metal is a piece of metal at the end of the day, whether it's a fork, a knife, a sword, or a shoe for an animal, the name of which he forgets. It's just a thing. That's what makes it easy. The hammer strikes out against the blade of the two-handed sword that he's making at Obscura's behest. It isn't an order from the guild. Sparks fly every which way as the hammer imprints itself into the glowing surface of the flattened iron, like a fingerprint left in wet dough. Each strike of the hammer, each shift of the metal over the old anvil, each twist and turn and strike and bend and blow is a unique signature of him as a craftsman. In metal, these impressions and marks they stick. Hineni watches his arm swing in a rhythmic motion over and over, staring at the red metal for far longer than he should without blinking. People who are imprinted on tend to shed these marks off of themselves after a while, or even just at the most convenient moment. Friendships end and loyalties falter. Something as simple as being physically scarred might lead to one's being outcast from groups they were once a part of. An imprint will stay in a piece of metal until you try and hammer it out. But the imprint one person makes on another? Those can be erased, overwritten, and forgotten in the blink of an eye. They aren't real. He remembers as much. He used to have a lot of friends before the incident, a lot of acquaintances, a lot of family. Even if he was mostly locked up inside of the house for all of his childhood, never allowed to leave on his own, it only took one little spark and poof, like magic, all of those things were gone. The man wipes his forehead on his shoulder, returning back to work a moment later to get his thoughts back to where he needs them to be. Wood is fine for a lot of things. But wood only lasts so long. It'll break sooner, rather than later. Plus it still veers more towards the natural side of the world. Not to say that metal isn't something natural, but it just has a way of holding the touch that one imparts on it longer. Metal doesn't forget. Literally. If you take a cursed, wooden object and burn it in a fire, you've got yourself a nice, cozy blaze to cook your stew over. But if you throw a cursed sword into a smelter and break it down, the metal will retain the curse, and everyone who eats with the 100 forks made out of that sword is going to have a real bad time. Hineni explains as much to Obscura, who is watching him work. That's a real story, by the way, he says, looking her way for a second, before turning back and instinctively lowering his gaze. The fork thing. A ton of people died. She hoots, sitting up on the ledge, next to the metal owl that she has dragged back up to sit next to her. Hineni lifts the blade of the two-handed sword up with a large pair of smith's tongs, bringing it to the barrel of water. Today, he was going to make 3 big items. 3. A two-handed sword, a warhammer and a large battle axe. 3, if only for the sake of diversity. Sure, daggers are cheap and easy. But he wants to get better at weaponsmithing too. It's a lot of work, far more work than he would usually try to undertake in one night. It's honestly on the edge of being impossible at his usual pace. But the truth is, despite his inwardly projected bitter rant about people being untrustworthy, he still feels an odd desire to impress the new stranger in his life, Obscura. An hour later, the first weapon is complete. Iron Claymore, gift of the Owl God. Quality: normal. Composition: iron hilt, normal. Threaded iron blade claymore, normal. Iron nut, normal. Leather wrap, normal. Black cloth wrap, normal. Black cord, normal. Quality effects: chosen of the Owl God. Adds additional attributes to the attached weapon. Title effect: gift of the Owl God. +3 obscurantism. +3 wind DMG. +3 luck. 06 physical DMG. A custom-made, iron claymore. It is fairly heavy, but offers a large reach and significant damage. Made by Weaponsmith Hineni, chosen of the Owl God. Weight 3.33 kg. Durability, 30/30ths value, 543 obols. Holding the sword up in the air, Hineni looks it over in the firelight. So if I'm holding this, you're getting some of my magic, asks Hineni, looking at the odd stat, obscurantism. Obscura nods. It isn't unheard of for a god to have a unique stat, such as obscurantism. Generally, every living person has access to the base 6 stats: strength, dexterity, intelligence, wisdom, luck, and love. Each of those has different effects that can vary strongly depending on your personal life situation, upbringing, class, environment, and so on. An example of an additional stat would be avarice, which is something that the followers of the wealth god have access to. It works like a variant of the luck stat, but exclusively for money. Obscurantism is apparently something like this, an extra stat that only people who used Obscura's weapons could have access to, for the price of a minuscule amount of their passive magical energies. He wonders what it does, though. It is 2 nights later, being the breaking of the 3rd night. Hineni sits at the table with shaking hands, setting down the pile of coins onto it. He had gone to the guild and sold all 3 of the new weapons that he had made, earning just about 750 obols. Using the back exit, he even managed to lose any pursuers once again. What a good day this is turning out to be. Although, in a sense, he knows that his luck can't last forever. The house smells vaguely of fire, but he's used to that, so he doesn't really notice it as he's busy staring at the pile of money. What is he supposed to do with all of this? If he makes this kind of money every night, maybe he can buy some real food to stock the kitchen? Or maybe he could get something for Obscura. Would that be odd? They're engaged, after all. So it's legitimate for him to buy her a present, right? Hineni tilts his head. He doesn't want her to think that he's weird. Am I rich? Asks Hineni, looking around the empty skeleton of a house, his eyes wandering over the many empty tables. He only now notices the commotion coming from the other rooms. Obscura, he calls, receiving no response. Actually, it really smells like fire here today. A lot. A suspiciously worrying amount, in fact. Throwing the coins into his sack, Hineni walks past the counter and into the kitchen, letting out a surprised yelp as he sees Obscura running around in a panic, waving her robed arms around in distress. Several pans atop the large stoves are on fire. Not the contents. There are no contents. The pans themselves are on fire, handles and all. Seeing him, Obscura stops in her tracks, halfway across the kitchen, and the 2 of them stare at each other for a second, the color having left her face. Before he can react, there is an explosion of feathers and she vanishes by the time he looks back, lowering his arm. Hineni turns his attention toward the fires, and now takes his turn to panic. What the hell, he yells, staring at the high flames rising up and licking the stone walls. Fire creeps along the stovetop, spreading sideways across the counter surfaces. He takes a step forward, wanting to act against the problem. But instead, Hineni freezes. Smoke has long since filled the room and has started leaking out into the others. He stands there, staring with wide eyes, as the flames dance around in front of him, swaying from side to side as they grow and as they consume more and more, seemingly mocking him and his inability to stop them as they do so. Their movements are mesmerizing and hypnotizing. He feels the heat on his skin. He feels the glow reaching his eyes, warming them with its distant touch. He feels his heart beat, but he can't move his legs. He feels the sweat purling down the tips of his fingers, but he can't bring them to twitch. He's stuck. There's a giant bucket of sand beneath the counters for just such an occasion, but he can't bring himself to go toward it. It's like the fire is telling him to stay right where he is, and he's listening to its command. "Look out!" calls a sharp, half-strange voice from behind him. The room shakes, and the light from the large hall is entirely drowned out and shadowed in that instant in which the world seems to be ending. Hineni's head twists around just in time in horror to see the cascade of water rushing towards him. Some very out of place, ceiling-high wave of water that looks like it's surging straight in from the ocean itself, flows right into his kitchen. As if some great, cosmic joke were being played on him, Hineni now finds himself able to move. But he doesn't get far as the water surges over him, swallowing him and the entire kitchen all in the same instant. Rhine has damaged Hineni 405 DMG with his cascade water. HP 34/39. The world roars around him, and Hineni tumbles and tosses around, crashing down over the stones of the kitchen floor as the wave hammers him down into it. Entirely orientationless, he spins around over and over, grabbing onto the leg of a table and holding on as tightly as he can. Then, a very confusing moment later, the water begins to recede, sinking away and spreading out into the rest of the house. Coughing and spluttering, Hineni pushes himself up with his arms, water dripping from his soaking wet body as he looks around himself in shock at his extinguished but now entirely flooded kitchen. This is going to cost a fortune to repair. Someone laughs in an odd, almost theatrically triumphant voice. Lifting his head, with water dripping off of his soaked hat and breathing through his soaked scarf with great difficulty, he looks at the figure standing there, the blue-robed caster. The child, the girl from the Adventurers Guild, who had asked him who he was the other night when he had his panic attack and ran away. She has one wet boot planted on an overturned pot like some conquering warlord, her fists against her hips, as she clearly displays ample pride at her achievement. "What did you do?" barks Hineni, repeating his question from before at both her and at Obscura. He just doesn't know what to make of the situation anymore. "You're welcome," says the intruder in his home, holding a hand smugly in front of her mouth. It's not every day that someone gets saved by Rhine. The river wizard. All of the hanging pans and pots that were mounted on the wall take this opportunity to fall all at the same time, clambering loudly behind him as they hit the floor. "You flooded my house," argues Hineni. She stops, turning her head towards him as she maintains her stiff, heroically posed posture. "It was on fire," says the caster, frowning, clearly insulted at his lack of immediate gratitude as she looks down at him. "How did you even get in here?" asks Hineni, getting up. Apart from himself and Obscura, there hasn't been another person inside this house since then. The caster turns their head away, still not having bothered to remove her boot from the pot. "I saw a bunch of smoke, so I broke your window." "You did what?" asks Hineni, scrambling up to his feet, slipping around on the greasy floor, and catching himself on a cabinet, as he pushes past the stranger and looks out of the door towards his favorite window. He sighs in relief, seeing the damaged glass. It's still fine. The stranger had broken a different window. "You're welcome," repeats the sharp voice from behind him. Hineni doesn't really know how to make heads or tails of the situation right now, honestly. He sighs, trying to calm himself down. Everything is fine. It's just some water damage. It's not like he ever used the kitchen anyway. And it's better than a house fire, right? He could have lost his entire home if not for the stranger. His eyes wander up towards the ceiling, where he sees Obscura sitting behind a beam in one of her smaller owl forms. Hineni raises his arms to his sides, gesturing broadly to everything in the room all at once. Obscura quietly hoots and hides behind the beam. He sighs, rubbing the water out of his face with his wet hands. "So, do you have a job for me, Mr.?" she asks, looking around. Is the owl god impressed? "Thank you for your help. Please leave," says Hineni, shaking his head. "I need to clean this up," he says, looking around the room. "Somehow." "Wow, rude," argues Rhine, crossing her arms. "Some way to treat your hero." "My, Hineni blinks, pointing to the water that is soaking into the floorboards. "Couldn't you have used a smaller spell at least?" "No. It wasn't that big of a fire," argues Hineni. "It was just a couple of pans." "I told you already, dummy," snaps the surprisingly rude intruder back at him. She lifts her hand, pointing at her chest again with her thumb, with a prideful smirk on her face as she retakes the same overly dramatic pose from before, standing tall with one foot on an overturned pot. "I'm Rhine. The river wizard." The room is quiet. Hineni stares at her. "I don't care where you pee. River wizard," she yells at him. I'm Rhine. The river wizard. Not wizard. Hineni blinks, staring at her. The prideful figure stands there for a second, as if frozen, seeing that she isn't getting a response. She turns her face towards him. So, I have river magic. I can only use river magic, explains Rhine. Hineni looks around the room. That's dumb. What the hell is river magic? Hey! You're dumb, counters the intruder, letting out a bothered exhalation as he pulls the pot out from under her boot and sets it down onto the soaking wet counter. It's obviously river-based magic. It's in the name. Hineni stares at her. Please take the front door when you leave. The cool expression of the strange child is quiet for a moment as the two of them stare at each other, and then the silence breaks in an instant as Rhine bursts into tears and runs away, her stiff, prideful composure shattered in an instant as she's reached some, in his eyes, arbitrary limit. She flails her arms, slipping on the wet floorboards and falling down gracelessly before getting up and running away, clearly snot crying. All of this happens in the span of about 5 seconds, and Hineni, now entirely lost, stands there, dripping wet, and listens to the front door slam a moment after. He wants to sigh and say something about the kids these days being weird, but he realizes he doesn't have much room to speak in. His eyes shoot back up towards the beam, and he sees Obscura, who had been trying to quietly sneak away, already halfway across it. He clears his throat, and the owl turns her head. The two of them lock eyes. Hoots Obscura. She opens her wings out wide, doing an odd shuffle from side to side along the rafter. Cute Obscura, seductive Obscura, good Obscura. Good, she hoots, swaying around in some kind of appeasement dance that clearly isn't working. Hineni can't be mad at Obscura. Good. He narrows his eyes. You're helping me clean this. Who? You, replies Hineni, pointing up at her. Who? You are, he says, shaking out his wet clothes and prying off his scarf to finally be able to breathe right again. Just as soon as I get some dry clothes, he says. You better be here when I get back, or you're sleeping in the forest. Rude. Rude Hineni. Bully, hoots Obscura. Mean. Big mean. Mean. Rude. Who? It's not mean, he yells down the hall as he walks away. You set the house on fire. Pans. Pans. Not house. Pans, hoots the owl after him, and he rolls his eyes, his wet boots squelching as he walks up the stairs. A few minutes later, having hung up all of his clothes and changed into some dry ones, Hineni makes his way back down to survey the damage, grabbing some towels on the way. The windows in the kitchen and the hallway outside of it are open as he approaches again from the back. A rushing wind blows past him, tousling his wet strands of hair as he makes his way back. What the? Covering his face with his hand, Hineni presses his way forward, pushing through the strong, unnatural wind present in his home that surges through the doorways and windows. Obscura, having taken the form of a far larger owl than before, sits on the rafters that Hineni is becoming increasingly nervous about, given her new size, and flaps her wings, creating a magical wind that surges around the kitchen, rattling the few pots and pans that remain in any coherent place around and making even more of a mess than before. But at least it's drying the area out. A minute later, Obscura seems to tire out and slows down, panting and letting her wings droop. Thanks, says Hineni, taking his towel and starting to wipe off the counters, shaking his head. Working his way around the counter, he reaches the stovetop, looking at the mess there is. Eggs. Milk. A giant lump of soaked-through flour. The pans have all been washed away, except one. He looks at it, picking it up with the towel. It's entirely coated in oil. Not just the surface, but the handle, the bottom, all of it. It's like somebody dunked it into a vat of oil. Did she do this? Well, obviously. It's lucky she didn't get burnt, he thinks. Hineni blinks, realizing his dickishness. He doesn't even know if that's true. Turning around, he looks up towards the rafter. But Obscura isn't there. He looks down, seeing her sneaking away to the other side of the kitchen with a towel in hand, in her half-human form, perhaps hoping to appease him by just being quiet and working on the other side of the room. Are you all right? Asks Hineni. She freezes in her tracks, nervously looking over her robed shoulder, likely wary of repercussions. Sorry. I should have asked you right away, he says, turning back to set the pan to the side in the basin. Some of the eggs are still salvageable, and the milk is sealed. But the flour is no good anymore. I'm still getting used to being around people. Hoo-hoo, there is an explosion of feathers, and a second later, Obscura takes the shape of a normal owl. She flies to the counter on her side of the room, straining herself by dragging the towel over it with her beak. He blinks, apparently not going to get a human answer to his question. Shrugging, he shakes his head and keeps working, wondering if maybe he couldn't have handled this situation better. Chapter 12. 12 is 3 times 4, which is bad. But 4 starts with F like the word frog. It turns out that, in the spirit of offering a productive hand, Obscura had tried to cook human food by following a recipe that she had read about in one of the many cookbooks from the library. Apparently, in all of her owlish wisdom, she had correctly chosen a cookbook for beginners that suggested simple pancakes as a starter recipe for beginner cooks. Mixing the batter went well enough, as evidenced by the cracked eggs and the overturned bowl of some washed-out, goopy mixture. However, the problem arose during a misunderstanding of the next line in the book. Step 6, Oil your pan, reads Hineni, looking at the soggy book that Obscura had apologetically given him after fetching it down from the rafters that the wave had thrown it up over. He blinks, turning his head around and back towards her. You aren't supposed to oil the entire pan, he says, realizing. She must have dunked the pans, handle and all, into a vat of oil. Just the inside, he says, picking up a pan and pointing at the flat surface in the middle of it. The room is as close to its original state as is possible, considering the circumstances. There is a mountain of soggy towels in the large, industrial basins, and there is for sure water that needs to be cleaned out from behind the cabinets, but all in all, the damage is as mitigated as can be. Hineni looks down at the floorboards, pressing his foot against them. It looks like Obscura's magic did a number on getting rid of most of the dampness. The house might not be ruined after all. He hopes it didn't all drip down into the ice cellar. He doesn't go down there. It was always spooky when he was a child. He was sure there was a ghost for all sorts of reasons. He sighs, rubbing his forehead. Life with other people is really a stressful thing in comparison with just being on his own all the time. Aren't gods supposed to be wise? Especially an owl god? Anyway, even if the mess has been cleaned up, the kitchen is still in an unusable state. It just needs time to air out properly, so that the waterlogged burning wood can dry out again and so that all of the residual dew can wick away from the walls and stoves. Sorry. We'll have to find something else for dinner, says Hineni, looking at the pans. Thank you for trying, he adds on, realizing that he should say something nice, so that he doesn't come across as callous. It was an accident, after all. I appreciate it. Frogs? Asks Obscura, sitting on the back door to the kitchen in the form of the small owl she was in, when they first met. Hineni wants frogs, she asks again, tilting her head sideways at an odd, nigh unnatural angle. I do not want a frog, and I definitely don't want more than one. Frogs, counters Obscura, flapping her wings indignantly as she makes a very convincing argument. Hineni sighs. You know, for a god, you aren't very, he considers what word he's looking for. Wise? Diligent? Responsible? No, godlike? Sort of. Gaudy, he finishes, saying a fake word that he didn't mean to say. Who? Protests Obscura. Bully Hineni. Mean Hineni. Bad. Bad. He frowns, realizing he made the situation worse. All right. You want frogs? He asks, looking around. He doesn't exactly have any frogs in storage here. You want to go to the forest and find some? He asks, shrugging. I don't want any. But we can find a few together. Obscura observes him for a while but then nods, and he nods back. That's about the sum of their interaction. Hineni stands there, staring at the owl, not sure what to do now, and the owl continues to stare at him. It's a little awkward, really. Okay, says Hineni, not knowing what else to do to keep the ball of social interaction rolling fluidly. Let's go then, he says, heading back out and looking at the broken window that wizard kid had shattered. He can't just leave it like this. Looking around, Hineni finds no better solution than to hoist the table beneath the window onto its side, so that it at least blocks the shattered glass in part. He nods, satisfied. That'll do. After that, he gets dressed again to go outside, and the two of them make their way through the city. Hineni takes his axe. He could use some new wood now that all of his cooking fuel had been soaked through. The man walks along the darkened street, watching the owl soar far over his head, rising up high into the night sky as he makes his way to the forest. He supposes that she plans to meet him there. As he arrives into the clearing, he stares up at the tree and sees Obscura sitting there, still in the form of a small owl. "Hope you didn't have to wait long," he jokes. Actually, he had secretly hoped that they could walk together to the forest. Is that odd? He isn't sure. Obscura shakes her head. "Obscura is patient," explains the owl. "Ah, is that so?" he asks, looking around the familiar forest clearing. "It is," replies the owl, not catching his sarcasm. Hineni smiles beneath his yellow scarf. "Come on, there's a pond this way." The owl goddess flies down from the branch, landing on the startled man's shoulder and squishes itself down beneath the brim of his wizard's hat. Hineni is shy," hoots Obscura. "My many eyes see shy Hineni," says the owl, leaning forward. Here they can walk together. The city is bright, but the forest is dark. Dark. Hineni blinks, looking at the owl on his shoulder with his head pulled back. Even if he knows that Obscura isn't just some random animal, it's still very intimidating to have talons like that right next to your face. She wedges herself up against him, earning herself a little more space by lifting his hat up higher on one side. "This isn't exactly walking together," he explains. He's still happy about it, though. Hineni walks, "Mighty Obscura is here." "They are together," explains Obscura. "Lazy Hineni." He turns his eyes to look at her, not sure if he can turn his head now or not because of his hat. He doesn't want to throw her off. "How am I the lazy one here?" The owl ruffles its feathers, looking away indignantly. "Hineni must catch many frogs. Many. To make amends to Obscura. Hey. Troublingly enough, he has never tried to catch a frog before. So in all honesty, he isn't sure how hard it's going to be. This is, of course, the problem. As the closer they get to the pond, the faster he feels his heart race and the more sweat he feels purl on his skin. What if he looks stupid? What if he does something embarrassing? What if he can't catch any frogs? Is Obscura not going to like him? And why does he even care about that? What even is this train of thought, and how did he end up in a place like this in his life? This is all, of course, very confusing. The two of them breach the edge of the clearing, looking out over the very large pond. It's nested here, hidden away by the forest. Hineni doesn't even need his lantern to illuminate it right now, because the vivid starlight of the hauntingly bright night reflects down off of the calm surface of the body of water and fills the entire, secluded area with a nighttide glow. "Ribbit! Frogs!" yells Obscura, shooting off of his shoulder in a second, causing him to jump back in surprise as he watches the creature swoop down over one very unfortunate frog. Hineni laughs, though he isn't sure why. Maybe just out of morbid humor as he watches the frog croak one last time as it vanishes into the night, carried away by a set of razor-sharp talons. Setting the lantern down, he lets out a deep breath, one he feels that he has been holding in for far too long, and rolls up his sleeves. It's time to catch some frogs. Honestly, all things considered, he does pretty well as far as he feels, at least. At first, he has a very hard and frustrating time trying to get any of the slippery little things. But he realizes, after watching Obscura swoop down at them with lightning speed, that he needs a different tactic since he can't move as fast as her. The first few, he catches by moving absurdly slowly. The man literally leans in towards a single frog over the course of a few minutes. They don't seem to react for whatever reason when he does that, and by the time they do, he is already close enough to snatch them. Hineni holds up his first frog with pride up into the air. It looks down at him from his hands. "Ribbit," says the frog. "Who?" Obscura swoops in, tearing its head off. Hineni yells, jumping back in shock, and drops the headless carcass. "Frog lies. Lies. Bad frog," says Obscura, dancing around the dead frog with open wings in a sort of war dance. "Don't listen to frog lies, Hineni." Okay," says the man, looking at the fresh frog blood on his hands and feeling pretty sure that he got some on his face. The rest of the frogs after that he catches using a much more simple method, one that he hadn't expected himself to be using. But somehow, being out here away from everyone, being near water, and being near someone he can talk to, makes him consider the possibility and then try it out. He points his finger at a frog that stares back at him from the distance with wide, yellow eyes. "Nothing personal. Hineni, uses ash, smolder. The frog stands there, its neck extending outward as it breathes, its eyes blinking as it continues to watch him curiously. Seemingly, nothing has happened yet. However, as it watches him, it doesn't see the lily pad that it sits on, near the edge of the water, become blackened and ashy, and a second later, the glow reaches the very surprised frog. Frightened, it hops up straight into the air, and Obscura swoops in, catching it and then dropping the dead animal at his feet. Teamwork. Sure, she could have caught the frog without him. But still, it's nice to be a part of something. The two of them spend about an hour hunting frogs together, and honestly, it's the most fun that he's had in a very long time. He can't say as much for the frogs, but they don't go to waste as Obscura manages to eat every single one that they catch. He himself forgoes any such thing, saying that he'll just buy breakfast tomorrow. It's fine to go a day or two without eating. They say it's even healthy sometimes. Obscura doesn't like this, however, and makes a fuss about him not eating the frog she brought him. So he has to explain that it's dangerous for humans to eat raw meat too often, especially from a place like this. She narrows her eyes, begrudgingly accepting the explanation, but making a threat that she's going to double-check this in the library to see if it's true. Apparently, she hasn't had much interaction with humans. But the truth is that he just doesn't want to eat another wet, uncooked frog. After a while, the two of them make their way back before the city can awaken and before the streets can refill with people, with Obscura staying on his shoulder, nestled under his hat this time, all the way through the dark streets until they get home. It was a fun time. Sure, it was, of course, a very odd way to spend an evening. But he's never been on a date before. He wonders if frog hunting is a normal thing that couples do? Probably not. Hineni jiggles the door, making sure it's locked before rubbing his tired face, getting undressed on his way to the washroom, and shooing Obscura away while he gets ready to go to bed for the night. It's probably about time that he starts brushing his teeth regularly, honestly. It's only good manners. The man lifts his arm, smelling beneath it, and recoils. He isn't sure if his mind isn't just playing tricks on him, but he has the feeling that he smells like frogs. Okay, so, he has to brush his teeth and take a bath regularly too. Noted. Doing both of those things, he then drags his way upstairs, calling a good night down the hallway as he has no idea where the creature is, before shuffling into his room. His foot kicks something, a bundle of sheets and blankets. Looking down, he sees that these are all of his old sheets and that his bed has been freshly remade. Perhaps for the first time in literally years. She must have done it before they left. He sighs, his shoulders drooping as they release a tension that he didn't even know they had in them. In a weird way, looking at the scene, he finds that he's looking forward to sleeping in a clean bed far more than he had expected. He's almost excited about it. He makes a mental note to thank Obscura tomorrow. She's really been going out of her way to be helpful. Teamwork, hey, mutters Hineni to himself. Having someone do things for you and doing things for that someone are both good feelings. He feels good, even from something as simple as a made bed. It's almost overwhelming for him. Turning off the light, he crawls under the blanket and lets out a loud, satisfied yawn. It was a great day today. He doesn't want to say it, because it might jinx it all, honestly. But he hopes that, if he's allowed to hope for something like this, tomorrow will be another day like today, a little troublesome, but honestly rewarding and fun in the end. His head rests on the pillow for a minute before he opens his eyes again, staring at the two large, yellow eyes that shine at him from across the room. There, the shadow of a giant owl sits, watching him as he sleeps. This is going to be a problem, he says, sitting upright. I agree, replies Obscura. Obscura has read many human books. Many, says the owl. Hineni stares at the shadow for a moment. Books on humans, or books written by humans, he asks. Yes, both, says Obscura, closing her eyes. As the yellow shine of her pupils vanishes, so does her blackened silhouette, leaving only the vague lantern glow darkness of his room all around him as she vanishes. Okay, well, Hineni looks around the room, not seeing her anymore. He has no idea what that conversation was just about. Good night. Good night, hoots Obscura from just next to him. Hineni turns, looking at the creature that has laid itself down next to him in bed. He blinks, staring, not sure what to do. A gust of magical wind comes from seemingly nowhere. The lantern light blows out and the room goes dark. Chapter 13, is an unlucky number. But it's okay because it has a 3 in it. So it's fine. Is this weird? This feels like it's weird. Hineni lays there on his back, his fingers clutching the blanket high up towards his neck. Nervously, he rolls his head to the side, turning his gaze to look at the creature lying there next to him. Feeling his gaze, Obscura opens her eyes, and Hineni quickly turns his head back straight, staring daggers into the ceiling. Yup. Definitely weird. He closes his eyes, wanting to let out a sigh, but stops himself before doing so. Sighing now would be weird for him to do, right? The air in the room is weird. The fabric of his sheets feels weird. The tension in his body, which he is used to carrying around with him all day, every day, in all honesty, feels weird now, here in his own bed. What's even weirder is that he feels himself being watched. Although, maybe, weirdly enough, he's gotten used to that too at this point. Hineni turns his head again, looking back at Obscura, who lays there, now with her eyes closed, her sharp face smushed sideways against a pillow that he thinks she stole from one of the other rooms. The other rooms, should he get up and go to sleep in one of them? Would that be weird? Or is he expected to sleep here? They're engaged after all, is it weird if they don't share a bed? No, wait. The bed sharing shouldn't come until after marriage, usually, right? Weird. Maybe owl culture is different? God culture, maybe? Is that even a thing? He has no idea. This is also weird. Hineni squints his already closed eyes to blink them. He's far beyond his limits of social competency, his comfort zone having been flown over with feathered wings days ago already. There is of course another implication to be made here, given the situation. But that's far too weird for him, even if they are engaged. Right? Hineni's eyes open again, and he once more finds himself staring at the ceiling. What time is it? How long has he been laying here? Was he asleep? It felt like he was in a half-daze the entire time. He finds himself pondering that pertinent question that hovers on the forefront of his mind. The obvious question. Would he? Would it be weird if he did? They're engaged after all, so it's going to happen eventually, right? But just speaking out of logistics, how would he, how would they? Hineni blinks, finally letting out that sigh he had been holding in since the start of the night. It's all too weird. Eventually, their night, the morning of the new day, that is, comes to an end, and Hineni manages to find at least a few hours of sleep somewhere in its weird depths. The next day comes, and Hineni sets to the task of pretending that nothing weird had ever happened, and while he does that, he also begins working on today's forging. He feels like making more daggers is an acceptable thing to be doing for now, and so he does exactly that. He's pretty hungry though, having skipped food yesterday, and so at the guild, he orders perhaps more food than is necessary to take home with himself. On the plus side, he gets praised for being a magnificent hunter. He isn't sure if Obscura understands the concept of commerce. The two of them have what Hineni would describe as a very nice meal, despite the difficulty of the conversation. Obscura isn't a great talking partner at the table, she eats her food much like a real owl would. This means that she is often hacking up entire collections of bones and gunk in the middle of their discussions on human society and the world at large. Then, later that night, the two of them go back out to the forest. Not to hunt frogs today, but because he needs more wood, winter will be here soon. Despite the sweaty work, he quite enjoys his time in the forest with her, pausing in between his chopping to look up towards her, sitting on a branch in one of her many forms. It doesn't matter when he looks, she'll always be there, watching him curiously from above as some kind of owl of varying shape and size. After they return home, the night repeats itself much like the last. Although Hineni does find that he sleeps easier and faster than before. The next day comes. 3, says Obscura, having taken the form of a small owl, pointing at the piece of paper he had brought home from the guild with it alone foot. The order only says 1, he explains, pointing at the thing. Obscura stretches her wings out. He's pretty sure this is supposed to be a threatening display. But honestly, he doesn't feel very intimidated. Hineni makes 3, she hoots. I really don't want to, though, he sighs, looking at the sketch. Some adventurer wants a custom-made iron-bodied lance, but with an elongated, curved blade at the end, like a scimitar. This would be very troublesome to make. By the time he looks back up from the paper in his hands, he sees Obscura, sitting as a small owl, standing atop his anvil with her wings still spread out wide. 3. 3, hoots the owl, parading around in a dance of protest. Hineni makes 3. The man stares at her and then sighs, shaking his head. Fine, he relents, turning to his work. I'll make 3. Aren't you some kind of god, he asks. Can't you do? I don't know, more godly things. Who, is all that he gets in return for his statement as Obscura flies off to sit in the rafters and glare at him from above, clearly not pleased about something. Rays of cold moonlight shine in through the open, high-set windows of the forge as Hineni's hammer strikes against the glowing metal that he holds down before himself. Sparks fly out with every strike, filling the air with warm fairy light as the vibration of the impact shoots up through his arm and back down through his grounded body. With focused intensity, he stares at the piece of metal in his grasp and hammers it over and over, bending it, flattening it, shaping it into the form that he needs it to hold. Hineni isn't much of an artist, in all honesty. He can't draw or paint or sing or sew or create things of deep, intrinsic beauty. But what he is good at is pragmatism. Metal. Shoes for Enkas, tools for workmen, swords and blades for adventurers. The combined glows of both the high moon and the fire of the forge bathe him and Obscura in their combined shine. He can do this kind of work, however. He can't make art that might captivate a heart, but he can make a weapon that will pierce one. The hammer rises up into the air to fall down again, to release onto the metal, together with the excited breath that he has held in his body and the strong tension he keeps in his muscles. 2 bony, taloned hands wrap themselves around him from behind, and Hineni is awoken from his trance. He stands there, his hand with the hammer still up in the air, staring at the metal and then down at Obscura's arms that are wrapped around him from behind. Be careful, says Hineni, looking over his shoulder down towards her. She is back in her half-human form. It's dangerous work. Obscura hoots, simply standing there behind him and swaying from side to side. Thanks for always staying up with me, he says, turning back to the blade on the anvil. It must be boring for you. Obscura is never bored with Hineni, hoots Obscura in protest. Is that so, he asks, raising an eyebrow. The owl nods back at him, and he shrugs. All right, fair enough. He tilts his head to the metal. Can you let go? I need to finish this. Who? Hoots the owl very suddenly, letting go of him. Unromantic Hineni. Dumb Hineni. She hoots in protest, flying away up towards the rafters. Rude Hineni. Obscura hisses at him, doing an odd swaying movement with her head as she glares at him with 2 large, yellow eyes from up above, having taken the form of a normal owl once again. A second later, she flies off out of the window and into the night. Hineni stands there, feeling the heat of the forge rise up over him. Well, that was weird. Was this a communication problem because she's an owl, or because she's a god, or because she's a she and he doesn't know what to do with that? Or maybe just because he just doesn't know how to talk to anyone at all. The man shrugs to himself and returns to his work. He's used to it by now. Presumably, he did some weird thing that Obscura had found offensive that he didn't even realize that he did. Tonight is the 3rd night that Obscura will be sleeping in his room. Or, well, their room. His house has been co-opted in a rather unexpected manner, hasn't it? That's marriage, he supposes. He isn't sure, though. He's never been married before. Hineni quietly snorts at his own joke. That was a good one. The man lays there, staring at the ceiling. He can't sleep not because of the bright, full moon shining outside of the window or because of any odd thoughts that might be nagging him at this early hour or because the whole room, if not the whole house, smells like owl. Rather, he can't sleep because he is being watched. Hineni turns his head, looking at the 2 bright, yellow eyes staring at him and he stares back at them. Hey, says Hineni. He wasn't trying to get her attention or anything. It's just literally the only word he was able to think of saying. Hello, replies Obscura. So, owl god, hey, asks Hineni. It seems odd, but he realizes that they never have many normal conversations, for a lack of a better term. Maybe he should work on that if they're going to be living together? Who hoots Obscura? You, replies Hineni, trying to make a joke. Me, she asks, confused. The joke clearly didn't land. Now it's awkward. Damn it. He needs to change plans. Hineni looks around the darkness, trying to find a way to keep the conversation flowing in a natural, Normal way. I mean, is there another owl god, e.r.s.? Obscura shakes her head. Inherit, she replies. I inherit, explains the owl goddess, tapping against the spot between her collarbones with a long, sharp talon. When Obscura dies 3 deaths 3. Then the next will inherit. How many deaths, he asks, realizing that she only said it twice. Also because it seems interesting. 3 lives, hey? Being a god must be weird too. 3, hoots the owl, growing excited all of a sudden, and Hineni nods. So, he looks around the room. Can I ask you something, asks Hineni. Who? You, jokes Hineni, trying a second time. Obscura tilts her head, not understanding. Damn it. He did it again. Hineni shakes his head. No, I mean the man takes a deep breath. It's weird for me to be around someone all day, you know, says Hineni. Isn't it like that for you too, he asks. Although, he supposes a god must be used to having worshippers and followers. 1, says the owl, tapping against herself. 1, she repeats, lifting a hand and tapping against his chest with a long talon. The movement doesn't make him nervous because of the dagger-like claw literally inches above his furiously beating heart, it's making him nervous because she's touching him. 1, she says a third time, pointing at the darkness of the room around them, at the house. Hineni thinks for a second, trying to decipher her answer. Obscura lived alone in the big now small forest, says Obscura. Hineni lived alone in the big house. Big, affirms Hineni. Alone too, but he skips that one. Lonely Obscura, lonely Hineni, lonely house, says the owl. But 3 lonely things came together to make one, she explains. Hineni blinks. He sure got some kind of answer, but that didn't exactly answer his question. So, it's not weird. Hineni must choose, says Obscura. Big choose. Weird house or lonely house? He stares at her for a while, trying to unbox her riddles an odd way of speaking. He supposes that she's saying that it boils down to either getting out of his old habits and ways and accepting the weirdness of this new life, or he has to reject it and let the things that have come together here come apart again. But he can't stay on the middle of the fence, tiptoeing around and never really making a full commitment to anything. Sure, he's terrified of everything that is happening. But at the same time, he's excited by the great potential this new path might hold for him. Sure, it's weird. But on the other hand, what's the alternative? To be as sad and lonely as he was forever? To be afraid forever? Maybe it's time for him to stop being a jumpy, anxious mess, like a mouse at night, hiding in a hole as a shadow swoops overhead? Maybe it's time for him to grow up? He's getting married now, after all. Doesn't that mean he has to man up and learn to take responsibility, not only for his own life, but for the lives of others too? Hineni, of course, knows that he's bullshitting himself. But the pep talk is enough for him to ignore that sense of doubt. Weirdness it is. There's no going back now, he's made his choice and he's going to commit to it. His two life is over, as Obscura had called it once. He can't keep living like he was still in it, in that rut of existence. The man sits upright, letting out a long, exerted breath. The blanket falls from his chest as he turns his gaze to look at Obscura. The two of them stare at each other for an odd moment. It isn't tense or awkward or weird, it's just that both of them know now what the other is thinking. Hineni, hoots Obscura as his shadow falls over her body, a long, taloned finger tapping against her bare stomach. 3. He blinks. Obscura wants 3 young. Hineni stares at her, his face hovering above hers, his heart thrashing in his chest as it presses against hers. This new life of his is going to be a lot of work. Hineni nods. 3, confirms the man, who as of tonight is at the very least unofficially married, as they move their bodies together. Although, the real ceremony might still be a while away, but in his own eyes at least, he takes a first real, tangible step towards manhood. Any questions that he might have had left about the logistics of it all are answered tonight without a single, or even 3, pages of a book having to be turned. Chapter 14, Please no solicitation unless you are here to deliver a box of frogs. Not interested, says Hineni, slamming the door back shut. A knocking comes again, and he sighs loudly, hoping that the man on the other side of it can hear him doing so. Go away. Sir, calls the representative of some noble guild up in the fancy part of town. This is a great honor. Hineni rolls his eyes. That's the fourth time he's been told that so far by some random fancy pants who has come knocking on his door. The fancy pants part is literal. He tears the door back open, pointing at the man. Although, he can't help but let his eyes wander down to stare at the man's puffy, very colorful pants made out of a fabric that probably costs more than a good chunk of his house, if not all of it. Your weird air god never cared about me before I became a proselyte, so your offer doesn't seem genuine. Please leave. Sir, I'm a follower of Avarice, the god of wealth, repeats the man. Hineni shrugs, looking out at him through the slit beneath his wizard's hat. You must accept this invitation, insists the stranger, shoving the sealed letter towards him with both hands. No, thank you. Sir, please, repeats the man, shoving the letter towards him again. The driver of the man's carriage behind him looks on impatiently. The carriage is, of course, ludicrously extravagant and very out of place in this neighborhood. Of course the god of wealth wasn't interested in you before. You were poor. It's quiet for a moment. Hineni blinks, lifting his arms to gesture at broadly everything all around himself. I don't know what I should even say to that. Goodbye. He slams the door shut, sighing again as he walks away, hoping to finally get some peace and quiet at his table now. What a morning. Of course, he's still poor. But saying it like that seems rude, and honestly, maybe he'd have more free space in his ears for the words of the god of wealth if he had maybe ever put said wealth to good use in this neighborhood, or anywhere at all, instead of just hoarding it. Many, hoots Obscura, peeking out from beneath the table where she is hiding below in the form of a small owl. Many want my Hineni. He tilts his head, looking at her. It's only because you chose me. Nobody wanted me before, says the man, walking past her to his table. Special Hineni, says Obscura, flying out from beneath the table. Obscura chose well. She has eyes that see. Real eyes. Doesn't everyone? Not like Obscura's. Hineni gives good gifts, says the owl, landing on the table. She sways her head around in a circular motion as she goes on. Hineni catches strong frogs. Hineni makes good weapons, says the owl. I think they just want me because you want me, says Hineni. Who she hoots. Who, he agrees, nodding as he sits down at the table, looking down at the steaming full mug of tea. It isn't good tea, honestly. But he really appreciates that Obscura is trying, so he makes a note to try hard at work tonight too, when the forge gets running. Nobody has made tea for him since back then. He's grateful for this. It's not uncommon, says the man, slowly sipping his tea. Headhunters, you know, he asks. Obscura shakes her head, spinning it around in a full turn straight backwards each time. The man turns his gaze out towards the window, watching the many groups of people walk by, and for the first time in a long time, he doesn't really feel a strong desire to be a part of any of them. If you're a prosy, that means you've been vetted by someone to be of value, explains Hineni. It means that the other gods know that a god chose me, so if I'm good enough for you, I must be good enough for them, he says, sipping his tea. It's just greed. Obscura's body stretches out long and lengthwise as she slides from the tabletop, down onto her bench, taking the shape of the half-human creature, which he hadn't seen since last night. Feeling his face go somewhat flush, Hineni clears his throat and turns back to the window again. Hineni forgets, says Obscura. Hineni is trusting and kind, hoots the owl. They will eat him for that. Hey, he asks, looking back her way. That seems like a rather grim prediction. They don't want you, because I want you, says Obscura. They want you, so that I cannot have you, she explains. Hineni stares at the window and then down at his tea for a while before turning his gaze towards her. That's a rather pragmatic, if not egoistic, view of the world. Is that kind of game really being played here? Can I ask you something, asks Hineni. It's not meant to be rude. I just need to know. Obscura nods. Who are you, he asks. Why wouldn't the other gods want me to work for you? Hineni tilts his head, staring at her. At least from the people I've spoken to, nobody has ever heard of an owl god, says Hineni. Or, a goddess. We are, says Obscura, pointing at herself and then him. From outside, she says, pointing towards the window. But not at the outside. Rather, she is pointing at the people there. Hineni does not belong to them, says the owl goddess, before pointing back at herself. Obscura does not belong to them. He nods, thinking he understands. So she's just literally some obscure goddess, like he himself is some obscure human. One is as legitimate as the other. That explains one thing, but why don't they want me to work with you, he asks. Obscura opens her mouth to answer. Tunk 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 tunk. The door rattles as someone knocks on it again. Hineni groans, getting up. That's visitor number 5. 3 he could have lived with, but 5 is too many. Maybe another one will come later, and it'll wrap back around to 6? 6 is a good number of unwanted visitors to have. It's just 3, but twice. But the man stops in his tracks, thinking. No. He needs 9 visitors today. 9. 9 is 3 times 3. He stands there, staring vacantly at the floor as he realizes what he's thinking about. He's really been infected by the odd 3 thing. Shaking his head, he walks to the door and yanks it open. I'm not interested. Thank you, says Hineni, straight off. Weaponsmith Hineni, asks the man, who has, objectively speaking, much less fancy pants on than the last. In fact, he has an odd, greyish robe on. Please leave. I'm not interested in your god, he says, eyeing the drab-robed man up and down. But the white isn't some bright, pure, spring-shine glowing fabric. Rather, it's a drab, quiet tone of white, like a burial cloth. Hineni smells the air. There's a scent about the man that he decides not to remark on in order to avoid being rude. The man smells like a barn. The man, some kind of priest, bows. The master has summoned you. Not interested. The priest lifts his head, looking up from his lowered position. This is not a request. Hineni raises an eyebrow, looking back at Obscura, who has shifted back into the form of a small owl again, and then back towards the man. This is certainly a tone that none of the others had tried. Are you with the guard? Asks Hineni. I am but a humble servant, says the priest, lowering his head again. Then I don't need to listen to you. Bye, says Hineni, slamming the door shut. He turns to walk away, taking exactly 3 steps before the expected knocking comes again. He ignores it this time, letting out a third loud, theatrical sigh. Hineni stares at Obscura, who is prancing around the kitchen that has now dried out after the flood. She's collecting all sorts of ingredients, having decided that she is going to try to cook again today. The man tilts his head, watching her pour a handful of nuts into a bowl, before leaning over and staring at them, as if she was expecting something to happen all by itself. Feeling him watch, she turns her head and looks at him, and Hineni quickly looks away, averting his gaze to the rest of the room, which is still thankfully intact and spared of any damage from either fire or water. At least as far as his untrained eyes can see. He frowns. Now that he's had a chance to sleep on it, he feels kind of bad about being such an ass to the water girl. She was just a kid, and she did save his house from burning down. The man rubs his head, looking around the empty kitchen. It's far too big for even the 2 of them, having been built once in days long since past to serve hundreds of people every single night. Now, only 1 stove is ever used, and even that only sparsely. The mountains of pots and pans are filled so deeply with dust that even Obscura, in her obsessive cleaning spree after her arrival, didn't manage to scour all of them. It's empty. There was a feeling here once, but as he looks around the room, he realizes that it isn't here anymore. It's empty. His gaze lowers down to an overturned, lustrously polished pot, in which he sees a distortion of his own reflection, beneath the smear left by a small boot mark. Leaning down, he stares at it much like Obscura had done with the nuts only a moment ago. There's something about it, about that look in his eyes that matches the aura of the room. It's empty. Hineni pulls himself upright, realizing something. Just like when he had yelled at Obscura and apologized to her, he had yelled at the stranger, but he has, so far, failed to apologize. Hey, he says to her. I'm going into town. I'll be right back. Hineni brings frogs, she asks, becoming excited. Not tonight, I think, he says. I'm just going to the Adventurers Guild. Obscura widens her eyes, pointing at the bowl angrily. I am cooking. Cooking, she hoots. He nods. You are cooking, he repeats, so it has been said 3 times. I'm not buying dinner. Don't worry. Be right back. With that, he walks out of the kitchen and into the hall, donning his coat, yellow scarf, and wizard hat, adjusting both of them to fit tightly before stepping out of the door. He jiggles it before leaving and then heads towards the Adventurers Guild, trying to think of what to say to the stranger. Sorry that I was rude, he mumbles under his breath, trying to practice. No. No, that doesn't sound sincere at all. He clears his throat, but still never speaks in a tone higher than a tiny whisper that can't even manage to leave the fabric of his scarf. Thank you for helping me the other day. I'm sorry that I was an asshole. He fumbles with his hands in his pockets. No, that one is too wordy. Ugh. Talking to people is so hard. The man stops in the middle of the empty street, looking back over his shoulder towards the door to his home that he can still see from here. He could just go back? It's probably fine anyway, right? The kid probably found a group and moved on already, and he doesn't want to seem desperate and weird after all. A soft wind blows down the road from behind him, scattering the fallen leaves that paint the ground all the way down along the length of the street. The last of the autumn foliage, having now come down to the world, lies strewn all around him, ghosts of the now ending season. The wind continues to blow, it continues to push against him, as if nudging him forward, as if coaxing him to move out and into the world. It's time to grow up, right? Hineni looks back ahead of himself and keeps walking. Sorry, is all that he says. But this time, it wasn't even to practice. It was just the thing he had to say to himself, to everything that he had allowed himself to become. It's only fair of him to do so before he lets that person go, once and for all. Lifting his gaze, Hineni clenches his fists in his pockets and walks towards the Adventurers Guild, feeling the wind at his back. Even as he reaches the door, he doesn't lower his eyes, and even as he steps inside the Adventurers Guild, he doesn't lower his eyes, and even as he walks past the surprised elven receptionist, who seems to scare herself a little during her process of waking up, given her effort to catch her own balance on her chair, and stares out over the busy room, Hineni doesn't lower his eyes. As much as he wants to, he doesn't. The crowd has yet to notice him, lost in their revelry as always, and he scans the room, searching for a hint of azure blue amidst the air that smells oddly swampy. Sure enough, he finds it eventually. The kid is walking up to a table that some party is sitting at. She seems to be asking the man there something, but he just lifts a hand and flicks her forehead with his metal gauntlet still on, before shoving her away and looking back to his laughing party. The blue wizard rubs her forehead, sulking as she walks away to try her luck at another table. Presumably she's looking for work. Hineni looks at the man. What a jerk. That must have really hurt. That thought makes him stand there for a moment, as slowly but surely the first people begin to notice him and begin to grow excited or begin to murmur in odd, croaking tones. That must have really hurt, hey, he mutters to himself beneath his scarf. That's basically what he did too. He's no better. He walks through the crowd, ignoring the excited hands reaching out for him and the people who get up and begin to circle him, ignoring the excited voices trying to reach him, all of them after the same thing. As he steps towards them, never breaking his stride with his eyes held up high, the encircling mob steps away instinctively. The bubble of people always moves with him, rather than hindering him, until eventually, he makes his way to the splash of blue in the room. Still red-eyed and rubbing her forehead, the water caster looks up at him. Hey, says Hineni, honestly not really sure what it is that he's doing anymore. But it seems to be working so far. The two of them stand there for a second, surrounded by the voices of the many, as he takes off his glove and reaches down with a scarred hand. Sorry that I was a dick, he says, apologizing. Ryan blinks, staring at him, entirely lost. I mean. Hineni clears his throat, deciding that he has to do better if he wants to make a sincere apology. Ryan the River Wizard, the Owl God has need of you and your services, he recites, picking one of the many lines he himself had been told by solicitors this last week. But he modifies the end, changing it from a demand to a simple, honest question. Sure, he's nervous and sweaty. Sure, his heart feels like it's going to fly out of his chest at any second. But now, for the first time, as he asks it, Hineni feels oddly light on his feet. His scars feel oddly cool and painless, and the words that come out of his mouth do so freely and with no tension or fear. Wanna go catch some frogs? Asks the man. The air in the room stiffens and he isn't sure if it's his perception, but some of the people seem to take great offense to this odd question being asked. Ryan stares at him for a long, confusing moment. Yeah, is all that Ryan replies with, yelling far too loudly, having lost control of her voice. System of Faith. Cult 1. Of the Owl God. Ranking, Obscure, Members, 3. He nods. Come on. I know a spot, he says, turning around and walking out. I'm taking this, he says to the receptionist, nodding his head towards Ryan, who he is dragging out after himself. Starts the receptionist, seeming somewhat troubled as he leaves with the strange child in tow. I'll bring the weapons later tonight, says Hineni, walking to the door. Okay, says the receptionist, sitting back down without another question as Hineni drags Ryan off into the night. Bye. Do you have to hold my hand? Asks Ryan. It's kind of weird. Hineni blinks, letting go. Sorry. He looks over his shoulder. A few people look out of the door after them, but they seem to be slowly losing the will to chase him after so many rejections. I guess it's odd for a young girl to be out here with a weirdo like me, hey, he jokes, looking up at the night. I'm a boy, shouts Ryan. Hineni stops, blinking and looking down at the blue caster. Hey. Ryan runs over a few steps, dragging an old box from the side of the road there. He lifts his leg, setting it on top of it like a triumphant conqueror as he raises his arm up, pointing theatrically at himself with his thumb. I'm Ryan. The river wizard, he exclaims proudly. Wizard, argues the boy. Wizards are guys. Oh. Hineni looks around. Hey, now that you mention it. That makes sense. Ryan frowns, crossing his arms. So. You still up for that frog hunt? Asks Hineni. We could use someone with your talents. Frogs? Asks Ryan, warily opening an eye. I'll help. But I'm charging per frog. Frogs? Nods Hineni. We'll talk about money later. Frogs? Hoots Obscura, peeking out of a shadow just behind them. Ryan yells, swiping his arms all around himself in surprise at her sudden appearance. Hineni is less shocked. In a way, he had almost expected it. What he hadn't expected, however, was the towering wave of water crashing straight towards him. As the shadow looms over his head, he sighs, adjusting his hat and scarf to get ready before it hits him. Being an adult is hard. Chapter 15, there are 5 3s in 15. But there are 3 5s. 3. This place is kind of creepy, says Ryan, walking behind Hineni as they go through the seating area, the restaurant, past all of the tables. They walk past the broken window, but Hineni doesn't mention it. The man turns around, looking at the boy. This is my family home. Your family home is creepy, replies Ryan, looking up at the high rafters above them. Obscura, having been behind them before, is now sitting up there, watching them with wide eyes. Ryan yelps, ducking behind Hineni. Who? Their frog hunt had been successful, honestly. Ryan's river magic, while impractical in many settings, is ironically extremely well suited to hunting frogs. By causing a cascade of water to rise up, he had flooded the pond and caused all of the surprised frogs to scramble out from the water to the edge of it, where they were easily caught. Although, for some reason, the boy had needed a lot of convincing in order to use his spell on the frogs once they actually got there. Now, was this an important thing for them to have spent their evening doing? No, honestly, it was not. But Hineni had fun, and he thinks Obscura did too, though she seems to have taken a liking to scaring Ryan, who seems particularly jumpy around her. Then again, Hineni supposes that this is a reasonable reaction. She is a literal deity, and Ryan is a child. Plus, Obscura is certainly a little intimidating, especially with her talons. Her interest in spooking him doesn't help, of course. Anyways, given his own lack of terror, maybe he himself is just the one who's weird? Although, maybe he's just adjusted to her now. This is where we'll be working, says Hineni. What's our job? Making weapons, explains the man, looking back up towards the rafters. Obscura is gone. But there is a clamor coming from the kitchen, so he supposes that she got back to her newfound hobby. Hey? I don't know how to do that, replies Ryan. That's fine, he says. How good are you at chopping wood? Ryan scratches his cheek. I've never chopped wood before. Hineni stares at the boy for a moment, looking at his very expensive robe. Of course, someone who can afford clothes like that has never chopped wood before. He's not sure why a boy from a rich family was looking for work in a guild down here, though. Can you gather materials from the dungeon? No, yes, Ryan fidgets. I can go down to floor 4. That's not very far, replies Hineni, sitting down at his favorite booth. He gestures at the spot across from him. He isn't sure, but he's confident that he could get deeper than that by himself, at least to floor 5. Then again, he is older. What can you do then? Do you have any river-related work? Asks Ryan, sitting down. I do not, replies Hineni, dryly. He rubs his forehead. It's still hard for him to talk to people like this, even if the person he's talking to is someone as young as Ryan, but he's fighting his way through it. Where do you live? Asks Hineni. There's got to be something. I live in the tower quarter, replies Ryan. Hineni claps his hands together once, pulling them apart. Ah, of course. It's obvious, of course, a naturally powerful, if not untrained, caster like Ryan lives in the tower quarter. The boy's robe looks a bit worn and raggedy, but the material is an expensive one. You're a magical crafter? Are you willing to learn to enchant weapons? Asks Hineni. Ryan shakes his head. No, I can't. But you live in the tower quarter, asks Hineni, somewhat confused. Everyone there is a crafter. Ryan rubs his arm. My mom's there. I haven't really started getting into the family business. Who? Blurts out Obscura from the side, appearing very suddenly from next to them. Ryan lets out a terrified yelp and scrambles away across the bench. The two of them look at her, one of them terrified and one of them confused. Fear. Fear Obscura, she hoots, flapping her arms. Hey, says Hineni, poking a finger into her fluff. Don't be mean. Who argues Obscura, her body transforming from her humanish shape into the form of a giant owl that towers above the table as she bends over forward and looms over Ryan, her eyes wide and shining with a haunting, yellow glow. Fear. Mighty Obscura. Ryan is pressed as far back against the wall as he can go, shaking in terror. Hineni sighs, having already gotten up a moment ago, he is now pushing his way back in past Obscura, as he squeezes himself back into the booth, pressing himself through the considerable amount of fluff on her leg. There is a clacking of glassware being set on the table as he puts down the food that Obscura had cooked and brought, but left hidden one booth away so that she could come over and scare Ryan one more time. Mighty Obscura burnt this one, says Hineni, lifting up one of the pancakes, covered in syrup and ground up nuts. Obscura turns her massive head his way, looking down at him. See, asks Hineni, pointing at the one pancake she had tried to hide by putting it in the middle of the stack, which is indeed a very wise thing to try and do. There is an explosion of feathers, and a second later, Obscura is gone, leaving only Ryan and Hineni and a single feather that lands down on top of the pancakes. Don't mind her. She's weird, says Hineni, pulling the sticky feather off of them and setting it to the side. Ryan looks at him with horrified eyes. Should you? He lowers his voice. Should you be talking about a god like that? He whispers, his eyes shifting around as if they were being watched. Which they are, actually. In all honesty, no. If any of the other servants of the other gods said something bad about their patrons, it's very much in the realm of possibility that they would simply stop existing. In a sense, gods are, given their nature, above the law. Murder is as illegal for them as for anyone else, but who is going to storm the palace of a literal god and arrest them? Nobody, that's who. But Hineni has accepted his fate. If Obscura wants to eat him for calling her weird, then that's fine. Besides, it's okay, he says. I'm weird too. He takes a fork, setting a few cakes on each of the 3 plates. Thank you for cooking. They look great, he says. Are you going to eat with us? Asks Hineni, looking down beneath the table where he can feel her moving around. A small feathery head peeks up from the side, clicking its beak angrily as the small owl glares at him with furious eyes. If you're mean to someone, explains Hineni, expect meanness to come back to you. Respectless Hineni, complains the owl. Hineni is granted Obscura's gifts. Obscura's presence. Obscura's love, she hoots. But he is mean. Bully. Bully Hineni. Hineni raises an eyebrow. If that's a no, then I guess I'll just eat these 3 too, he says, pointing at her plate. This doesn't seem to impress her. But Hineni knows what her weak spot is. Actually, I think I'll just eat one of yours, he says. That way I'll have 4 and you'll only have tea. Before he can finish his sentence, Obscura is sitting next to him, shifting back into her human form. But she keeps the glare on her eyes. Reverence. Obscura is divine. Obscura demands reverence, she complains. Hineni gestures across the table to Rhine, who is sitting there, quite literally shaking in his boots that appear to be a little too big for him. Good. Fear. Fear Obscura, little human, she says, staring at him and moving her head in a circle above her stack of pancakes. Hineni sighs. Apparently she's going to have to get used to being around people, just like he himself is still working on doing. Oh well, it's something that they can work on together. A couple's project, if you will. He puts 3 cakes onto Ryan's plate. Not one more and not one less. But he keeps the burned one for himself. It is nighttime. Hineni hammers away in the forge. Today, he's making something different. The man wipes his sweaty forehead on his arm, turning his gaze to look at the custom order that had been pinned up on the board of the Adventurers Guild. The sheet of paper is now up on the wall, by his work table. A scythe. It's unusual for farmers to put in orders at the guild, but not unheard of. What is unusual, though, is the material. Hineni's gaze sinks back to the piece of burning hot metal clasped in his tongs. Despite the incredible heat radiating from it, it doesn't emit a glow of any kind. It just looks like it always does. Sleek, silvery. It's not as rough looking as iron and carries a strangely polished sheen to it, even after the heat and all of his hammering. Cobalt chromium ingot. Quality. Normal, composition. Cobalt, 62%. Chromium, 28%. Molybdenum 6%. Magnesium, 1%. Silicon, 1%. Iron, 0.5%. Nickel, 0.5%. Impurities, 1%. Quality effects. None. Cobalt chromium. Dark affinity. A rare, mid-level material. Cobalt chrome is a fusion of cobalt and chromium and carries a very high specific, tensile strength. Weight, 1 kg. Value, 684 obols. Hineni returns to his work, hammering the bar into shape, into the form of a curved blade. He isn't sure where a farmer found this, but that isn't his question to ask. They probably dug it up from their field or got it from some passing adventurer or something. It's a rare material, even if it is only a small ingot that doesn't have a standardized size. It makes sense, he supposes, for a farmer to want a tool to be made with an expensive metal. The effects could potentially be very useful for the work, and metals like this are often more durable as well. Although, he isn't too sure about the dark affinity and if it's wise to have near a harvest. Oh well, that isn't his problem to worry about. After dinner, Hineni had sent Ryan home, telling him to come back tomorrow evening. By then, he'll have thought of some work that the boy can do. Obscura had overridden his suggestion, saying that she would have some task for him to serve her through. The man glances over his shoulder, seeing Obscura sitting there, up by the forge's windows. She's staring out through them, out into the night. Feeling him watching, she looks down at him, and Hineni in turn looks back down at his work, continuing on. They still hadn't really talked about what happened between the two of them the other night, and he has the feeling that it's going to happen again tonight. The lack of talking, that is, but also the other thing. Feeling a new resurgence of energy, Hineni strikes the hammer down again with more vigor, finally getting the metal to flatten a little. What a troublesome material. Hineni has been spending the last while just hammering and hammering away. It's certainly very durable. Cobalt chromium, hey? The man tilts his head, looking at the half-worked blade that is slowly starting to make itself seen. He wouldn't mind having more of this stuff. Mid-level materials are certainly interesting. Then again, Hineni lifts his gaze, staring around his forge. It's a solid structure. His tools and working areas are all solid and offer a strong foundation. But really, it's only suited for lower-level metals. His forge doesn't get hot enough for most metals already in the mid-range area, and his perfectly normal hammer isn't really capable of forming some kinds of magical materials. But he mostly works with iron and sometimes some copper, and for those two things, his setup is very well suited. But maybe if he wants to advance more in his crafting and in his work, he doesn't just need to step up in his own personal life but also in his trade. Hineni picks up the unfinished blade with his tongs, looking at it. It's lumpy. Imperfect. Unfinished. A gust of soft wind moves next to him. Hineni turns his head, seeing Obscura floating there in her humanish form, upside down, her hood dangling down towards the ground. There's something that's been gnawing at him for a while now. So, why weapons? Asks Hineni, looking at her and then back at the scythe. Why didn't you make me an armorsmith or something like that? He asks. Obscura blinks, tilting her head. She lifts one of her taloned hands, holding it in front of his face as she pokes his nose with a long, curved talon. Sharp, she hoots. Obscura has sharp, she explains. With her other hand, she grabs Hineni's free hand and holds it against her robe, pressing down against the fluffy layer of feathers beneath it. Soft. Obscura is soft. Hineni blinks, staring at her, not really understanding what she means this time. Hineni must be sharp, she says, holding his hand and squeezing it. The talon that was on his nose lowers itself down to his chest. But soft. He nods, understanding her point halfway at least. She wants him to be ready for some inevitable coming of some bad thing into his life, but at the same time, that he doesn't let that preparation harden him to the point of self-destruction. But why weapons? He asks. It's not that he minds. He's just curious. She floats around him, still upside down, letting go of his hand. Hineni sets the blade back down with the tongs onto the anvil. To hunt, she hoots, vanishing by the time he looks back her way. Armor is for her prey. Several hours later in fact Hineni stands there, staring at the blade with pride. It's razor sharp and curved inwardly at a slight angle, like a keen talon. Though, somehow, it's bigger than he had expected it to be, a lot bigger. It's almost like there is more blade than he had material. Cobalt chromium blade scythe. Quality. Normal, composition. Cobalt, 62%. Chromium, 28%. Molybdenum, 6%. Manganese, 1%. Silicon, 1%. Iron, 0.5%. Nickel, 0.5%. Impurities, 1%. Quality effects. Chosen of the Owl God. Adds additional attributes to the attached weapon. Title effect. Gift of the Owl God. +3 obscurantism. +3 wind DMG. +3 luck, material effect. At night. Blade size *2. +2 dark. 09 physical DMG. A razor sharp, curved blade, meant for a scythe. Made by Weaponsmith Hineni, chosen of the Owl God. Weight, 1 kg. Durability, 20/20 value, 1045 obols. It's also powerful, very powerful. Iron is great and all, but it really does lack in a lot of ways. The man tilts his head. What's with this odd effect? Double-sized at night? He rubs his forehead, running his fingers through his sooty, black hair. How am I supposed to attach this to a pole? He mutters to himself. Foregoing the larger problem of how to even make a curved pole to attach a scythe to, which he has never made before, let alone out of wood, how is he going to secure a blade that changes size to it? The man sighs a troubled sigh, but still, this was good work for one night. Really good work. Sorry, says Hineni. I think I'll only manage one of these, he says, turning to look up at Obscura. But she isn't there at the window. Rather, she's hanging right there, in front of his face, floating upside down in her human form. 3, she asks. Just one, he says, eyeing her carefully, feeling a little worried that she's going to have another fit. Hineni makes 3, she protests. I only have the materials for one, he argues. The order only came with one small ingot. She doesn't seem very pleased about this perfectly reasonable explanation. Hineni sighs. I think it's going to take me 3 days in total to make it, though, he explains. The blade tonight, and then the next 2 days to make the pole. She crosses her arms, thinking about it for a moment, but then nods. It looks like his terms have been accepted. I'm gonna take a bath before bed, says Hineni, setting down his tools to start extinguishing the forge. Half an hour later, he makes his way out of the forge, shuffling through the large hall towards the door to the bath. Tunk 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 tunk. The door. Hineni groans. It's the middle of the night. Do they really have to be this insistent? The man, annoyed, shuffles towards the front door, pulling it open. It's late. Please leave. Cast Stream Whisper on, Hineni. Applied status, sleep. HP, 39/39. Hineni falls to the ground. The last thing he sees before everything goes dark is the door opening and a couple people bending down and grabbing him, dragging him towards a carriage that is parked outside. Something smells like frogs. Chapter 16, You shouldn't count her eyes, at least not more than 3. Counting 4 is bad. The carriage rattles loudly as Hineni drifts in and out of wakefulness. The spell keeps him in an odd state of half-dazed awareness. It's as if he's on the edge of arising from a long dream, but the sensation just seems to stretch on and on for a while, until eventually, the movement of the carriage stops. There is some noise as people and things move. Is this him? Asks a croaky man's voice from next to him, waiting for some response from someone who he doesn't hear. A nod or a gesture is given in return to the question, perhaps. Good. Okay, let's go, says the man's voice, and Hineni feels himself being carried away. A cool wind blows past him, pushing through his coat and pushing through his yellow scarf as it runs over his skin, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. It's a familiar breeze. Let me go, mutters Hineni, trying to pull his arms away. Fuck's sake. Do it again, barks the man's voice at someone. Cast Stream Whisper on, Hineni. Applied status, sleep. HP, 39/39. Hineni falls back into total darkness. It is an indiscernible amount of time later. Hineni slowly awakens from his sleep, opening his blurry eyes. He finds himself laying on his back in a room. Well, no. Judging by the bars that make up one wall, it's a cell. Cells are rooms, right? Hineni blinks, trying to get his odd thoughts in check as he sits upright, looking around his prison. He's never been kidnapped before. Maybe this new life is really turning into something after all. The man sighs. That was a dumb joke, and he isn't laughing. He always does this. Getting up, he looks down at himself. He still has everything on, thankfully. The cell itself is exactly that, a cell. There's a bed. There are 4 walls with enough room to pace in between them for exactly 4 steps in either direction. There are 2 openings, the small window behind him that is out of reach, and the bars of the cage. Finally, there is one him, stuck between all of these things. The man rubs his head, walking to the bars. Hello, he calls out. Is anyone there? No response. His voice echoes down a stone corridor of some kind. From what he can see, the entire place is made out of the same lightless, drab grey stone as his cell. It carries with it a blue tinge from the cold moonlight that shines in through the window. What is this? Is this retribution from some god or cult he provoked by slamming his door in their face? By rejecting their offers? Didn't one of them threaten him? The man in the off-white robe? Hineni's eyes dart around the cell. He touches the bars. They're sleek. This isn't iron. Despite the drabness of the interior of this place, the metal used for the bars is very expensive. He flicks it, closing his eyes to listen to the ringing that comes from them. It's high-pitched, almost whiny. The man takes a step back, looking at them from different angles, seeing how they glitter in the rays of dewy moonlight. Orichalcum, he mutters, sounding more than surprised. This is a high-level material. It's very, very expensive. The bars themselves must have cost a fortune. Lifting a finger, he points it at one of them. Hineni uses ash, smolder. The tuft of ash begins to smolder and burn around the base of one of the bars. But the glowing embers quickly die out, leaving nothing behind as the wind, coming in through his window, blows it away. Not even a scorch mark remains. Orichalcum is resistant to all types of magic. It's the perfect material to keep a caster imprisoned. He narrows his eyes. He's all right. But if these people had come to his house and taken him, then what about Obscura? He has to get home and see if she's all right. Sure, she's a god. But it was still the middle of the night. Although, she is an owl. So, maybe that last part isn't really a problem? Still. The man lets out a deep breath, watching the vapors float away from his mouth. Hineni uses ash, anti-chrysalis. The world all around him explodes into a flurry of smoldering ash. Orange lights fly through the gloom, illuminating the night as if he were suspended in a swarm of raging fireflies. Ash swirls through the bars, swirls over him, swirls through the fabric of his coat, and through the strands of his hair, burning everything all at once. The wind blows. The ash falls to the ground, leaving no trace of its presence behind in the cell. The walls, the bars, and even he are all still intact and untouched, except for a few new burns. Something smells like smoke. Hineni turns around, letting out an annoyed yell. His bed is on fire. It's been a day. Hineni sits on the floor, his back against the wall, playing with a feather that he had pulled out of his pocket. He doesn't know how it got there, but holding it gives him a sense of comfort. Smelling it gives him a sense of comfort. Is that weird? Maybe. But it's not like anyone can see him. Nobody has come yet. The man digs into his pocket, pulling out a piece of dried meat. He's glad that he had bought some new ones from the guild. Cured meat strip. Quality normal, composition. Meat, 98%. O salt. O pepper. O red spice. Water, 0.9%. Quality effects none. A heavily salted and mostly dried strip of meat of indistinct origin. It has an extremely long shelf life and mildly spicy flavor. Restores 10 stamina. Weight, 0.01 kilograms. Value, 0.4 obols. Restored. Plus 10 stamina. Are they just going to leave him here to rot? Is that it? Is this some kind of slow murder? Or are they waiting on something? On someone? Hineni lays on his back. Obviously, he's bored as sin. It's been another day. Nothing has changed. He's hungry. He still hasn't seen a single soul. As for bathroom-related issues, he's simply opted to do his business out through his cell bars. It's nothing that the remnants of his blanket and some ash magic couldn't take care of. He sighs. He hopes Obscura is okay. He hasn't even thought about Rhine. Hineni sits upright, realizing. He hopes that the boy didn't come to his house and stand there in front of a locked door. If that's the case, he probably thinks that Hineni had changed his mind and was now choosing to ignore him. Shit, mutters the man, resting back down against the ground. He stares idly for a while, realizing that this is a real problem he's having. Has he really changed so much in such a short time? Still. He hopes that the boy isn't devastated. He turns his head, looking at the bars of his window. There are 4 of them, and something about that makes him nervous. 4. 4 is bad. Hineni turns his gaze back towards the ceiling. Are they going to keep him here for 4 days? They smelled like them. Like frogs. Is that what this is? Is that when it's going to get here? The big frog? The thing that Obscura is after? Was this some kind of preemptive attack? Maybe this has nothing to do with the other gods of the city and his rejection of them after all? He's really hungry, really thirsty. Hineni has been doing his best to not burn too much energy. But it's cold, and apart from the few pieces of jerky he had, the man has had nothing to eat, let alone drink. Has another day passed yet? He thinks for a moment, feeling the unnaturally strong wind blow over him. No. Maybe another hour. The 3rd day comes. Hineni, hating himself in a very intense way, sits upright, aiming at the iron bars that make up the window of his cell. Hineni uses ash, smolder. An orange glow begins to smolder and eat away at the bars, as if worms were digging through them. A minute later, they fall apart. The man stands there with his hands on his hips, looking up at the window that he had written off from the start, right after seeing the orichalcum bars of his cell. He had just assumed that they were orichalcum too. It turns out they're iron. Looks like they, whoever his captors are, skimped on the little details. Typical frogs. The man blinks, realizing that he has no idea what he's deliriously rambling about in his own mind. Frogs? The window is high up. If only he hadn't destroyed his bed, he could have used it to climb up. Sighing, he walks back towards the bars of his cell and then runs as fast as he can, jumping with a boot against the wall to try and push himself up to the window. He's not exactly an athletic type in this regard, and honestly, he wasn't expecting to make it. But somehow, he feels as if the gentle push of the wind, which has seemingly shifted directions, has helped him. His hand grips the ledge, and then so does his other one, before his own weight overwhelms him. With extreme exertion, given his weakened state, Hineni only just barely manages to wrap his arms around the window and pull himself up. Looking out, he sees some courtyard that he isn't familiar with. It isn't particularly well maintained. It's just kind of a grass square. There's a fountain and some stone benches. It's nice enough, but not exquisite or up to the standards of any real god, at least in the measures of wealth that he would expect. It kind of just looks forgotten, actually. The fountain isn't even working. It's like an abandoned park in a back corner of the city. Where am I? Mutters Hineni, looking around the area. He looks down. The drop isn't that bad. Squeezing himself out of the window, he falls down to the ground, adjusting his hat and standing back upright. It's good to be free. Even if he is still technically trapped somewhere, at least he has room to stretch now, room to move, and room to breathe. Sneaking along the wall, Hineni makes his way to a small archway and peeks through it before making a dash to the other side. Honestly, it all kind of looks like an old monastery of some kind. But all of the doors that he sees are closed, their handles covered in thick layers of dust. There aren't any voices or any sounds of steps or anything else. There is simply no one. His captors seem to have simply vanished. It's like they dropped him off in his cell and then just disappeared, having never been able to return to him. Crickets chirp, their voices singing from the overgrown grasses that line the stonework, their candor carrying through the night as the last choir to ever sing in a forgotten place like this. Slowly and carefully, Hineni creeps his way through, trying to find a way out. But even if he does, then what? His captors will know that he's escaped, and they'll know exactly where to look. On one hand, he wants to go home more than any time he has ever wanted to go home before, to see if this new life he had managed to get going is still there, waiting on him. But he knows that if he does, he'll just bring renewed danger to his doorstep. But if there is anyone here, he certainly can't find them now. Hineni looks around himself, lost. There are doors everywhere. Corridors everywhere. Courtyards everywhere. This is some kind of cloister, it's clearly outside of the city for there to be this much space. What should he do? The wind blows over him, and Hineni shivers. It feels cold and lonely, but it feels that way in the sense that it is simply a current, and he is simply a thing that floats upon it. They aren't really interacting with each other, but the forces of one move the other. Hineni exhales, letting out a long breath as his shoulders fall slack. He walks straight ahead, past the first door, then past the second. Finally, he grabs the third one, pulling it open. Another courtyard is on the other side. He walks through it, repeating the ritual. From there, he takes the third door, walking through that and then taking the third corridor to another courtyard. Number 3. Bodies lay everywhere, there on the grass, slumped over the benches, and at the dry fountain. Hineni pulls up his scarf, taking a step back at the sight. There isn't any blood. There isn't a single sword drawn, an arrow, or a knife to be seen. All of them simply lie strewn about. The memory is only vague, but these look like the same people who kidnapped him. The robes are the same. They're a drab tone of simple fabric, with long, sagging hoods. Bending down, he lifts the hood off of one. The man, who he doesn't recognize, is still alive. He's still breathing. He simply lays there on the grass and sleeps. Someone screams from behind him. Hineni spins around, seeing another man with crazed, hungry eyes lunge his way. The two of them fall to the ground, rolling over each other. The man claws at him as Hineni, tired and weak but full of adrenaline, somehow fights his way to the top and pins his arms down. Eyes! Eyes! Screams the almost rabid cultist, flailing around, froth dripping from his mouth as he fights, trying to get Hineni off of him. It's evil. Don't look into its eyes. Don't count them. Don't listen. Cast stream whisper on. Applied status, sleep. The man beneath him falls to sleep, his hands releasing from him, his arms falling limp to the grass. Catching his breath and feeling his heart racing, Hineni sits upright and looks around. Who's there? He shouts. Who coos a familiar voice? Hineni looks up at the source. In the courtyard he is in is a tree, and on one of its branches sits Obscura in her half-human form, her hood up. Who? Replies Hineni in relief. He gets up and runs to the tree. Are you okay? He calls up to her. Obscura drops down to him, and Hineni grabs her in a hug. He isn't sure if it's a weird thing for him to be doing or not. Is their relationship at an acceptable place to be hugging? He doesn't know. They've never really hugged before, despite everything. It's probably fine, right? He hopes that she doesn't think him hugging her is weird. 3, says Obscura, pressing her face against his shoulder. Obscura waited 3 days. 3. I was on my way out, replies Hineni, pulling back and looking at her. You're fine, right? He asks again. The owl goddess tilts her head. There is no danger for Obscura. To them, Hineni is the frog, she explains, pointing at the heaps of sleeping bodies. He blinks. He supposes that's just her way of saying that he is the vulnerable one here. It looks like she has things handled, honestly. He looks around at the bodies. How did you? He starts, looking around. Then, at the base of the tree, he sees one more man. A shivering mess of a man with a tattered robe and many cuts, who is pale-faced and desperately trying to breathe. He looks absolutely devastated, as if he had been having a non-stop panic attack for the last 3 days without a wink of sleep. Obscura tilts her head at an unnatural angle, her yellow eyes going round and wide, looking at the stranger who, with a shaking hand, presses it against his own head. Casts Dream Whisper on himself. Applied status, sleep. The man by the tree falls over and, for the first time in 3 days, is allowed to sleep. Oh, says Hineni. He looks around the area. It really does look like they're all just sleeping. That's pretty moral of her, right? He had assumed that she would just gut them like frogs. It looks like he really has the wrong idea. He turns back to look at her, and she looks at him. The two of them stare for a time. Lifting his hands, he grabs the sides of her hood and pulls it down. And as he presses his face closer to hers in a moment of sudden relief and bravery, and maybe even delirium, he can't help but count her eyes. There are only 2. He thinks. Chapter 17, It's a long way home, but it's nice to have someone with you. So it isn't lonely, really. So, where are we? Asks Hineni, as the two of them exit the odd building. Whoever those people were, they had decided to leave them as they were. Sure, it's perhaps somewhat unwise, considering that they actually kidnapped him. But, on the other hand, he feels like they've learned their lesson, and honestly speaking, what's the alternative? To kill them? Even if they did attack him, Hineni isn't about to go and kill a mass of people, especially people who are laying there asleep. He doesn't want to kill anyone. Not again. Although, Obscura did suggest eating them. He had rejected that plan, telling her that it isn't okay to eat humans or elves or anything of the sort. More importantly, he wants to be gone from this place before the 4th day arrives. He has a bad feeling about it. The two of them walk down a road. Far, says Obscura. They must walk far. The frogs tried to take Hineni. Hineni, hoots the owl. Wicked. Bad. Bad frogs, tried to steal my Hineni, she squawks, the feathers on her neck and arms ruffling up in agitation. Who were they? Asks Hineni, looking back over his shoulder at the cloister that they're leaving behind themselves as they walk out into the countryside. Obscura flaps her arms, shifting into the form of a small owl as she rises up into the air, flapping alongside him as he walks, following some random road. Little frogs, says Obscura. They are after Obscura, so they are after you, she hoots, flying up into the air. Straight walk, she calls down to him and flies off. They want to stop my power. Hineni blinks, adjusting his hat and scarf as he looks at the road ahead of him. He hopes this is the right way. He's really hungry, and he just wants to go home at this point. Anyway, frogs? He isn't sure what Obscura is talking about. Those were clearly people and not frogs. There might be some communication barriers at play here again. Oh well, that's a problem for tomorrow. For now, Hineni just wants to focus on quietly walking back to his quiet home to resume his quiet life. Hineni sits by a small fire he has made with his ash magic. The sun has risen and now warms his skin as its bright rays pierce through the small grove that he has nested himself inside of. Sitting there, his head nodding, he stares at the hypnotizing flames for a while, unaware of his surroundings. Suddenly, a rustle startles him awake, and he turns his head, looking at Obscura, who comes flying back in with a very unfortunate rabbit in her talons. Eat! Eat! Commands the owl, dropping the dead rabbit next to him on the log. He looks at it, staring for a moment at the bloody carcass. Thank you, he says, feeling very grateful for her efforts. Can you gut it, please? He requests. The owl looks at the rabbit and then back up towards him. Spoiled. Obscura spoils him, says the owl, gruesomely ripping into the rabbit's belly with her talon. Nurturing. Warm. Doting Obscura, she says, entrails splashing out onto the grass. "Thank you," says the man, watching her as she undergoes her grim work. It's odd, but he feels a strange feeling right now that he can't quite describe. Sure, he would never have gotten kidnapped if he hadn't gotten involved with the entity to begin with. But at the same time, Obscura has gone out of her way to be kind to him. For 3 days, she looked for him and waited on him. It's been a long time since anyone has worried about him, and honestly, he doesn't know what to do with the realization that there is someone there who is interested in him, in his existence, in his well-being. It's a lot. It feels weird. "Thank you," he says again, looking back towards the fire and playing with his hands. He doesn't know what else to do with them. He wants to return this feeling to her too. But he isn't quite sure how, just yet. "Frog magic," hoots Obscura, sitting on his shoulder. It is several hours later. The two of them had eaten the fire-roasted rabbit together and then rested together in the forest for a while. She has apparently not slept much either these last few days, and so she is pretty exhausted too, which Hineni now only seems to notice as he sees the out-of-placeness of her ruffled feathers, some of which she seems to have plucked out of herself in stress, as well as the unusual redness of her yellow eyes. "Frog magic?" asks Hineni. The two of them had been talking about the odd monastery they had been inside and the strangely confusing layout of the place that seemed intent on keeping him trapped inside of it and preventing her from finding him, despite being in the area too. "Frogs lie and deceive," says Obscura. "Bad frogs. Frogs are only good to eat," she hoots, bobbing in a circle with her head. "Hineni must never trust frogs," she explains, jumping off of his shoulder and shifting into her human form next to him. Sure," says the man, looking back ahead of them as they walk. "What did they want with me? I gain power through my Hineni. The bad frogs want Obscura to be weak," she explains. "They want my Hineni," she hoots, squawking his name very loudly. She seems a little weird today. But he assumes that she's just tired. "Hey," says the man. He looks down at her hand out of the corner of his eyes as they walk down the forest path. Seeing him look, Obscura turns her head, and Hineni looks back forward to the road, adjusting his hat. "No. Do better," he reminds himself, and he turns back to look at her again. Hineni reaches down and grabs her hand, so that the two of them can walk together. "Who?" Obscura vanishes into an explosion of feathers, and Hineni stands there, somewhat confused, looking at the empty air that his fingers are grasping. Maybe he was too direct? Is it weird for them to hold hands? The man sighs and keeps walking. Well, he tried, and he's proud of himself for having done so. "Are we even going the right way?" asks Hineni, looking up at the small owl sitting on a branch ahead of himself. "Where does Hineni want to go?" she asks, turning her head around in a complete turn. "Home," replies the man, continuing to walk. He looks up at the next branch ahead of him, where she is now sitting. She lifts a wing. "Many roads lead to home. Hineni and Obscura make a nest here, yes? Nice forest. Big forest." Hineni shakes his head. "No, thanks. I like having a roof," he explains, walking further. "Big nest can have a big roof." "Big," hoots the owl goddess, suddenly sitting on the next branch around the bend. "We need people to use the things I make," he says, shrugging. "Otherwise how are you going to get stronger?" he asks, looking at the next branch ahead of him. There is nothing there. Who comes softly from next to his ear? Hineni, somewhat startled, jumps as he feels the talons hold onto his shoulder. "My Hineni is wise. He has read many books." "Many?" The man blinks, not sure if reading a lot of books and being wise are really connected, but he'll take the compliment. "Let's read something together sometime," he suggests as he keeps walking. Judging by the feathers rubbing against the side of his face, he assumes that she agrees to his offer of a reading in the library date. "I've never been so glad to see it," says the man, standing on a small hill that the road has crested toward. Out, far in the distance, he sees a familiar city. Home. Looking around, he realizes that he's not talking to anyone. Obscura is gone. The sun is rising, and it seems to be the dawn of a new day. Hineni realizes that he'll have to walk through the city in broad daylight. But honestly, he feels like he's ready to do that. He stops in at the Adventurers Guild, standing in front of the receptionist's counter. The elf is laying there, her arms crossed, her head down on the desk as she snores away, her face is the most peaceful he has ever seen it be. Hineni looks around the room. Is she the only employee here? Now that he thinks about it, he's never seen anyone else working the counter. He almost feels bad about waking her up. "Excuse me," says Hineni. "Whack, please sign here," she yells, flailing her arms as she jolts upright, her red eyes accentuating the thick purple bags beneath them. She blinks, looking up at him. "Oh. Hi," she says. "I was looking for you. Started wondering if you didn't move away," she says, rubbing her face. "I was out of town," says Hineni, looking around the area. "Who knows where I live?" he asks, getting right to the point. "Hey." She tilts her head, her long ears drooping a little. I mean, just about everybody, honestly," she says. "You're really conspicuous, you know," she says. Hineni looks down at himself. He feels like he has been really inconspicuous this whole time. But maybe his shiftiness had just drawn even more attention than if he had just been normally quiet in his past life. "What's up? Did something happen?" she asks, narrowing her eyes as she looks around the room. He considers what to do for a moment before shaking his head. "Just some troublemakers, don't worry about it," he says, not wanting to make a fuss out of it. Now, sure, that might be underplaying the kidnapping and possibly attempted murder, but on the other hand, he really doesn't want to make a scene, even if it is mostly empty in here during this time of the day. "Sorry about the scythe," he says. "I'm late. I'll deliver it tomorrow." "Somehow," he says. The tired elf seems to think for a moment. "Oh, yeah," she says, realizing what he's talking about. "The guy isn't coming back until the day after tomorrow anyways, so it's fine." Hineni nods and heads back home. He stops, turning back. "Has Ryan been here?" She looks at him. "Who?" "The boy." She blinks. "Who?" "With the blue hair," explains Hineni, poking his head. "The river wizard." "Ooh," she says, realizing, hitting her hand into her open palm. "Wait." The elf looks very confused. "He's a boy, right?" asks Hineni. She shakes her head. "No, I haven't seen him since you abducted him." Hineni clears his throat, feeling the people behind them at the tables watching them. "I didn't abduct him," he says, leaning in and lowering his hat. "I hired him." "Did the owl god eat him?" asks the elf, leaning in towards him too. Somewhat surprised by this, Hineni leans back again. He still doesn't like people being close to him. Plus he's been outside for days now. He probably smells like frogs. "She didn't," replies the man, turning to go home. He isn't sure if that's entirely true, though. Feeling himself being watched as he leaves, Hineni turns around and looks through the window of the counter at the manager of the Adventurers Guild, Benny. He nods to him. But the man just quickly retreats into his office and closes the door. "Who?" mutters Hineni under his breath, allowing the word to have been said a total of 3 times. Hineni jiggles the front door of his house. It's unlocked. He narrows his eyes. This is bad. Not only was he abducted, but his captors didn't even have the decency to close his door. What a world! The man steps inside of his home for the first time in several days and sighs a breath of relief as he smells the familiar air, as he feels the familiar give of the wooden boards beneath his boots, as he hears the terrified scream coming from up above himself. Hineni blinks, looking up at Ryan, who is hanging from the rafters with his bare hands as a furious owl flies around him in a circle, trying to knock him down from where he's hanging. "I'm sorry," cries Ryan, flailing with his legs as Obscura screeches angrily, flying around him in a circle. "Bad. Bad." "Who?" she hoots. "Bad." Hineni has no idea what the boy did to anger Obscura, or how he got up there. But he's glad to see that he's still hanging around. The man chuckles, happy with this joke. He finally got one right. But more importantly, he was concerned that the boy really did feel abandoned for a while there. Ryan loses his grip and falls a not insubstantial distance towards the ground. Letting out a surprised yelp, Hineni moves forward to try and catch him. Flailing in midair as he tumbles in that last second towards the floor. Ryan lowers his hands, and a surge of water blasts out beneath him, towards the floorboards below. Hineni watches from the doorframe in that time-frozen second as water fills the room and rushes towards him. "I'm home," is the last thing that the man has the chance to say. Ryan has damaged Hineni, 405 DMG with his cascade water. HP, 34/39. Hineni stands in the forge, having changed his clothes, as he stares at the thing laying on his workbench. The scythe he had started making the other day, before his departure, now lays finished on the table. Apparently, Rhine, having been ordered by Obscura to stay here, decided to keep himself busy by being productive and taking the initiative, which Hineni honestly finds very impressive. He picks up the scythe, looking at it. "This is good work," he says, eyeing the handle up and down. As for the size-changing blade, there is a horizontal slit where the blade sits, mounted in place with two spring-loaded clamps so that it can readjust itself. This way, it has room to expand on its own because of its magical properties. "I thought you couldn't craft," asks Hineni, looking down at Rhine. Apparently, this is why Obscura was mad at him, for having stolen Hineni's work that she wanted him to do, probably because he had promised her to do it himself in 3 days. He supposes that promise is broken now, in a sense. "Oh, I can't," says Rhine. Hineni blinks. "Then where did you get this?" he asks. Rhine shrugs. "The river." "The river." "The river," nods Rhine. "I was walking along the river and I found it on the embankment, and I thought, hey, that's convenient. Hineni blinks, looking at Rhine and then at the staff. By the time he looks back, Rhine has his boot planted on a box that he isn't quite sure he was ever aware of ever even being in here. "Rhine." "The river wizard," says the oddcaster with clear pride in his eyes, as if this was all the explanation that was needed. And honestly, for him, it is. Good enough. Cobalt chromium blade scythe. Gift of the owl god. Quality: normal. Composition: cobalt chromium blade scythe, normal. Curved driftwood pole, normal. 2x iron clamp, normal. Quality effects: chosen of the owl god. Adds additional attributes to the attached weapon. Title effect: Gift of the owl god. +3 obscurantism. +3 wind DMG. +3 luck. Material effect: at night, blade size *2. +2 dark. 09 physical DMG. A long farmer's scythe. The blade is razor sharp and shimmers with an odd, dark luster. Made by Weaponsmith Hineni, chosen of the owl god. Made by Rhine, the river wizard. Weight: 1.4 kg. Durability: 40/40 value: 1444 obols. Good work, says Hineni, deciding to just let life be what it is. Rhine the river wizard. Rhine's face glows. "We have a lot to talk about," says the man, hoisting the scythe over his shoulder. "Let's sell this and grab some dinner first." Hineni looks up at the window, to where Obscura is sitting. "And then we can clean up the front room together." Obscura nods. But he can't quite shake the feeling that she isn't looking at him with her wide, paranoid eyes, but rather at Rhine as the three of them leave to go hunt for some dinner. Chapter 18, Class is starting. There's a lot to do, but there's not enough time. The frogs are calm. Crickets chirp outside as Hineni lays in bed, laying on his side and facing away towards the wall. Obscura lays behind him, also on her side, but she faces the other way and the two of them sleep back to back. Honestly, with him having never had a grip on social situations of any kind at least, he has no idea what's normal in this situation and what isn't. The boundaries between the actions appropriate for people to take in their circumstances are vague and undefined as far as he can understand the situation. They've been intimate with each other several times now, but walking while holding hands is still a bit too much for Obscura. Hineni meanwhile often finds himself awkwardly standing there, not sure what to do with his arms when they hug. It's an odd gesture that he doesn't really know how to respond to, except to lift his arms and then feel like he's either squeezing her too hard or not hard enough. There's always something still missing from the formula, somewhere. Hineni lets out a quiet breath. It's the middle of the night. Why is he worrying about weird, random, dumb stuff like this again? Isn't he over all of this already? The man rolls around, taking the initiative and simply wrapping his arm over her, before pulling the blanket up higher, pressing his face against the back of her head. He wonders, if this is what normal people always live like? Imagine what life must be like, if you grow up in an environment where this kind of touch, this kind of warmth is a constant given. It's just there. It's expected as much as the sun rising in the morning. It must be a strange way to grow up, right? Then again, he can't say that he wouldn't choose it either. He doesn't remember much honestly from the period of his life, between the incident and his return back home. It's all kind of a jumble. It feels like he was in a half-dazed state for the entire time, just wandering through life like a dead-eyed zombie. Obscura stirs, rolling her head around to look back at him from the corner of her eye. She turns her head back forward, before scooting back tighter against him and tugging on his slung-over arm, wedging it between herself and the sheets so that he can't escape. Hineni closes his eyes and accepts his fate as he falls back to sleep. It's not so bad, really. This kind of water damage, asks the carpenter, looking around the house. He presses a foot down onto one of the floorboards. The old wood lets out a loud creak in protest. After the last flood, they had tried to dry it all out as best as they could together with the help of Obscura's wind magic. But it might have just been too much. He might have been a little optimistic about his earlier assessment of the kitchen. The man clicks with the back of his tongue, making a sucking noise. I'll say 1800. For this room. Hineni takes in a sharp breath, allowing the pain to settle for a moment. And the kitchen? Bout another 12 on top, says the man. But you gotta move the cabinets yourself. Otherwise it's another 5. 3,000, asks Hineni, rubbing his forehead with the back of his thumb as he thinks. That's a lot of money. It's a fortune, in fact. He looks around the house. A month ago, he would have been willing to just let things be as they are. So what if there's a little water damage? As far as he would have been concerned, the house could rot together with himself. But that man is dead now and the house needs him to step up, just like Obscura had needed him to step up. A man takes care of his home after all, right? He nods. They have just barely enough saved to get started with these kinds of payments. Do you know anyone who does glass? Asks Hineni, nodding to the broken window that is still covered haphazardly by the flipped-over table. My cousin does glass. Should I bring him by next time? Please do, agrees Hineni. The man nods and the two of them part ways, leaving Hineni standing there with his back against the door, his arms crossed and his head lowered as he thinks, staring at the creaky floor through the gap between his scarf and his wizard's hat. 3,000. That's just about what he's made so far from everything that he's sold and delivered, give or take. But that's before the food he bought. With another order, he'll have the money for the floor. But the window? Well, glass is expensive. The man rubs the back of his head, letting out a long exhalation as he walks away from it, deciding to get to work early today. He has money to make. He has to provide. Sorry, says Ryan, looking up from the table he had been awkwardly sitting at while the carpenter was here. The boy looks down at the table, not able to look Hineni in the eyes. He's awfully prideful, but now with a tangible threat like a large bill hanging above his head, he seems to be a little more flattened. Hineni stares at the surfaces of the tables all around him that were once covered by ash and then by so much more dust on top of that. He shakes his head, patting Ryan on the shoulder as he passes him on the way to the forge. Accidents happen. Come on, we need to work or we won't have dinner tonight. Hey? We're eating again today, asks Ryan, sounding somewhat surprised. Ideally, we eat every day, replies Hineni, looking over his shoulder at the blue-haired Gestalt. But I guess you're from the Tower Quarter. You're probably used to better food. He shakes his head. It seems like an odd problem. But perhaps this is just one of those weird social issues that he isn't familiar with. Best tread lightly, to not be a jerk. The Tower Quarter is a very expensive, decadent place to live. Anyone coming from there likely wouldn't be happy with the garish things that they eat down here in this part of the city. He supposes the boy's parents probably don't want him eating away from home either. Don't worry. You don't have to eat anything if you don't want to. Hey? No. I do, says Ryan eagerly. Hineni nods once and then turns his head back forward to go to the forge. He doesn't understand kids either, apparently. So you make weapons, asks Ryan. I'm a weaponsmith, explains Hineni, setting down a bar of iron and a bar of copper onto the anvil. Apparently. The boy looks at him, a bit confused. Apparently. Hineni stares around the room. It's still early in the day and Obscura is missing, off doing whatever it is owl gods do during their time away. It's what the owl god wants. Ryan tilts his head, looking around the empty forge. By the look in his eyes, Hineni can see the familiar tinge of fear. The boy is scared of her. Although, to be fair, he has good reason. She hasn't exactly been kind to him. Don't worry about it, says Hineni. She's not as scary as she seems, he says, looking at the fearful worry in Ryan's eyes. It reminds him of the expression the man had had, in the monastery. The one who had attacked him. He isn't sure if what he just said was a lie or not. Ryan isn't really suited for work in the forge. He's small and his arms are very much weak and untrained. He doesn't really have an eye for detail and he seems to be really impatient, always walking around Hineni as he works, offering ideas on how to do this and that. It's not that Hineni doesn't appreciate the input and the boy's clear interest in the work. It's just that the suggestions aren't really good ones. But that's fine. Honestly, he still isn't really sure what it is exactly that Ryan is supposed to be doing here. So how come you're mixing those? Asks Ryan, pointing at the bars of metal that Hineni has his hands hovering over. Traditionally, these two ingots, iron and copper, would be merged together in an extremely hot furnace, to come together as a singular alloy. But he's just taking the easy way. Time is money. Singularly, they both have their uses. Iron is great for cheap weapons and tools and copper is well suited for household items and for magical crafting. It holds magical residue well inside of itself, compared to iron. He doesn't really know why, that's more of a magical science question, which is outside of his domain. Maybe the library has something on it. Hineni uses blacksmithing meld. Hineni got iron copper alloy bar x2. Iron copper alloy bar. Quality. Normal, composition. Iron, 48%. Copper, 48%. Silica, 2%. Impurities, 2%. Iron copper alloy. -5% weight for crafted items. +3 fire DMG augmented to all spells channeled through crafted items. A blended alloy, made up out of copper and iron. While hot, it is easily malleable. After cooling, it has a strong conductive and highly specific strength. While not suited for flexible and high-impact objects, its conductive properties allow it to be a reasonable material for magical items. Weight, 5 kg. Value, 19 obols. Copper is expensive here, says Hineni, pointing at his rarely touched stack of copper bars in the corner of the forge. A single bar with a standard weight is going to run about 30 obols, explains the man. Standard weight, asks Ryan. 5, explains Hineni. All standardized ingots have a weight value of 5. He points at the iron bars and the copper bars. They have different sizes, but the same trapezoid shape. They're different sizes, but both of them have a weight value of 5 because the density of the metal is different. Ooh, says Ryan, nodding. If Hineni didn't know better, he'd say that the boy had cast his river magic again and gotten soaked to the bone. His robe is clinging to him like a film. But in reality, he's just sweating buckets. So why mix them though, he asks, rubbing the back of his head. Iron is cheap, shrugs Hineni. A standard iron ingot only costs about 10 obols, he explains. By mixing them into an alloy, we can stretch the copper further, while still keeping some of the properties of both. Ryan nods. So is it better? Better than what? Better than if you didn't mix it. Depends, replies Hineni, lifting up the iron copper alloy ingot with one hand, turning it around to inspect it. He hands it down to Ryan. The boy grabs it with both hands and then drops his arms as he struggles to hold the thing up in the air. Ryan plants his feet firmly down, straining himself to hold the heavy thing. Oh, sorry, says Hineni, reaching back. He had forgotten that Ryan is a bit on the scrawny side. I got it, says Ryan, straining his face, clearly not having it. This is nothing, he says, trying to fake a laugh. But he doesn't really manage. Hineni shrugs, deciding not to break the boy's pride. He's clearly trying to impress him, so he'll just allow himself to be impressed in that case. Anyways, says Hineni. Pure iron is better for close combat weapons. And pure copper is better for staves and wands, he says, adjusting his hat as he looks back at the anvil to think about what today's weapon is going to be. But with a blend, we can make low-level magic items cheaply. It's good enough, he explains. Maybe 15 or 20% less effective than pure copper, but the lower price makes up for it, says Hineni, looking back at Ryan whose face is as red as the glow of the forge. His cheeks are puffed out and his legs and arms are shaking. Hineni blinks, somewhat impressed after all. He forgot the boy was holding the metal for a moment there while he was lost in his trade. Oh, he says, taking it back from Ryan who lets out a relieved breath. The man nods. You're pretty strong. Of course I am, says Rhine, placing his knuckles against his sides. I'm Rhine, the river wizard. Hineni stares at him for a while, not quite sure why he always does that. It's kind of fun though. Okay, is all that Hineni says, looking back to his work. Today, we're going to make 3 magic wands, he says, setting down the ingot and moving over to his workbench, gesturing for Rhine to follow him. Aren't they usually made out of wood? Asks the boy. They are. But we're making ours out of metal. It's more durable and more manly. Hey. Hineni nods. The boy doesn't really understand yet. But metal is more manly than wood. He feels like he doesn't need to expand on that any further. It just is what it is. He pulls over an old piece of parchment and flips it over, to sketch on the blank backside. Hineni stares at his hand for a moment as he picks up the pen from the inkwell and lets it hover above the paper. His hand is pretty big, honestly. It's kind of lunky and rough. A wand is a delicate thing, made for delicate hands. Even if it is made up out of metal. The man bends down, grabbing Rhine's hand and sets it down on the piece of paper. Stay like that, he says. What? Hineni doesn't reply as he sketches down the outline of the hand on the piece of parchment, so that he has a sense of scale for how big the wands should be. Maybe he's going to find a use for Rhine after all. Try not to sweat on the parchment so much, says Hineni. You're getting it all wet. Sorry, apologizes Rhine. It's hot in here. We'll get some water after this, says Hineni, focusing on the scribble. Get ready. It's going to be a busy afternoon. Chapter 19, Magic is weird, so we'll just be using clay instead because it's easier. Magic is a weird thing, says Hineni, looking at the piece of metal that Rhine is flicking around with his small hand. It's not a wand just yet, rather, it's just a metal cylinder. The first thing that he did was to take a bar of copper iron alloy and to split it into several pieces. 1 ingot of the alloy, like every standardized ingot, has a weight value of 5 kilograms. But for this, somewhat easier to work with density, and given the thinness and length of something like a wand, he can make about 8 cylinders from 1 ingot. However, 8 cylinders doesn't exactly add up to 8 wands. Given that the ingot is shorter than a wand needs to be, they need 2 cylinders for 1 wand and then a lot of it needs to be shaved down to a snubbed end. Plus the handle needs to be grooved inward a little too and smooth it out on the base. A lot of material is going to be lost during this process of refinement, and from the 2 cylinders that had weighed a combined total weight value of 1.2 kilograms, only 0.7 will remain. Then the 2 separate pieces need to be fused together into one longer stick, but this is a highly precise process. If the fusion is done wrong, then the magical energies channeled from a caster's hands out through the wand will get caught in the middle, where the separation of the 2 pieces is. It could cause the wand to explode in their hands during spellcasting if this were to happen. That's why wands are usually made from one, single, long piece of material, explains Hineni to Rhine, who, despite the torrential dripping of sweat down his body and face, still stands there and nods, listening intently. So how come we can't just melt it again, asks Rhine. And then just take it out as a longer, flatter bar. Hineni nods. That's a very good question, actually. By simply melting the ingot to be longer instead of thicker, they could cut out cylinders in the exact length that they needed instead of combining 2 shorter ones. But there's a problem with that plan. It's a good idea. But I don't have a mold, he explains, pointing at the furnace. We'd need to get a mold with the right shape and then melt it back down into it, he says. The ingot spell only makes standard sizes. Rhine rubs his lower lip with the back of his thumb. Can't you use a different crafting spell? I could, says Hineni, looking at the bar. So. I can't, shrugs Hineni. Hey. Rhine tilts his head, not understanding. Hineni picks up a cylinder and looks at it. I don't have the crafting recipe for this kind of ingot manipulation, he says. We'll have to do it by hand. Can't you ask the owl god, asks Rhine. Can't she just give it to you? Hineni wants to say that she can't do that and that it obviously doesn't work like that. But then again, Obscura had given him his advanced class as a weaponsmith, even if he wasn't exactly ready to become one. It's not outside of the realm of possibility that she could give him a minor crafting recipe like this one too. He really wants to sit down and talk with her about her godliness sometime, just so he can get a clearer understanding of it. She's not here right now, is all that Hineni says, looking back at the boy. As the two of them stare at each other for a moment, each of them trying to come up with a new argument for their plans. Hineni finds, in a strangely unusual moment of clarity, that the boy isn't looking at him oddly, not in the way he expects people to look at him. Sure, he still feels a need to adjust his hat lower to hide his own eyes, and he still feels the need to pull on the leather wrap that he wears in the forge, to hide his face. But he does neither of these things, having decided to leave that fearful person behind in the past. However, Ryan doesn't seem to care at all, really. He doesn't seem disgusted or scared or even just like he's forcing himself to be polite. The boy is just thinking about the problem at hand, entirely indifferent to what he looks like, and Hineni appreciates that a lot. Even if he has already decided that they're just going to use the two long pieces fused together. "Let's get started," says the man, turning back to the anvil. "How about clay?" asks Ryan. Hineni turns back to look at the boy. "There's a lot of clay by the river," he says excitedly. "I know where some is," exclaims Ryan. "What if we get some clay and some gunk and stuff and make a mold ourselves?" Hineni looks at the boy for a moment, already ready to shake his head no and to just meld the cylinders as is. This idea sounds troublesome. They'd need to go outside. They'd need to go to the river. They'd need to find clay and gunk and stuff and make some molds with the right shape and size, and then they'd have to test them to see if they're even heat safe, let alone safe to be used with molten metal. It's too much work. Too much effort. He has the two cylinders right here. A single spell will fuse them together before he even finishes this train of thought. It's just two. Hineni stops, lowering his eyes to the boy, realizing that a familiar man had almost caught up with him. "I almost did it again," he says. "What?" asks Ryan, not understanding. "Good idea, Ryan," praises Hineni. "Help me put out the forge." "We're going to the river," he says, looking up at the high windows of the forge to see not only if the sun has retreated for the day, but to see if a familiar owl is sitting there with eyes only for him. But she isn't there, rather, the metal owl statue sits there on its perch, watching him from above, and, despite not being as good as the real thing, it brings him a sense of relief to see. Oddly enough, Hineni had expected there to be frogs at the river. But there aren't any. There isn't any croaking or anything of the sort. Instead, he hears a quiet running of water and the chirp of night-haunting crickets, singing their song from low perches atop blades of tall grass, dangling out over the starlit waters of the river. It's still nighttime. The two of them had made their way out to the side of the city, to the outskirts, past the walls, where the river runs towards civilization, out over the grasslands. The landscape in this direction is rather plain and featureless, simply being a lush, fertile meadow that goes on for days. But that can't be seen now, beneath the cover of darkness. Only the river seems to be aglow, as if lit up especially for the two of them, as the light of the starshine above comes down to meet the ebbing waters, as the glow of many fat, orange fireflies floats above the surface as if illuminating the world for them to see what they seek. "I've never been here before," says Hineni. "Nobody ever comes out to the river," says Ryan, walking along its bank. He jumps up onto a dead log, holding his arms out at his sides as he walks along it. "I come here a lot. I guess it's part of the job, huh?" asks Hineni. "So what's up with the river wizard thing anyways?" "What do you mean?" asks Ryan. Hineni shrugs, not really sure what it is that he's asking either. He looks around. "Are you going to get into trouble for being out here?" he asks the boy, before then wondering if he himself is going to get in trouble for being out here. As someone from the tower quarter, it won't look good for Hineni if anything happens to Ryan. Any slip from that log, a cut on a branch, a scuff of mud on his robe, which is, to be fair, already pretty dirty, would be blamed on him. People from the tower quarter are rich. Owl god or not, he's poor. That's just what it is. "No," says Ryan, shaking his head as he pokes a cattail frond sticking out of the embankment. "Nobody cares," he says. "Anyways." The boy turns around, stepping off of the log, his fists at his side. "The thing that's up with the river wizard thing is that," Hineni rolls his eyes. "He's going to do the thing again. I'm Ryan. The river whiz." "Who?" Ryan in his startled panic, falls over, flailing his arms in terror as Obscura pops out from behind the cattails in her half-human form and hoots at him. Water splashes everywhere as the boy falls into the frigid river and is carried away by the current. "Help!" yelps Ryan, the river wizard. Ryan takes frost damage 1 HP, 15/16. Swim to the shoreline, calls Hineni after the boy. I can't swim, replies a quickly fading voice. Hineni blinks, the situation starting to click in his head, as he lets out a surprised yelp himself and then scrambles after the boy who is floating away, carried down and away by the current of the river. Rhine, takes, frost damage 1. HP, 14/16. Frogs, asks Obscura, holding out her long, taloned hands in which there are 3 frogs who had a very unlucky night. She tilts her head, looking past Hineni into the room. Hineni shakes his head, shooing her away from the door leading into one of the rooms upstairs. The ones that had been used for adventurers to sleep in for a fee, in days now long since gone. Let him sleep, says Hineni. I need to go to town, to tell his parents so they can pick him up. Although, now that he says that, he doesn't really know anything about them or who they might be. Rhine, after having been swept away by the river, was plucked out of the icy water of the frigid river by a giant, taloned foot that had swooped him out and up into the air. Perhaps it was the fluctuation of temperatures that did it, from the steaming heat of his forge to an icy river at night, or perhaps it was all of the excitement and stress of these last few days, but, for whatever reason it might be, Rhine seems to have gotten sick. Although, Hineni is familiar with the nebulous illness. It's winter sickness, says Hineni, recognizing the symptoms. Especially the rapid onset. Back during his stay at the orphanage, this would come to them too. He himself had it a few times, during the colder nights. The body simply isn't able to keep up its health under extreme circumstances and it eventually just loses whatever battle it was already fighting. A dawning cold that had been coming for a few days now, a sniffle that had never really progressed past a light drip, an ache in the gut, mildly broken ribs, somewhat perforated insides, difficulty with one's lungs. Whatever ailment might have been there before, simply now has had the chance to flourish and to take hold and to really come out as what it is after an extreme shock to the body or stressful situation. Winter sickness isn't really a real thing. It's just what they called it as kids. It's just a summation of everything, really, brought to a head by the winter's unforgiving bite. Soup? Asks Obscura, bobbing with her head in a circle. Soup? Asks Hineni. Obscura read many of Hineni's H books, she explains H for human. For health. For husband. Who? The owl vanishes in an instant, leaving behind an explosion of feathers where she was just a moment ago. Hineni scratches his head, not sure what's going on. The man turns his head, looking back at the sleeping boy, making sure the blanket is covering him up high as he closes the door, unable to see either the azure blue of the robe, hanging there over the back of a chair, or the dark blue of the many welts and bruises on Rhine's body, everywhere that the long robe had covered. This symptom of winter sickness is also common. Hineni shakes his head, making a note to get more wood. This big house gets cold and he's going to need to heat a lot more this year. He has a sort of not but also his wife to keep warm, as well as a guest who he's apparently going to find a surprising amount of work for. He makes his way downstairs and readjusts his clothes, dusting himself off as he gets ready to go. He stands there, at the front door, realizing that something feels wrong. Something is missing. Something is unsaid. Soup, mutters Hineni to himself, feeling better immediately. They had only said it twice before. Having been summoned, something coos from behind him and he feels Obscura rubbing her head against his back. I'll be right back, says Hineni. Please be nice to Rhine, okay, he requests. Obscura will apologize, says the owl goddess. He turns his head to look at her and she lifts up an old book, pointing at its insides. Many of its pages are earmarked. Health, housekeeping, homemaking. It's an advice book on pragmatic ways of being a good partner. Hineni makes a note to read it himself when he gets the chance. Mean Obscura, terrible Obscura, wicked Obscura, she hoots, spinning her head around. Maybe I wouldn't go that far, says Hineni. He squints, looking at the page she has open and then nods, approving of her idea. Just be careful in the kitchen, okay? Obscura will use frogs instead of chicken, she exclaims proudly and then vanishes. Hineni stares at the doorway to the kitchen. He can hear pots and pans rattling on the other side as she sets to work, making a chicken soup. He makes a new note to take the long way home. About this tall. Blue hair, says Hineni to the woman, looking out of her window. She shakes her head and closes the shutters. Hineni sighs, looking around the area. The tower quarter is essentially exactly that. The city has many different, distinct, and lively areas, each with their own domain and purpose. But the Tower Quarter is where the upper class parts of the normal city lived, particularly the casters. These aren't exactly noble houses, but they are definitely wealthy people with connections and at least some modicum of social power. Hineni looks around at the many high houses that line the street. Tall, timber-framed constructions line the way, each at least 5 to 6 stories tall. The ones in the middle are connected to a construction of 4 large, stone towers with a tiny keep in the middle. It might not seem like much, but a few gods live there. Some reclusive elemental gods who like the view, apparently. As for Rhine, Hineni can't make heads or tails of where the boy is from and nobody seems to know who he's talking about. At least the people that will speak to him. He had assumed that the boy was fairly conspicuous, but it seems that he was mistaken. He decides to head back home. If Rhine is awake now, he'll just ask him. Otherwise, his parents would just have to wait until tomorrow. Although, judging by the symptoms of the boy's winter sickness, Hineni doubts that they're worried. He spares a glance back at the large, castle-like construction, before shaking his head and heading back home. It's cold out here. Maybe he'll try that soup after all. Chapter 20, It's okay if we break some laws because we work for a god. So it's fine. Don't worry. It is the next day. Hineni stands back, looking at the long molds that he had made from river sediment. Molten metal fills them. It had taken several attempts to get a good mixture, one that could handle this intense heat. But after some experimentation with different combinations and drying methods, he found a concoction of river gunk that not only dried into nice bricks by the heat of the forge, but that also seems to be very temperature resistant. Fire clay. Quality. Normal, composition. Silicon dioxide 89.8%. Aluminium oxide 5.40%. Magnesium oxide 0.09%. Calcium oxide 0.20%. Iron oxide 0.40%. Potassium oxide 2.40%. Quality effects. None. A hardened clay composite. It can withstand extremely high temperatures. Fire clay is capable of being used to line furnaces and crucibles. Weight, 4.24 kilograms. Value, 0.4 obols. The man can't help but nod in satisfaction. It really was a good idea that the boy had. Sure, it's taken him a day longer to make the wands. But this way, they'll be real, professionally made wands, instead of looking like they're from some dinky, 2-bit hobby project. He hadn't expected this, honestly. He's been so stuck in his way of doing things, that he's completely failed to realize that other people might just have ideas that are better than his own. The man stares down at the solidifying metal inside of the cylindrical mold, iron-copper alloy. He needs to be careful about that in the future. His stubbornness almost cost him this good idea. This fire clay could be useful for a lot more things than just wands. Anything that could use a mold. Sword blades, perhaps? Hineni thinks about it. He'll have to test it, if a blade from a mold is better or worse than one he hammers into shape himself. But it's an interesting experiment. If it works out, he could mass-produce things like metal plates for armor, blades for swords. Hell, even just cutlery. He wonders if a kitchen knife would get Obscura's boon if he makes one? It counts as a weapon, technically, right? After he had returned the night before, unable to find Rhine's family, he had found Obscura cleaning up, having finished her cooking and having brought Rhine a bowl in order to apologize. Hineni asked her why she was scaring him so often. She had answered that it was fun to scare small creatures before eating them. But Hineni just thinks that she's having trouble adjusting to having someone else around. Rhine may be the first person she's interacted with, apart from himself here, and she might just be overwhelmed, not knowing how to behave. A third thought, however, is that a secret part of him hopes that she might also be jealous about having to share him with someone else during the day. But he keeps that to himself. It's kind of silly and childish. He still just doesn't really know what to do with these weird feelings either. Hineni sighs and shakes his head. He's going to have to wait for the mold to harden, until then. Window? Hineni nods, dusting his hands as he heads out of the forge to go back to his favorite window. A gentle breeze pushes in through the large hall that he finds himself sitting nervously inside of. He had forgotten about this. So much for his relaxing 5 minutes. Hineni, sitting in his booth, leans to the left and looks towards the front door where the carpenter and his men are looking around the room, trying to see where to start, in order to fix the water damage present in the house from Ryan's magic. Looking back to the man sitting across from himself, Hineni leans back upright and nods, accepting the terms. 500 for the window, he agrees, but lifts a finger. Payment after completion. The glassworker doesn't seem to be too happy about this condition, judging by the pursing of his angled lips. The worker's eyes rise upward, towards the rafters where he sees something sitting above them. He quickly straightens up himself too and nods, accepting the condition. I'll start today, he says, getting up to go set to his work. Hineni lets out a sigh of relief, his shoulders dropping as he wraps his hands around his warm mug. He had entirely forgotten about the repairs on the house starting today. He looks down at the once dusty book lying in front of himself, on the table. He's going to have to start bookkeeping, if this keeps up. Maybe he should be doing that anyways? He recalls his parents having always kept ledgers down by the receptionist's desk. Hineni gets up, heading to the receptionist's desk by the front door to pull out some old ledgers to study, to try and figure out how they had done it. Although, maybe it's just as easy as writing a list for money made and a list for money spent? It isn't. Hineni can't make heads or tails of whatever is written here. If he didn't know better, he'd be sure he grabbed some obscure tome on magic from the library. He sighs, shutting the book. Waiting a moment, he peeks back inside, just to check if maybe this page here would be more understandable now. It isn't. Hineni closes it again and sits there, his fingers twitching as he taps them against the table. He opens the book again. The metal has cooled off now and Hineni stands in the forge once again, pleased with the decently cylindrical rod that has come out as an end result of this manual crafting process. Making a wand out of this should be easy, honestly. He'll just use his abilities. Setting the rod, which is about the length of his forearm, down onto his anvil, Hineni holds his hands above it and first shaves off a good amount of metal, making the cylinder thinner on one end than it is on the other. Hineni uses blacksmithing, remove material. Then, he repeats the process, making the thinner tip of the wand more stubby. Right now, it's very sharp and pointy. Almost like a dagger. Honestly, you could probably stab someone with it. Is that a practical application for a magic wand? He thinks so. But the casters of the academy would beg to differ. But they're all a bit too highbrow for his liking. Hineni uses blacksmithing round. Shaking it off, he then rounds off the base and then starts removing more material to make an indent for the grip. Hineni uses blacksmithing round. Hineni uses blacksmithing, remove material. There. That already looks a lot more wandy. Sure, it's still a little heavy for a wand, as they're often made out of wood. But metal wands aren't unheard of. In fact, some casters prefer them as they're less likely to break during a fight. They have the right idea, in his eyes. He swishes the thing around, wondering what it's missing. Ah! Hineni realizes what it is, looking at an old sword that he never managed to sell. He grabs some of the black leather from his table and begins fastening it around the grip, making it much more comfortable to hold. Copper iron alloy wand, gift of the owl god. Quality: normal. Composition: copper iron alloy wand, normal. Black leather wrap, normal. Black cloth wrap, normal. Black cord, normal. Quality effects: chosen of the owl god. Adds additional attributes to the attached weapon. Title effect: gift of the owl god. +3 obscurantism. +3 wind DMG *. +3 luck. Material effect: iron copper alloy. Augments all offensive spells with +3 fire DMG. +3 spell DMG. * augments all offensive spells with +3 wind DMG, gift of the owl god. A long, sturdy wand made out of a blend of copper and iron. It is very durable and offers strong fire-related properties. Made by Weaponsmith Hineni, chosen of the owl god. Weight: 0.123 kg. Durability: 19/19 value, 333 obols. That's not so bad, he says. Sure, the price for his swords was about the same and those were just made out of iron, but wands are just the swords of wizards and this one here is really just a proof of concept. Hineni thinks, swishing the wand around the air and listening to the whipping sound it makes. If he can get the mold concept down, he could produce dozens of these a day, just by pouring some metal and wrapping some cloth around them. Hineni has done well, hoots obscura. He didn't even hear her enter. Although, That's normal really. Thanks, he says. I think these will be popular, he notes, looking at the items menu. So, I have to ask, says the man, pointing at the stat. What's that? Obscura follows his finger to her own special value that he's pointing at obscurantism. 3, hoots Obscura. It gives 3. 3 what though, he asks, lifting an eyebrow. Obscura tilts her head, tapping against the name of stat with her long talon. Sure, but what does it do? Obscura continues to tap against the screen as if pointing at it. Getting annoyed, she spins her head in a circle, letting out a hoot. She grabs Hineni's hand, lifting it up and presses it against the window. Obscurantism. A core value tied to the owl god. Obscurantism is a branching stat between luck and wis. It aids in regards to both not being noticed as well as noticing things that others do not see. Cost: while wielding items carrying this value, your max soul is reduced by 3%. Oh, says Hineni. First his O was for the obviousness of the situation, that he could have just checked his menu. Then his O was for the stat itself, which is fairly self-explanatory. That's neat and also far less morbid than he had imagined. Somehow, he always seems to expect Obscura to be surrounded by really creepy things or for her to be some evil creature for some reason. But so far, everything has been checking out. Wait. Maybe a stat like this is the reason that nobody has ever heard of Obscura, the owl god, Des? There's a discrepancy between her title and gender, but that might just be an issue of formalities. But more to the point, she's literally obscure in a manner defined by the cosmic system. Hold on, says Hineni, thinking about it. Isn't this bad, he asks. Won't this mean that the more weapons we put in people's hands, the more obscure you'll become? Considering that she siphons off some of their magical energies through the weapons, it makes sense to him. This could make building a reputation for their guild or shop or cult, or whatever it is that they have, difficult. Obscura shakes her head. Hineni will have to work hard, she hoots. Little humans don't know of obscura, she says, flapping her arms around. But Hineni will work hard to make them. The owl creature steps towards him, leaning in towards his face, staring into his eyes from up close. But Obscura not only hides, Obscura gives eyes. Eyes, she croons, her eyes going wide as she presses her face towards his in some obsessed tangent. It feels like she's about to go on a rant or have one of her 3 episodes. Hineni takes his chance to defuse the situation and moves his face forward to meet hers. Their lips meet and they stay like that for a moment. Who, is the only thing he hears, before she turns into a fluffy, small owl, falling to the floor and quickly scrambling away, trying to get up and fly off in what might be her least successful escape to date. The embarrassed owl god flies off through the window of the forge and Hineni shrugs, looking back at the window of the stat. Ooh, he says, realizing what she meant before. The thing about eyes. The stat doesn't only make the user more obscure, it also lets them see and notice obscure things better. So, that means that people using their weapons would know about them more than people not using them? Hineni scratches his head. He doesn't know if it works like that. He might just be making things up. Obscura is probably going to be gone for a few hours now. He assumes that he won't see her again until tonight. In the meantime, he fills 2 other molds with new metal for 2 more wands and then heads back out to the main hall and watches the men tear up his floor. Hineni stares at Rhine, who is still lying in bed. Feeling himself being watched, the boy shoots up, flailing. Hineni grabs his arm, already feeling the trickle of magical water run down it. Don't ruin this floor too. I can't afford it, says the man, looking around the room. Everything is still untouched. The only thing different is the empty bowl sitting on the nightstand. Can you walk? You should check in with your family. Rhine blinks, staring at him. Hey. He sits upright, pointing at himself with his thumb. Of course I'm fine. I'm Rhine. The river wizard, finishes Hineni, rolling his eyes, but still nodding. I don't want to be arrested for kidnapping, he explains. Please let them know you're all right, says the man. Do I have to? Asks Rhine. Hineni blinks. This isn't a situation he's equipped to handle. You do, he explains, staring at the boy with the blue hair and the blue bruises. Are you mistreated? He asks, getting to the point. Rhine turns to him. No, says the boy immediately. Hineni tilts his head, adjusting his scarf. I just get into a lot of fights with all of the monsters I kill. Okay, replies Hineni, shrugging. If you need to rest longer, you can stay here. But only until I get arrested, sighs the man, waving to Rhine. I'm going to the Adventurers Guild to sell the wands, he explains. Your idea with the molds was good. Thank you, says Hineni. Really? Hineni nods to him and then closes the door, adjusting the brim of his hat as he goes downstairs and makes his way outside with 3 wands in his pocket. He jiggles the door, making sure it's closed. The craftsmen have left for the day and the downstairs is a mess, to say the least. The man heads to the Adventurers Guild, wondering if maybe Obscura's obscuring blessing isn't what has been stopping people from rushing to his door more than they have? Maybe he, as well as his home, are literally clouded in secrecy? So far, only highly potent people have come to his door. But never anyone normal. Hineni picks up the 500 obols, letting them rest in his hand for a moment, just to feel them. This is money he worked for, money he earned. It's going to pay to fix his home, to provide. It feels good to hold. Money. He lifts his gaze to the tired receptionist who seems to be working her usual shift of every shift. She's already slumped over forward, her face pressing against his open hand as her head has fallen against it. It's a good thing he has gloves on, because she's drooling on him. Hey, says Hineni to the woman. Hey? Wah? She blinks, rubbing her eyes, before turning to him in confusion for a moment. Oh, hello, she says. Are you here to sell? Weren't you just here? I'm still here, says Hineni. Do you know anything about bookkeeping? He asks. The elf yawns, leaning back and stretching. I used to do it, she explains. But now I just work the counter all day, she says, staring at the ceiling above her. Every day. Do you think that you could? Forever, she finishes. Hineni blinks, staring at her for a moment to see if she's really done. Do you think that could teach me? He asks. I'll pay. She looks at him for a moment and he thinks that she's considering his offer, until he realizes that she has been holding that expression for too long. She's fallen asleep with her eyes open. He clears his throat. Ah, she jumps. Oh, hi, she smiles at him, rubbing her tired eyes. 3 days in a row, hey? Busy, she laughs. Hineni shakes his head. I'm still here. It's still the same day. Oh, she says. Her expression becomes grim as she lowers her gaze, staring at the counter. You wanted some money for your wands, right? She asks, looking around at her desk, pulling open some drawers. 500, yeah, she asks, pulling out some new coins. You already paid me, sighs Hineni. This isn't going anywhere. He adjusts his hat, looking over his shoulder. People haven't made their approach yet, but they're going to soon. He turns back to look at her. She's slumped over forward, her head is resting on her arms on the desk. Hineni sighs, deciding to just let the poor woman sleep. He leans over the counter. Benny, says Hineni, finding some courage he didn't know he had. An oddly nervous man, Benny, looks around the door to his office, his fingers clambering around the frame as if he had been there listening the entire time. Hineni points down at the receptionist. Can I take this? You stutters the oddly sweaty elf. I'll bring you a load of weapons tomorrow for free, says Hineni. Benny nods and then quickly shuts the door to his office, slamming it. The receptionist jumps up, scared by the bang, scrambling as if the world were ending. She looks up at him. Hey there, she yawns, stretching and looking around for the source of the noise. Back again? Wow. What a week. You're coming with me, says Hineni, walking away from the counter and around to the side door. Hey? What? She asks. I can't leave the counter. I'll get in trouble. Hineni shakes his head, opening the side door. It's okay. I bribed Benny. She blinks. Oh. The elf shrugs, as if that was enough to explain everything and gets up, stretching as she rises to her feet. Walking forward towards him, rubbing her face, she slides against the wall and then slumps over forward. Hineni catches her. This is really going to be a problem sooner rather than later. The man looks around and sees a cart with wheels, used to carry food to the different tables. Slumping her over it, Hineni carts the receptionist out of the guild, taking a blank book and some pens with him to practice with, ignoring any and all looks that he gets on his way out of the door. He leaves some money behind though. He's not a thief, after all.